Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this big and beautiful world of ours we call Earth. You're tuned in to Final Fantasy XIV Misadventures on twitch.tv/homohomo2093, a designated non-spoiler stream brought to you living color by the Bedlam and Balt Academy, bedlamba.blogspot.com, and the Okami Roho Free Company of Coeurl, the pack that's got your back. Located in the Goblet, Ward number 20, plot number 30. This is your host, a Lalafell named Bongo Boy Pongatoid, the gift that keeps on giving. Happy Monday to you all. This is day 23 of the Dawntrail trials, and as promised, we're going to be checking out this Occult Crescent game mode, the special instance, which is basically similar to Eureka and Boja. We're going to be checking it out. We're going to be doing, though, the opener quest leading up to opening up the new region, and do some exploration and some work in this area. If you like what you see in this broadcast, hit the follow button, Twitch player, subscribe button, YouTube under my channel ID, BongoBoy151. Later this week, we will have Zenless Misadventures. It's going to be a new episode of Zenless Misadventures, a designated spoiler stream. We're going to be doing the new main story for patch 2.0. That will be a spoiler stream, and that's going to be also a mega live stream, because a lot of content is going to be played during the course of that special broadcast. But today, ici c'est Paris! We are celebrating the Paris Saint-Germain Football Club winning the 2024-2025 Champions League. It's their first Champions League. Hopefully it won't be the last. They are now considered among the best clubs in European and world club football. As you can see, Bay here is dressed up in a special glam, which has already been placed on the Yorzia collection under the name Tous ensemble on chantera, meaning together we sing for you. That is also the theme song, of course, of Paris Saint-Germain. So we decided to make this glam inspired by the song. So you can go ahead and make this glam yourself over on the Yorzia collection. Now we are going to start by doing a backlog of hunts. Then once the hunts are all cleared, we'll go ahead and get going and do some Occult Crescent work and try this thing out. We won't be doing too long because we are going to be here for the duration of about 5 hours. So a little after 11, 12, 1, 2, a little after 3 p.m. local time, we will go ahead and wrap up the stream. So on the live, I have my Streamlabs on. If we are nearing 5 hours, we're going to go ahead and get ready to close this one, since PSG scored 5 goals in a 5-0 beatdown over Inter. In the background, we're going to go ahead and see some reactions on YouTube, on the audio on YouTube, in English, French, Spanish, Italian, and other languages, of how the world has reacted to Paris Saint-Germain Football Club becoming the champions of Europe. Let's go ahead and get started. Right, Bay, you ready? Alright, let's get started. Righty, we're gonna go ahead and turn off the BGM here. So put lower the link to 69. Nice. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get some reactions right across YouTube. See what everybody is thinking of PSG being PSG, doing PSG things and winning the Champions League. Dubbing for this is going to be in English, French, Italian, Spanish, whatever is available. Enjoy.
Based on what we saw in that performance, it really reaffirmed to everybody that they truly are on the path to something incredibly special. Jaleel, when you reflect on this PSG team and what they did, what kind of comes to mind? How will this group be remembered?
For me, it's a turning point when they knocked Liverpool out of Champions League. To me, it seemed like it was written from that moment, because all of us in the media space, everyone around the world, pegged Liverpool as the top dogs. They were pretty much going to be the team where it was a foregone conclusion that they were going to win Champions League. That's what we were all saying. saying. And then the jet fuel of confidence that Luis Enrique's side got once they knocked Liverpool off, to me, seemed like from that point on, you could definitely see them lifting the trophy, and they made it come to fruition.
What do you think, Master?
Yeah, I mean, because it definitely wasn't in the group stage. They were awful, and a team that was on the verge of missing it. And even in the Aston Villa contest, the 2 legs there was a chance where they could have blown it in the second leg as well. But for a young team like this to remain resilient and to remain hopeful and optimistic, and all credit goes to Luis Enrique and the project that he's built and being able to instill in all these youngsters that, like, no, regardless of the adversity, whatever the circumstance or situation is, fight for the whole 90 minutes, fight for the whole 180 minutes, and you never know what's going to happen. As you mentioned, Liverpool, you go to Anfield and you win on penalty kicks to advance into the quarterfinals. What a tremendous moment that was. And you continue to knock out Premier League team after Premier League team in a league in which everyone dismisses and discredits as a farmers league and a club that obviously has never won the Champions League before that.
You know, unfortunately for Kylian Mbappe, one of the big stories going into that game over the weekend was the fact that he wasn't on this team. And just a season ago, before that move to Real Madrid, it was all but official. The conversation around PSG was, this is their time to win Champions League, and you still have Kylian Mbappe. And to think that they do it just a season removed without the big star names, I mean, it's poetic in a way, isn't it?
I think Mbappe will be fine, but I think what PSG have managed to do has been this shift that I think we're seeing more recently, is that you're turning to your youth and you're cultivating them a little bit further. You're creating this more cohesive team unit that works really, really well together. You're not relying on these individual performances, which I think is what was more damning for a lot of these big clubs in the past years. It's like, yes, a Messi can carry you so far, but once they transition out, what have you, right? We saw that happen across a lot of clubs who thought, hey, if we pick up Messi, if we pick up Mbappe, if we pick up a Ronaldo, the problem is that the teams crater after that, and it also detracts from the talent that is developing.
Well, and one of the biggest things that you do get, Jaleel, with a team that is a bit younger is you get a little bit more buy-in in a different way. You can kind of mold the players a little bit differently than you can when you have maybe a Messi or even an Mbappe on the team. And I think when you look at the identity of PSG, this was a team whose work rate was unbelievable this season. The buy-in from top down, every single player on the pitch was so evident, and especially in the game on Saturday.
Yeah, that's a good point you bring up, Ali, especially when you talk about the pure essence of football. It's the 11, the players on the bench, but most importantly, what a lot of people don't talk about is the squad, the entire squad, an organization that makes it possible to compete for trophies, and that's what's really floating up for me with this PSG side. It's the sum of its parts that make them so amazing. Of course, we can talk about Dembele. He's been amazing. For me, I love to have stories of players rising up from the ashes like a phoenix, and it's crazy that we're talking about Dembele in that fashion because things weren't going so well for him before this season.
As you talked about, the effort, that back line was so sound. And Donnarumma was fantastic. I was at the first leg of Arsenal PSG in North London, and it was aggravating. I kept having to go up to the bar and getting a couple shots because the way that team was playing was just so annoying because it was hard for Arsenal to try and break them down and trying to find the back of the net. And that's what the team does. They suffocate you. They aggravate you. They agitate you, especially when they're on the road with their fans. As you saw how much noise they were making in Munich, they just collectively speaking, they were so cohesive in terms of the effort that they gave, and that's the thing that's I'm going to take away from them the most is that every one of these guys, as we talk about the team, everyone stepped up to the plate here in the final.
And when you talk about the back line as well, that for me is the main contrast between Inter and PSG in the semifinal and the final. Yes, it was one of the best games of Champions League, the semifinal Barcelona-Inter, but there was no defense being played. It was like a small-sided game. And then they ran that back, and it happened again in the final. So for me, we always talk about, okay, how prolific are the goal scorers? Those are typically the players that are getting the headlines. But in order to win, you have to have a solid midfield that protects your back line, and your back line showing up in the most important moments. That's exactly what we saw in the final for PSG.
Yeah, PSG really looking like one of the most balanced teams at the moment, especially as we look ahead to next season and who could be some serious contenders. But one of the big stories coming out of the game, Kupo, is Desiree Doué. Man of the match, 3 goal contributions, 2 goals and an assist for him. And there were some question marks. Should it be Doué starting or Bradley Barcola? And I think that question was answered pretty handedly in the match.
I mean, was it? I think that it could have gone either way. Barcola is remarkable in his consistency. He's going to put the numbers up he has all season. I think that Doué, however, while he's equally creative, he adds that impact in these big matches, and he's able to carve into really tight spaces, which, quite frankly, I don't think they really even needed this match.
I disagree. As we see the Desiree all competitions there in this last 33 appearance, he's been fantastic. 13 goals in the last 24 starts and also 12 assists. I think the turning point for me, because I love both of these stars and they're fantastic, and imagine being the French national team.
Champagne problems, really.
Unbelievable. But the turning point for me was, we talked about the Liverpool match, quarterfinals.
Yep.
The person who scored the last goal in penalty kicks for them to advance to the quarterfinals was Desiree Doué. And when Kvaratskhelia came, all of a sudden now that became the problem, is who's going to be the third attacker up there with Dembele and with Kvaratskhelia. And I think from that point on, from March, I think it was very clear that Desiree Doué not only deserved to start over Bradley Barcola, but he's someone you build this whole project around. He is that talented. He is that dynamic. We talk about Lamine Yamal. Desiree Doué has that Lamine Yamal in him without the PR campaign that you get from Barcelona. And you saw that in terms of once you knew he was starting, that's when I knew Luis Enrique was going to go for it. Because first leg against Aston Villa, Desiree Doué started. He got the goal there. When they're more attacking, want to be more aggressive and more assertive. We saw that also in the first leg against Arsenal as well. He started Desiree Doué. Second leg, he'd start Barcola. That's the part I disagree a little bit. I think he would start Barcola to try and maintain the game, see it out, especially with the advantage they had in the first leg, after the first leg, and against Aston Villa and Arsenal. But Doué, when he started in those first 90 minutes, I was like, oh, they're going for this one. They boot the ball out and they start pressing the high press. That was the most impressive part, was the mentality with this young team to be as aggressive and assertive as they were against an experienced Inter side that we thought would play against them, and they came out and went for it. Credit to them and credit to Desiree Doué, absolutely.
Also, so young, too.
Desiree Doué, fun fact, birthday tomorrow. What a way to get ready. Turns 20 years old tomorrow. I mean, what a way to go into your birthday celebrations, huh? That's incredible.
Yeah, he's got a few days for the Club World Cup, but I'm sure he'll finish it.
But, you said, Master, like this is a player that they should build the team around. Do you really, you kind of had that Lamine Yamal comparison? I mean, are we talking about Desiree Doué the same way that we talk about Mbappe and Lamine Yamal here in the next couple of seasons?
We should be. I mean, he was the Young Player of the Year for the Champions League. And again, he was going under the radar, but I think it's very clear and obvious now that he has that talent and ability. And unfortunately for DeMarco, he's been facing these youngsters and teenagers. I'm sure he's trying to spend an entire summer now of not having to face a Lamine Yamal or a Desiree Doué. But when you're one-on-one out there on the wing, your knees are going to shake. You're going to be concerned because that's the fear that Desiree Doué puts in his opponents.
Yeah, Inter going to be having nightmares from that final. Is that one, Cooper, that you watch back? I don't know.
How do we look at this Inter Milan season? Can we say that it was still a good season, although they made it to the Champions League final and left with no trophies? Because what was 2 months ago, we were talking about the fact that they are one of the teams in Europe that will win the treble, but obviously it didn't play out that way.
Inter is such a massive club that if you speak to any fan, they will all say it is a failure because they didn't win any silverware. They didn't win a trophy despite going all the way in all these competitions, the ones that I already mentioned. They have nothing to show for it this season. And while going to a Champions League final is an incredible feat, the fact that they've done it 2 times in the last 3 years shows that it's not a one-off. It was not like what Borussia Dortmund did last year. It's not just luck. It's a very solid team, but then we also saw the limitations. And I think the optics of losing 5-0 in the final, a final which they didn't even show up to. It looked like they thought that was a friendly match. That was not the Inter that I watched all season long in the Champions League. It's impossible to say that any Inter fan would be happy with that. Now, I'm going to play the analyst role and just the person from to take a bird's eye perspective and say Inter financially made a lot of money this year. It was the second team in all of Europe to make the most revenue. It's the most an Italian team has ever generated. So I think ownership will look at this and say it is a successful season, all things considered. And I was looking at just some numbers. And when you look at since Simone Inzaghi has been at Inter, compared to the rest of the spending in the world, they were 241st in net spending, which is absolutely ridiculous to see how far they've gone. But in the end, no Inter fan will say that they're happy this year.
Marco, you know what? I absolutely do agree with you. I don't think that I can say that this was a failure on the part of Inter. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. The last time that they had a trophyless season was 2013-14 under Mazzarri.
Wow.
So it's remarkable in just looking at that span of time. The caveat being, I think that Inzaghi has done the most with the least, with an aging team. And I think that this season, again, acknowledging that they've been in 2 Champions League finals over the last 3 seasons, they've been running a very high-risk, high-reward system. Obviously, the tracks ran short, right? They didn't show up to this final. I totally agree with you. And now there's speculation as to the status of Inzaghi with Inter. For me, I think that if things go according to plan and Inter want to stay the course, which I think, in my opinion, is the right thing to do. I think they do need to make some tactical adjustments. Players need to come in this summer transfer window. What do you think his future is? We know that Saudi are eyeing him. How does this go?
So tomorrow is D-Day. Tomorrow's the big decision. Does Inzaghi stay at Inter, or does he accept this mega offer from Al Hilal, which is believed to be around 60 million over 2 seasons, so 30 million a year, which of course he has to make a life choice, just as many of the players who made a decision to go to Saudi Arabia. There's family considerations that he has to make. I think that there will always be a market for a coach, even if he does step away for 2 seasons, but that decision comes tomorrow. And if it's not going to be Simone Inzaghi, the wish list, the dream is Cesc Fabregas at Como, or De Zerbi would be the backup. And I think from Inter's perspective, I agree with you. Inter would want to keep Inzaghi. I don't think that they would want to move on, but it will be up to him if he thinks the cycle is over. He's gone 4 years. They won that one Scudetto over this cycle that Inzaghi's been there, getting to those Champions League finals. But can he get more out of this squad? Does he feel like he's done enough? And then, of course, the big decision will be the financial. I think that there are limitations to Inzaghi. While I think that his cycle has been positive, very positive. They're always punching above where they should be, especially in European competitions. There is something to be said that he doesn't have a plan B with his tactics. And I think that was one thing that was very evident in the final. So there is a part of Inter fans that would say, hey, if we got a Fabregas, if we got a De Zerbi, can he make us more dynamic? But then, of course, you need to financially invest within the squad and be able to put resources behind the players that they want. So we'll find out tomorrow what his decision is.
I know that, obviously, Fabregas has been floated more recently, especially up until this morning. For me, I feel like that's kind of a big ask. I don't think that he has the substantial resume under him. Granted, I don't know at this point if Inter would have the appetite for a young manager to come in this way and not have the same expectations as following in Inzaghi's steps. For me, I think that if you have to play devil's advocate, I would lean more toward De Zerbi. I think that we know that he has a greater depth of experience and what he's managed to do to turn teams around. Do you think that Fabregas is actually a really viable option here?
So he's rejected other offers. Bayer Leverkusen wanted him, Roma wanted him, but I think when a team of Inter stature comes calling, and that's because Como want to keep Fabregas, of course, they've been the ones to reject. I think if Inter came calling, it could be a very different discussion. You're talking about the second best team in Europe, and you can't fault the young manager for wanting to have that ambition. Fabregas and Como, I've said it before, I said it when I was on Morning Footy the last time, probably the most overlooked storyline in all of European football this season to finish top 10 in Serie A with the team who just came from City B. Yes, they invested a lot into the squad, but he also played a different brand of football than we've ever seen from a team coming to City B. It's been so attacking, it's been so fun, it's been dynamic. I could see the allure for why you would want to bring him in to Inter. And I think that he would be capable of taking this squad to the next level. Of course, there's risks. Of course, he would probably benefit from one more season at Como. But if Inter comes calling, if that train comes, I don't know if you could pass it up.
Marco, you talked about dynamism, right? And a lot of the times in football, dynamism comes with age. One of the biggest headlines going into the final is that Inter was too old to compete with PSG. And whether that is exactly why the scoreline was what it was in the final or not, who knows? But at the end of the day, how does this team get younger? How much turnover do you potentially see? And how much do you think their ability to, like you said, use maybe less resources than other big spending teams have to be able to improve this squad?
I don't think they can use any less resources than the other teams, considering what they've done over the last years. They've been a team that's always needed to sell before they could buy. They sold Lukaku, they sold Hakimi, who ends up scoring against them. They sold Onana. It seems like this is the first season that Inter can buy before they sell, which is a good thing. That means that they're taking progressive steps forward. They need to get rid of the likes of Arnautovic and Correa. They're not going to be renewed. They didn't bring anything towards this season. And the funny thing is, I thought the experience was going to be the thing that helped them lift the trophy, and now in hindsight, it's always easy to say, all right, they have to rejuvenate, which is absolutely true. And they've already made 2 signings. Sucic and Luis Enrique from Marseille are going to be brought in that could give them a little bit of speed and could try to help them bring something that they didn't have before. But it's always this balancing act of, do they really have the resources to spend that much? The rumor is they have $100 million to spend. How much can $100 million really go? The key area for me, though, is finding somebody off the bench that could provide you with something different. Inter had to rely on Lautaro and Thuram all season long. The guys that were their alternatives for them simply didn't have it. And I think there's also something to be said that they didn't have anyone in the squad with a different characteristic, different traits. And this is not something that we're just saying because they lost the Champions League final. It's been something progressively throughout the year. We said they're missing that guy that could beat his man, that could dribble one-on-one. You've got PSG with the front 3, every single one is capable. Then you throw in Barcola off the bench. So they lack that. They need to find a way. But again, it's just trying to be realistic with the expectations that this club could have financially.
Buonasera da parte mia, bentornati qui su FFXIV Stadio, è sempre un'emozione, anche dopo decenni ormai di Tele Lombardia, essere qui a raccontare una finale di Champions League. Si scrive la storia per l'Inter, vedo e saluto e do il benvenuto e un abbraccio a Bettino Calcaterra in particolare, che è qui quando so che avrebbe voluto essere
tralasciamo
altrove.
Riportiamolo in Italia, il resto dopo vediamo.
Andiamo con la formazione, allora Sandré.
Sì, buonasera, sono una persona politica. Mi presenterò dopo,
Arriviamo.
Buonasera, un saluto a tutti gli interclub.
Vigani.
buonasera a tutti.
Da questo lato, Zanforlin. Buonasera. L'arbitro l'abbiamo stato perché
invece di dire che lo Juventino è fuori posto, dice che io sono fuori posto. Cioè,
Ascolta, è la stessa cosa.
È uguale, dice siamo gemellati.
Sì.
Vabbè,
ok.
qua siamo rimasti ancora alle vecchie battute.
Buona serata a tutti.
Grillo, benvenuta.
Buonasera, è così lontano, caro Claudio Garrioni.
Cosa?
Non sente la mia mancanza?
Sì, moltissimo. Lontano è Gianluca Rossi che ci sente in collegamento. Ciao Gianluca.
Ciao a tutti, buonasera dall'Allianz Stadium di Monaco di Baviera. Sono vicino a Bettino che comunque lo conosce bene, eravamo stati insieme qui non molto tempo fa. Ho chiesto fino all'ultimo, guarda, ho chiesto fino all'ultimo, te lo dico. Avrei voluto tanto farti una sorpresa.
Grazie
Già. Che mi hanno controllato la credito 6 volte, cioè una roba pazzesca, è diventato.
Vabbè, da una parte è giusto che ci siano i controlli, dall'altra dispiace ovviamente perché chi, tra virgolette, se l'era meritato sul campo, mi verrebbe da dire,
comunque,
purtroppo non ha potuto.
Quello che vi volevo dire, vendete i controlli allo stadio, ci sta qualche maroccetta, c'è stata mattina allo stadio, mi ha ascoltato e non li ho visto soltanto qui qualcosa come 74, perché sono arrivato a 74 pintati da pubblicità.
Ecco Gianluca, ti sentiamo male, adesso proviamo a ripristinare il collegamento, invece dovrebbero sentirmi bene gli amici che hanno organizzato questa serata in un luogo non meglio identificato, ma dal nome ben chiaro, il Nido dei Gufi, eccoli lì. Martinelli.
Saluti.
Ciao, buonasera.
Saluti.
Buonasera.
Sono d'accordo con Bettino, riportiamola in Italia questa coppa che è tanto tempo che ci manca. Riportiamola, dai.
Beh, tu eri 10 kg in meno, io ero ma l'ultima volta che l'hai riportato indietro tu eri 10 kg in meno.
Tu 30 kg in meno.
No, io ero già così, Te lo rassicuro.
Va bene, vedo che siamo già tonici.
Io non vorrei che
vi diamo anche
che
la
a fine
formazione,
serata
tanto ormai
fosse contento,
è
Bettino,
quella, la sapete, dopo la pubblicità torniamo.
Anche negli altri cancelli.
Cosa non ci viene
No, stai tranquilla che un po' di esperienza ce li ho, guarda. Però vedete che si stanno spostando dall'altra parte perché qui l'ingresso 9 è bloccato da ormai 20 minuti. Quindi stanno spostando perché all'ingresso 7 c'è un pochino più di...
Sì, per distribuirsi su varie
entrate. Sì, però vedete un po', insomma, la situazione, la vedete la situazione. È questo che stiamo ancora
sì.
Il ragazzo di Roma è ancora in coda. Adesso tra l'altro abbiamo trovato anche una...
Speriamo che non succeda che a un certo punto decidono di aprire i cancelli.
Tu però hai portato una TV dove possono seguire Tele Lombardia, quindi nel caso...
Esatto,
un monitor
esatto. Tra l'altro molta gente, Claudio ci ha detto l'unica... Sì.
50.000 a 35 euro sono a tutti e 35.
Costano anche a 20 e a 10.
Allora,
no, la media è 20. La media è 20,
però ne potremmo
Claudio.
discutere anche su questo.
Cioè, Bettino?
No, Franco dice la media è 35, non sono a 35 perché ci sono 45 il primo anello rosso 20. Dove sei seduto, poi c'è Prato, ci sono il terzo anello, costa 10-15 euro. Non è quello. Il problema è che, visto che molti di questi erano abbonati, erano soci, così, uno sforzo della società, almeno per questi che erano abbonati così, si poteva anche fare.
Sì,
è stata onestamente un po' organizzata male anche con la storia dei codici, poi però va bene così.
Se c'è qualcuno che vuol fare, non so, un voto, una promessa in caso di sconfitta dell'Inter, qualcosa che è disposto a fare per far vincere i francesi, non lo so.
No, non c'è bisogno, Claudio.
Ma non serve.
No, siamo partiti bene, veramente. Non sono d'accordo con Franco. Il Paris Saint-Germain attacca e non lascia gli spazi che lasciava il Barça, per esempio.
Quindi è più equilibrato.
È molto più squadra il Paris Saint-Germain. C'ha questo recupero. Guarda qua. Hakimi.
Momento ovviamente preoccupante, avevamo detto 10 minuti di PSG e il PSG passa tra l'altro proprio col gol dell'ex Hakimi.
Un eccesso di libertà,
non esulta.
Un eccesso di libertà perché hanno fatto 3 passaggi e si sono trovati tutti e tre nei passaggi, tutti e tre liberi. 2 e Hakimi. Cosa fa Di Marco? Allora io lo dico dall'inizio, Bettino più partita.
No, ve lo dico cosa fa Di Marco, tiene in gioco le 2 punte del
una sciocchezza Di Marco, si è spostato, ha fatto una diagonale che non serviva a nulla, ha rimesso in gioco gli attaccanti del Barcellona, una sciocchezza.
Allora, sotto subito,
comunque è troppo presto perché l'Inter può fare quello che vuole.
Tanti a pochi.
L'Inter può fare quello che vuole, aspettiamo a parlare.
Tanti a pochi.
Anche il Barcellona.
Tanti a pochi.
Anche il Barcellona era
tanti a pochi.
Quando l'Inter
è stato fin troppo facile, il Inter non riesce quasi mai a contrastarlo e si aprono varchi un po' da tutte le parti, arriva anche il raddoppio.
Ragazzi, imbarazzanti. Non ha anche sfortunato perché ha deviato
fa tempo a arrivare. Ha sbagliato Barella sopra. Certo che è andato molle.
È molle, Bettino, è molle.
È molle sì.
Cos'è, autore?
2-0 del Paris Saint-Germain che
sta arrivando
con un pallone.
Era fuori.
Allora se è fuori però.
No, era fuori.
No, non è fuori.
Il problema è che lui
un attimo Angelo.
Se lui copriva bene il pallone andava in angolo e non ci sarebbe stata ripartenza. Lui era convinto, poi è stato recuperato, ma il pallone non era fuori assolutamente.
Sì. Ti ripeto, punirne 1 o 2 sarebbe forse anche ingeneroso. Poi è tutta la squadra che è sotto il suo livello.
Gianni.
Quindi tanto vale che provino loro a riscattarsi.
Direttore,
Dica.
lei negli ultimi 10 anni ha fatto dei passi da gigante perché la vede come me. Bravo direttore.
bravo, vede che a frequentarmi è arrivato a un livello altissimo.
Sono migliorato tantissimo.
Grande.
Bene, questo è il punto di vista di Sandrei, quindi è preoccupante da questo punto di vista. Va bene, quindi Inter che torna in campo con gli stessi 11, tifosi che invocano addirittura Taremi, ci fa capire insomma dove...
Come terzo.
Perché punto
Sì, ma
capisco la disperazione.
È il caldo che c'è a Milano adesso.
È il caldo che c'è a Milano, va bene, però... Nel primo e anche nel secondo.
Attenzione!
Ok, Gufi.
Attenzione!
Arriva un altro!
Devi togliere ancora la colpa tutta a lui.
Prego, insopportabile.
Vediamo noi tifosi. C'è anche qualcuno che sorride, per fortuna manca.
Abbiamo messo due difensori. Abbiamo messo due difensori sul 2-2.
Infatti è strana.
Superiorità numerica, paura.
Anche perché.
No, fuori.
Gol. Dentro.
Arriva il terzo gol.
Questo è un monito.
Basta. Avete visto come sono passati con il tacco? Una roba incredibile.
Ciao, triplete! Ciao, triplete!
Buon soirée!
Riusciamo a fare
Bettino!
al primo quarto d'ora! Non tre!
Ici, c'est Paris! Bettino!
Buoni, perché in questo momento c'è anche ovviamente la delusione del dramma sportivo di una squadra che ha fatto tantissimo.
È successo arrivare in finale.
Il presidente Moratti ha detto che c'hanno la
seconda finale in
la
2 anni.
tradizione loro!
È la seconda
il presidente Moratti l'ha detto!
Il Paris Saint-Germain e il Manchester City avevano mai vinto la Champions League nella loro storia, questi non vincono mai! Cosa va a fare Donnarumma a Parigi? Alzarla davanti a Bettino va! Alzare la Champions League! Gigione nostro!
Bonito.
Va bene.
Mio, è intanto vince la Champions League. Tu sei qua col maglioncino.
Questo in effetti.
Adesso mi cambio.
Questo è vero.
Era simile a quello! Era simile a quello!
Grande footlocker. Dai che andiamo a comprare un paio di scarpe.
Buoni, grazie. Torniamo anche qua perché poi. Senza esagerare. Va bene. Buoni. Allora, Inter travolta. Guarda come esultano nei tifi. Anche Martinelli adesso è tranquillo.
Più bello!
Bettino, però ti avevo avvisato che tu canti a poco.
È vero, lui è il primo gol che lo dice. Guardate poi lo San Siro con la gente che esce.
Bettina che diceva.
Daniele, stasera ti va bene.
Allora sentiamo un po' perché la gente sta poca voglia di parlare, ovviamente c'erano altri presupposti, una serata così negativa.
Prova a chiedere ai Dani su Inzaghi cosa sperano.
Sì.
Ruggeri sei un coglione.
No. Aspetta un attimo perché ovviamente c'è sempre questo
ma
rischio,
capisco
Claudio.
che il momento
Lo
sia
sai,
complesso. Anzi, complimenti per
poi
il lavoro che stai facendo.
No, un attimo che sentiamo qua, insomma, che cosa non è andato, ti chiedo sì, se magari più 5 anche se non allora, io comunque ringrazio i ragazzi per averci portato in finale perché comunque l'Inter ci ha dato un sogno. Però ragazzi, stasera una finale così, i primi 5 minuti sembrava una partita in trasferta di Serie A alle ultime giornate. La finale si gioca diversamente. Però dai, speriamo nella prossima, sempre forza ragazzi, grazie per questo sogno, dai.
Bentornati, ormai si attende solo la fine della sofferenza di questa partita.
Molto bravo Luis Enrique, che fa partecipare tutti alla gioia, vedi, fa entrare anche le riserve negli ultimi minuti.
Ma che serata! Cosa ti ho detto? Bettino, te l'avevo detto. 4-0 come Milan a Barcellona. Questa è Marsiglia 93. Marsiglia 93 che ancora me la canti. Questa va contro la francese a Monaco. E lì sta tutto un inglese. Non hai sentito un po', ma non stai arrivando a fare il mi stai rovinando. Uno, ma io, tu
Buoni minuti, d'accordo, andiamo. Daniele.
Sì, no, sì, ciao Claudio, ciao. C'è qualcuno anche che vuole salutare Cristiano in maniera sempre...
Assolutamente, Cristiano, goditela perché questo è di soddisfazioni. Ti è rimasto solo questo, niente.
Sì, stupenda. Questo ci sta, però che qui... Non lo so cosa dire.
Non ha parole, 5.
Andiamo dai gufi che...
5 sono tanti.
Forza Milan, ragazzi!
Questo è l'Inter di record.
Arrendetevi!
Nessuno aveva vinto la finale 5-0.
Arrendetevi!
È la prima volta nella storia. Mai una finale di Champions League con 5 gol di scarto. È l'Inter dei record.
L'Inter dei record! Bravi!
Porro.
L'Inter dei record!
Daniele.
Bettino.
Ti abbiamo visto parlare, ma abbiamo
anche la Juve ha preso 2 finali, dai, Bettino.
Se c'è qualche
Bettino, ma dov'è la cravatta dell'Inter? Dov'è?
Signora, chiedo scusa. No, niente.
Vediamo adesso è difficile in questo momento, anzi, ho visto che saranno più tifose del Milan pronte a farsi notare con Coeurl.
Molto lucido, fa onore a questo ragazzo.
È arrivato in questo finale a porre fine a una sofferenza. Samuele applaude. Triplete, insomma è la tripla delusione.
Anche in questo caso Simone Inzaghi non ha voluto il recupero, come con Milan.
Però l'ha chiesto più sicuramente.
Grande Gigio,
Bettino
italiano che vince la Champions League, Gianluigi Donnarumma. Grande Gigio, cuore rossonero. Arriviamo di là. Tamara ha ricordato
sì, adesso verranno anche a trovarci da questa parte. Ricordo anche Fabio, ciao Fabio, ben ritrovato.
Ciao.
Ci eravamo lasciati sulla speranza di un gol che potesse riaprire il match, invece è stata una disfatta totale sotto tutti gli aspetti.
Mi lasciava presagire che potesse esserci questo gol, se non la speranza, una speranza così molto vaga.
Ma è un'umiliazione? La possiamo definire così?
Sì, no, devo dire che l'infame Ruiu ha detto una cosa che si è rivelata drammaticamente vera. Meglio essere rimasti a Milano che essere andati là e tornare con un'umiliazione di questo genere. Io stavo guardando, non c'è mai stato una finale Champions sul distacco di 5 gol.
Sì.
Quindi
Siamo vicini.
Ecco, qua lo studio adesso ha assunto una conformazione preoccupante. Leonardo, sei proprio davanti alla telecamera, quindi dovresti anche... Ecco, no, sei proprio davanti alla telecamera. Leonardo, ascoltami, sei proprio davanti alla telecamera, quindi devi spostare da lì.
Nel 17 io ero a Cardiff.
Mi stai aspettando da quel giorno.
Però Fabio, avevi ragione tu. Bettino ha fatto bene a stare qua in studio invece che andare a Monaco.
Hai risparmiato.
Bravo Bettino, bravo.
Sai quanti soldi hai risparmiato?
Mi sono andato a Turbigo.
Va bene, intanto vedo questo abbraccio anche un po' consolatorio, perché so che comunque vi volete bene.
Essere contenti di essere arrivati in finale, che è comunque un motivo di grande orgoglio, però anche noi che siamo i gufi ufficiali, così c'è più gufi.
Vabbè, meglio così che...
Sì, si soffre di più, è la sia di Barcellona sofferenza, però se poi deve essere questa la ricompensa si può anche soffrire.
Va bene.
Complimenti anche a Zanfolì che ha detto centrocampo per il saint-germain.
Presi uno per uno.
Io ti ho
partita.
Ti ho detto, finisce tanti a pochi.
Vuoi rivedere la tua analisi, Orfeo?
È stata una partita reale, vera.
Quest'anno
Orfeo, per favore.
Orfeo, per favore. Non fare peggio di loro, non fare peggio di
Si è fatta anche umiliare familiare perché non puoi entrare e fare un approccio del genere a una partita del genere. Loro non c'erano.
Fisicamente c'è mai stata una finale?
No.
Mai.
La prima volta che ci sono 5 gol di scarto.
Spiegatevi come sia stato possibile che l'Inter sia arrivata in finale. Spiegatemi come sia stato questo possibile. Se per voi il divario vale quel 5-0 che avete visto voi.
Se tu hai visto le partite del Paris Saint-Germain di Champions League a partire dalla gara con Liverpool, che è nettamente la squadra più forte Europa. La Liverpool, la squadra più forte Europa, il Paris Saint-Germain li ha umiliati dal punto di vista del gioco. Andate e ritorno. Ha battuto 3 squadre di Premier. Il Paris Saint-Germain quest'anno è la squadra più forte Europa. Punto.
Io per quello che ho visto ti dico
come ha affrontato il City.
Io ti dico che per quello che ho visto questa partita l'ha giocata solo il PSG perché l'Inter non c'era. Non c'era.
Dei giocatori per quel che si fermeranno per vedere con che atteggiamento adesso li proviamo anche
ma chi è l'unico che secondo me passa una buona serata. Buoni.
Avec Dembélé qui peut récupérer, il accélère à droite de la surface. Crochet entre deux joueurs, doucement il est passé. L'enroulade, elle est captée par Sommer. Allez, c'est bien, on lâche rien. On y va. On y va. De la surface à Doué, la passe.
C'est magnifique.
Saute. Qui ne saute pas est Marseillais. Qui ne saute pas est Marseillais. Qui ne saute pas est Marseillais. Qui ne saute pas est Marseillais.
Magnifique les mecs.
Magnifique.
Et ça continue.
Allez, ça repart.
Allez les mecs. Allez Yanis, c'est côté gauche.
L'enroulée de Kvara. Elle passe juste au-dessus. Allez, on y va.
Les gars, on va le faire, on va marquer le deuxième les mecs.
On s'arrête pas les mecs.
On gagne 1-0 et c'est logique. L'Inter fait rien les gars.
Magnifique, et ça part en compte pour le PSG. Allez. Avec Farah va écarter avec Dembélé à gauche au milieu de terrain. Il y a 2 contre 2 à jouer. Allez, Dembélé face à 2 joueurs. Il temporise un peu Dembélé. Il y a un 4 contre 3 à jouer maintenant. Le centre de Dembélé, c'est Désiré Doué. Pour Doué, dans la surface. La frappe.
Les gars, c'est beau ce qui se passe à Paris.
C'est historique.
C'est beau ce qui se passe.
C'est historique.
C'est beau ce qui se passe à Munich.
Allez, on lâche rien.
C'est beau ce qui se passe cette année.
Qui derrière un contre le téléphone. Et qui derrière qui va sur le deuxième poteau. Pacho l'enlève. Voilà William. Voilà Pacho.
On a voulu les gars un grand défenseur central au Paris Saint-Germain. On l'a les gars. On en a eu des grands. Mais là les gars, on a un immense défenseur central au Paris Saint-Germain les gars.
C'est Pacho qui va, c'est Mendes qui va jouer cette touche. Mais entre 2 joueurs, ça va écarter à droite de la surface, il y a du champ pour le stop. Ça va être dévié, super Pacho. Super Pacho.
Les gars.
Super Pacho, corner pour l'Inter.
Ce maillot, je vais le floquer Pacho, c'est pas possible.
On va prendre un but maintenant avant la mi-temps, surtout pas maintenant les gars. Surtout pas maintenant. Allez, corner qui est frappé au deuxième poteau. La tête. Ça pointe le 50. Oh
Les gars, quasiment la même que. Comment il s'appelle? Que Dumfries.
Les gars, c'est la même que Declan Rice contre Arsenal. C'est la même. C'est la même. La tête qui passe juste à côté. Énorme. Et Mendes, c'est fini, non.
Non, mon Dieu.
Non, Mendes est blessé, les gars, c'est fini pour Mendes, il reste à terre. Oh putain. Oh non, Mendes est blessé, les gars. Pour Donaï, voilà, Gijo. Voilà.
Les gars, la mentalité de ce soir. Et même, les gars, on le voit encore maintenant avec Nuno Mendes.
Et c'est bien, c'est la part écartée à gauche de la surface, première ouverture.
Le
crochet derrière.
Pour les enterrer.
De Doué, le centre de Doué, deuxième poteau. La reprise. Oh, le raté. Oh, c'est le raté d'Ousmane. L'énorme occasion pour le 3-0. C'est pas grave, les gars, c'est pas grave, jusqu'au bout, on est avec eux et ça repart. Récupération à gauche de la surface avec Mendes, et on récupère la balle, c'est bien fait avec Hakimi, il essaie d'empêcher la touche, mais il peut pas, mais on voit des battants, on voit des joueurs qui courent, qui font des efforts, qui donnent tout, qui pressent comme des chiens, enfin, ça donne tout, il lâche rien. Allez, faut rien lâcher, jusqu'au bout, tout le temps. C'est exceptionnel. On peut faire les problèmes dans la mi-temps. Ça repart avec Doué, on va se mètres. Les passes Doué, le crochet Doué, il est passé. Doué dans l'axe, le plat du pied. Ça passe juste à côté. L'énorme occasion pour Désiré Doué.
Il s'excuse.
C'est lancé. Allez, c'est frappé ce corner d'Ousmane aussi. Mettre la tête. Oh, elle passe juste au-dessus. L'occasion pour Kvara, ça passe pas loin. Et c'est une très belle équipe sur coup de pied arrêté, c'est frappé premier poteau, ça traîne dans la surface. Ça revient entre penalty, ça va être défié. Ça revient entre de surface, la passe latérale pour Di Marco. Et Yamame contre l'Inter. Allez, coup franc pour Paris. Vamos. Pour l'Inter à gauche du rond central. Duel de la tête, ça passe pour l'Inter. Ça repart à gauche, 25 mètres avec la récupération de Barella. La passe de Barella à gauche de la surface pour Zalewski. Il rentre dans la surface, le crochet, il est passé, la frappe. Super tard ici. Super tard de Neves. Et coup franc pour Paris derrière. Vamos. Et carton jaune pour Zalewski. Vamos. C'était pas parti, et là ça repart pour Paris. À gauche, du central avec Dembélé. C'est maintenant les gars, c'est maintenant les frérots. Dembélé ballon pied. La passe dans la tête, c'est belle pour Hakimi. La frappe, c'est juste à côté. Les frérots. C'est à côté.
Ouh, les gars.
Allez, c'est pas grave. Allez, Dembélé, super talon, c'est magnifique.
C'est magnifique.
Vitinha, il est parti. Vitinha. La passe de Vitinha, ça repart avec Doué. La frappe. Le Golden Boy. Pour vas-y, le vas-y, le Vara, la frappe, 4-0, 4-0 les gars, 4-0 les gars, 4-0, c'est exceptionnel, ce qui est en train de se passer, les gars, c'est une dinguerie. 4-0, finale de Ligue des Champions. Est-ce que vous vous rendez compte, les gars? Est-ce que vous êtes en train? Est-ce que vous vous rendez compte, les frères? 4-0 en finale de Ligue des Champions. La meilleure équipe du monde. Ah pardon. La meilleure équipe du monde. On l'a fait, les frères. Il n'y a personne qui a cru en nous. Et il y a même... On va être champion d'Europe. Allez, le tir repart. Récupération de Pacho. Allez, Pacho va écarter à droite du rond central. Merci, merci, merci Paris. Merci Paris, merci Paris. Merci, merci. merci, merci Paris.
Eh les gars, ils vont en mettre un 5e. Hein.
Merci Paris. Merci, merci, merci Paris.
Eh les gars,
merci Paris, c'est incroyable.
Les gars, ils sont pas là pour jouer, ils sont là pour...
On repart à gauche du rond central avec Vitinha. On va être champion d'Europe, on va gagner la Ligue des Champions. On va gagner la Ligue des Champions. Yes. Allez, la passe pour Bradet, je te l'ai dit. Dans la surface pour Bradet, Barcola, il va frapper Bradet. Dans la surface pour Bradet, côté gauche, Bradet en cours de joueur, il resserre Mayolou. La frappe. La 5-0. La 5-0.
La manita les gars. La manita les frérots. La manita les gars. C'est incroyable. Eh les gars, le 5e.
Faut que j'arrête avec mon épaule. Faut que j'arrête avec mon épaule. J'ai trop mal. J'ai trop mal. Ça fait 5-0.
5-0 les gars.
5-0.
Les gars.
Et moi, on peut le dire. On est les champions. 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 Les Marseillais chialés.
C'est incroyable. C'est les gars. 5-0. Les gars, les gars,
5-0.
on se rend pas compte.
5-0.
Les gars, excusez-moi, Wallah, on se rend pas compte.
Mais c'est terminé. J'ai cassé la chaîne.
C'est incroyable. C'est incroyable, les mecs. 5-0.
On est champion d'Europe. Champion d'Europe. La Ligue des Champions. La Ligue des Champions.
Merci Paris. Merci Paris. Merci Paris. Ah, c'est une dinguerie, Yanis. C'est incroyable, les gars. Ah, c'est une dinguerie.
Les deux équipes qui vont rentrer sur la pelouse, Philippe Sansfourche, Nicolas Longereau.
Et on voit ces visages concentrés,
de quelques sourires. Encore Ousmane Dembélé qui plaisante avec Marcus Thuram, coéquipier en équipe de France. On a vu le visage concentré de Marquinhos, le capitaine du Paris Saint-Germain, avec cette bâche qui est toujours présente sur la pelouse, les blasons des deux clubs, du Paris Saint-Germain, de l'Inter Milan. Ce tifo, je le disais, dans le virage des supporters parisiens. Ils arrivent précédés de l'arbitre, monsieur Kovacs. Les deux formations sont sur cette pelouse de l'Allianz Arena. Et la frappe a fini plein axe sur Sommer, bien capté par le portier suisse de l'Inter. Mais il avait réussi à faire un décalage.
Ils récupèrent les ballons assez facilement, les Parisiens. Ils se laissent finalement percer jusqu'aux 25 mètres, les Interistes, avec Vitinha là dans la surface de réparation pour Doué. Doué, la frappe pour Hakimi. La vue Ashraf Hakimi,
la deuxième minute
du score du Paris Saint-Germain de la 12e minute sur une superbe action collective. Ashraf Hakimi qui ouvre le score pour le Paris Saint-Germain.
1-0 et avec le virage dingue, le virage des supporters parisiens, les ultras qui sont en train de fêter ce but, l'ouverture du score à la 12e minute pour le Paris Saint-Germain. Ashraf Hakimi avec la lucidité devant le but, la lucidité de Désiré Doué pour trouver Ashraf Hakimi, le relais et ensuite le plat du pied, et la défense de l'Inter était dépassée. 1-0 pour le Paris Saint-Germain avant même la fin de ce premier quart d'heure. Le but d'Hakimi.
C'était quasiment un corner pour les Italiens et au final c'est un ballon de contre avec Dembélé qui va temporiser. Il y a Doué qui enchaîne la frappe de Doué.
Le but
de Doué. Elle est contrée, cette frappe, elle est au fond. Extraordinaire. Désiré Doué, le but du 2-0. Je me disais c'était quasiment un corner pour les Interistes. Pacho qui fait l'effort, on récupère le ballon, on remonte sur le côté gauche et Désiré Doué, deuxième poteau. La frappe elle est contrée, mais Yann Sommer est battu. Ça fait 2-0 après 20 minutes de jeu.
Désiré Doué, 20 ans dans 3 jours, qui permet au Paris Saint-Germain de mener 2-0 maintenant, avec ce gamin qui est là, qui est présent et qui fait un début de partie incroyable, qui a été passeur décisif sur le but d'Hakimi, qui marque maintenant cette frappe. Elle est déviée. 2-0 après 21 minutes de jeu pour le Paris Saint-Germain. Cette première période pour l'instant est idyllique. 2-0 pour les hommes de Luis Enrique. Décalage est fait avec Doué qui est dans la profondeur. Doué qui va se présenter face à Sommer, le but. Le troisième but du Paris Saint-Germain, signé Désiré Doué, le doublé de Désiré Doué, passeur décisif sur le premier but, lancé en profondeur par Dembélé, ça fait 3-0 pour le PSG.
C'est lui, Désiré Doué, c'est lui qui nous a fait rêver à Anfield, c'est lui qui avait redonné l'espoir face à Aston Villa, souvenez-vous, après l'ouverture du score des Anglais, d'une frappe merveilleuse qu'il avait décochée de l'entrée de la surface de réparation. Là, il a encore eu le temps, mentalement de se dire, il faut que je la cadre, il faut que j'attrape le cadre, il faut que je trompe Yann Sommer pour aller mettre ce troisième but qui est très probablement le signe d'un break historique probablement dans cette finale de Ligue des Champions. Paris met 3-0 à la 64e minute. C'est un paradis que sont en train de nous offrir, de nous faire vivre les Parisiens.
Avec Marquinhos pour donner ce ballon à Nuno Mendes. Hop, attention avec le Dembélé qui a remis, qui a pris à contre-pied. Oh, il se reprend très bien Nuno Mendes dans les pieds de Dumfries. Oh, tout leur réussit. Tout leur réussit.
Il va y aller tout seul face à Dumfries. Là, il va le 4e but.
4-0. 4-0. La démonstration.
Le géorgien du Paris Saint-Germain arrivé au mercato d'hiver. Et ça y est, le staff, les joueurs, tout le monde est parti face au COP parisien. Ça fait 4-0, mesdames, messieurs, 4-0 en finale de Ligue des Champions face à l'Inter.
Il leur marche dessus.
C'est indécent.
Il leur marche dessus. 4-0 et Sommer battu. Kvaratskhelia qui ne perd pas son duel. Ils sont au pied de la tribune, ça chante, complètement sonné, a battu, humilié les Interistes, et avec tout le banc parisien qui a couru vers les joueurs. 4-0, même Doué qui est sorti du banc, qui a refait un sprint là-bas pour être avec ses coéquipiers. 4-0 pour Kvaratskhelia, et il reste encore un quart d'heure. Zaïre qui est passé, il a de l'espace maintenant, il va donner ce ballon à Barcola. On monte pas trop sur l'ancien lyonnais, on remet dans l'axe avec Mayoulou maintenant. Mayoulou pour revenir sur Barcola, la qualité technique. Mayoulou dans un angle fermé,
le but de
cinquième.
Mais c'est complètement
C'est du délire avec les Parisiens qui sont dans la surface de réparation.
C'est
Ni Mayoulou l'instant. Luis Enrique qui tombe dans les bras de Vitinha. Tous les Parisiens sont là-bas. Oh, quasiment derrière le but de Yann Sommer. 5-0 dans la tribune des Milanais. Dans le virage. C'est terminé. C'est terminé. Pas de temps additionnel. Paris est champion d'Europe. C'est un soir d'histoire. C'est un soir d'éternité pour le Paris Saint-Germain qui remporte sa première Ligue des Champions 5-0 face à l'Inter Milan. Ça a été d'une maîtrise totale, d'une démonstration incroyable. Ils sont partout sur la pelouse. Les Parisiens, certains sont en train de pleurer sur la pelouse de façon incroyable. 5-0, c'est une démonstration au terme d'une saison qui aura été totalement incroyable pour ce Paris Saint-Germain. Soir d'histoire pour les Parisiens.
La deuxième Ligue des Champions de l'histoire du football français. Paris qui rentre dans l'histoire et qui devient aussi ce soir le premier club français à avoir remporté 2 Coupes d'Europe. Il y a eu la Coupe des Coupes 1996, il y aura désormais la Ligue des Champions 2025.
was talking about you, and he said there was lots of criticism talking about Othman not having a good life, sleeping late, but this was not true. The guy was disciplined, was working hard, and he was able to end fantastic season with Xavi. And today you prove for everyone that you are a top class, and maybe you are a very big competitor now winning the Ballon d'Or.
Tout d'abord, ce sont des choses qui peuvent arriver dans une carrière.
These things can happen in the career. I went to Barcelona when I was 20.
Depuis tout petit, j'ai jamais craché sur FC Barcelone.
Never misbehaved with Barcelona, and I have only good memories from my period there. And Lionel Messi, of course, I played with him, and I learned from him also. I am happy of all what happened during my career.
Ship was from Morocco. He played the World Cup for Morocco '98. You have a Moroccan wife, so congratulations.
Quel est le secret de ce changement?
What is the secret of this change?
Cette année, vous avez commencé à marquer, t'es plus efficace.
Il y a plusieurs choses.
There are many reasons. First of all, for a team like PSG, there is a lot of competition, and all the players exert a lot of efforts in order to be in the team.
Devenu le roi du pressing.
He became the king of pressing.
Avant, j'étais fatigué.
No, I'm tired.
Il faut donner le maximum.
No, we have to do everything possible. And if you are tired, there will be another player who comes in.
Coach, what a match, what a game, what a result. Can you put into words, what happened after the final whistle?
Well, my feeling now is a feeling of joy. I think we play a really serious final against a very good Inter, but we press them all the time. We create chances from the beginning. We dominate the ball, and I think we deserve to win.
You have made history. Winning the UEFA Champions League is something special, but Paris Saint-Germain has never done it before. How does it feel to be the first in history?
Yeah, that was our objective, our goal from the last year, and the second year we can achieve that. Now we need to continue in making history and winning another one. And before we need to enjoy that, and making a lot of people happy is a good feeling.
Thank you, coach. Congratulations.
They responded the way he wanted to, so that's why obviously recruitment out of the place. He was one of the first guys to go in that sense, or one of the big superstars after. But then when anyone comes in the door, you have to be absolutely akin to the way he wants to play. You have to have a buy-in to want to work and want to run. We saw that clip there with Kahori, and one of the biggest cheers of the night was that, getting the ball back, retrieving the ball.
At 4-0.
At 4-0, exactly. It tells you, and it says a lot about this team.
It does. Just on that note as well about Kylian Mbappe, he said when he left, Luis Enrique said, look, I would love to keep him, best player in the world, who wouldn't? But this team will be better without him, and they were, and they could go on as well. What's next for them, do you think?
They're just going to get better and better. I mean, you think about, he's the most important person at that football club. You think about what Sir Alex did for Man United, Jurgen Klopp did, Pep Guardiola did. It starts with the manager. When you get a manager hire like that, and everybody buys in and they get their recruitment right. Credit the sporting director, by the way. The recruitment is absolutely unbelievable. Luis Enrique, the job that he's done at this football club is just masterclass, honestly.
There's a common theme between those managers you just mentioned. There's a fear factor with them, isn't there?
Yeah.
You can tell there's a respect, a fear factor, and a willing and want
it's
and
the
a desire
values,
to play with them.
It's
Yeah,
the values, what they stand for.
I have to ask, Stephen, you're probably quite well placed for me to ask this question to you. Inzaghi obviously has been given a monster offer from Al Hilal over in Saudi Arabia. He said, look, I've got everything that I need right here. What does this result do for that? Do you think it changes it in any way?
I don't think he'll be thinking about that at the moment. Al Hilal, a wonderful club, very powerful, a lot of money. It will be tempting, of course. But I think right now at the moment he'll be thinking about himself and his players. He'll be thinking about Inter Milan. He'll be thinking about the size and the magnitude of the transitional period it's going to have to go through. They've done incredibly well. You do feel sorry for them because they've hit the post so many times in recent times, and they've been tremendous. They've been great to watch. A different style than Luis Enrique's team. But he needs to have serious talks and meetings with his own owners at Inter Milan and decide what's next. Because for him to compete with this PSG team moving forward, he's going to need serious investment and serious backing, that's for sure.
All right, it's been amazing here tonight. Obviously, Paris Saint-Germain is their night. But Rio, before we leave, just one final goodbye from us here at TNT Sport to you. That is it for your career here for now. Rio, can I just say on behalf of, I know everybody behind the camera and everyone that you've worked with, you've just been an absolute pleasure. And personally, since I joined, you've been so incredibly welcoming. You'll be sorely missed. Really missed.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to everybody I've worked with. I think my job's made a lot easier with great people, great friends that I've worked with who will remain friends for many years. But as important as the people you see on the screen, the people behind the screen that do all the jobs that get us here, enable us to put our best foot forward, are all appreciated. And again, thank you to everybody who's been
Whatever you do next, Rio, you're going to smash it just like you have here. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure.
All the bits are on me.
Absolutely. Oh, this has to feel so special. Has all the stress been worth it to get here?
We're live?
We're live.
No,
We're live. You're in.
So
Yes.
I didn't hear you, sir.
Sorry. This has to feel so special. The stress, everything that you have gone through.
Honestly, it's like a dream. You know, I mean, first of all, I want to say hard luck for Inter Milan. I mean, they've done fantastic season. Honestly, you know, I mean, they deserve to be here. You know, it was incredible final. You know, 5 goals in final. If you tell me that you're gonna win 5-0, I would say impossible, to be honest. And the team done amazing. I mean, you know, the season is the best season, I mean, ever. And we're so proud, as I said, you know, we building the team for the future. Whatever the outcome was today or even before, we're not gonna change. It's just, we need to be again the legacy today, the real work start today. So we have a lot to do in the future. And, you know, we need to be humble, we need to be down to earth, because football is going too quick, and I'm so proud, you know, I mean, for the fans, for France. I mean, you know, coach here, Thierry said, you know, he wants us to win, and I really thank you. I know you want us, because I think it's amazing for France. It's not just for Paris, because France deserve better. We have good league, we have good club, history clubs, we have, but and I'm sure it's going to be getting better. So we're so proud as a French club winning this title.
President, first and foremost, congratulations. You know what I think about Luis Enrique. You know what I think of you and what you have done for this club. I just said before you arrived, and I said it on air already, this is a safe place now to go to the stadium, and you know what I'm talking about. I won't go into details. You made it a competitive club. You made it a winning club. You made it a treble club. You made it the, Champions League winner club. Now, let's put that on the side. You've been criticized so many times about X things. For example, me, I did criticize you by saying you should go young. You remember when I said you should go young and go? But now I want to talk to the human being. Now I want to talk about the human being. How was it for you mentally? Because I see everybody now saying, yeah, we knew it. We all know that sometimes there were doubts. So how are you feeling as a human being? Not the president, none of that, please, the human being, because it's very important. Sleepless night, thinking about how to do it. You don't want to go out. It's embarrassing. From the remontada to that, please talk to us, because it's very important.
It's really, I think the best question I've been asked, to be honest, because it's true. Yeah? We've been criticized a lot, as you know, and we've been trying to work for French league, French football, and we've been criticizing what we're doing, what it's just destroying, and I think, it's really hurt, of course, but for me, I was really focusing on our goal. We were really focusing what we want to achieve, and I knew that we're gonna get it. I don't know that year, honestly. This was not planned that we wanted the year, but we know that we're gonna get it because they motivated me. They are pushing us to do it. And I said, I'm gonna prove to everybody they're wrong. And today we're gonna see the real friends. And I saw them when everybody was criticizing us. And today, thank God that the team approved that we have the best manager in the world, coach in the world, the best players. And
how long is his next contract? How long is his next contract?
Another 2 years, but he will be. Listen, this is for us. It's like more partnership. The coach believe in the club, believe in the project, believe in the owner of the club, direction, and this is where they go. If one day a coach doesn't believe in it, then it's not just the coach, but all the players. And this is what we need. We need people believe in our goal, believe in our project, and that's what we change. That's the proof.
President, can I ask you about this season, though? You're talking about the big project a long time, but you started this season poorly in the Champions League. But second half of the season, since the Manchester City game, you've been the best team in Europe. At what stage or what game do you actually think, I think we've got a real chance of winning the Champions League this season?
To be honest, when we came back from Manchester City, was that the change of the mentality of the players, and they had really the confidence, everybody. It's not just the players, not just the manager, but even the media started to believe. Even always, some media, they're always doubting about us, and he's the best. He's the best. Unbelievable player. So it is really, for us from here, then we saw that's something coming very special for us. And in football, go too fast. You could win it, but today we win it. Amazing win.
Last round, you said I could have your phone number. I've still not received your.
Coach, please. Coach. I'm his lawyer, actually.
I just want to say congratulations.
Yes, amen.
Fully deserves. Well done. Amazing.
Much respect. Congratulations. Back out here, perhaps to do another lap in there, just to take it all in, and they will have a lot to take in. What does it feel like initially after you win the Champions League, in these moments when perhaps the stadium begins to empty and you can kind of let it all settle in?
Yeah, after the initial lifting of the trophy, and that feeling that you get is just like, you can't describe it. I've got to be honest with you, it's hard to put that into words. But it's an accumulation of all the hard work. You start thinking about the journey to get to this point, the ups, the downs, the family members, the friends, your network of people that have helped you propel you to this moment as well. And then you start looking for those people as well, even in the stands, and seeing where they are. And I think you have them a little moment on the pitch or at the bottom of the stairs, wherever it is, just to go, you know what, you're thankful. But obviously there's been a lot of work that's gone into getting there.
Yeah, I think for me, the family and the friends have got to be a little bit patient, Obviously, they're the most important people in the big picture, I get all that. But give the players the moment. Let them celebrate with each other first and foremost. Let them you know, let it settle in, the pride, the emotion, the satisfaction, the joy. You've got to give the players and the staff the moment first. Then you bring your family and your friends and you share it with them. But tonight it was the other way around.
Yeah.
Family and the friends wanted to be on before the players could get themselves into the pitches.
What did you all say to each other in the dressing room? Can you remember?
I just remember talking how tired I was. Every single body, cramp all over the place. But just, it was all worth it. It was all worth it because the buzz, you feel on top of the world. You're on this wave of emotion, and to share it with your teammates, you know, and the staff that put all the hard work in. I mean, what a place to be.
What was it like for you?
Yeah, it's true. Actually, the staff as well. You know, everybody's putting in so much work. You're like a big family. You spend more time with your teammates than you do with your family. And I think a moment like this, when you can win, connects everybody. You know, it lasts forever. So when you go and see these people, you know, in 5 or 10 or 20 years, a moment like this connects you forever, which is amazing.
Let's go back through the goals and just remind ourselves of exactly how this happened. It was an early goal for PSG, Rio, which really started off the landslide.
Yeah, this feels like ages ago, but I mean, yes, it's a very good ball out there to the left-hand side, and it's, again, direct, assertive football.
This pass from Vitinha right through the heart of the defence, Rio.
That pass there, straight foot pass, forward pass, but then the
receiving on the back foot. I mean,
how calm.
But you know what, even to make that run as a 19-year-old boy, he recognised that Cherby's out of position, runs him behind.
And again, you know, Pacho chasing lost cause. We spoke about the no ego in the team. And in this position, any defender would be worried. Look at Cherby, scared to get tight, the passive. You know, Charanoglu tries to help him, but it was the decision making in the final third that there was the different side.
I thought they did that well. I thought they switched the play really well. Went from one side to the other. And in the big moments, they were just decisive. I mean, this kid, wow, I mean, what?
That was the only bit of luck they had all night that they needed. Do you know what I mean? It's just a decision making, like you say. They all played the right pass at the right occasion. That none of them was trying to be the superstar. Dembele, I think, was the best example of that. He's obviously going for the Ballon d'Or tonight. He could have been selfish and tried to do things on his own. He played what the game presented, and that's a sign of a really, really mature player.
From a defensive point of view, though, DeMarco, you cannot turn your back at this level. Young defenders watching the game, you've got to be brave in that moment. This is the moment when the rest of the team need you to stand up and be brave, and unfortunately he was very weak.
Doué as well, man of the match performance. The first player in a Champions League final to have 3 goal involvements. His 2 goals and an assist, he was exceptional.
This was the best goal for me. Vitinha running through the heart of the midfield, the ball from Dembele, the awareness for Doué to peel off, and the finish just passes it into the goal. I mean, that goal, I love this. I absolutely love this. Ruiz gets away, Vitinha runs through, little set. Dembele, you guys made a great point in commentary. Dembele's movement killed Inter.
Yeah, all the time coming away from the defenders. That was one of my big question marks about Inter. How would they deal with one striker who's going to come away from the defenders? They have 3 defenders. That's almost playing like 1 or 2 men down elsewhere in the pitch. They never got to grips with it.
At this stage of the game, though, the towel was ready to go in. I mean, they were passive all over the pitch. Vitinha, the smallest man on the pitch, he runs through the whole team. We were speaking how good they were defensively and how organised they were. Tonight, they wasn't.
Let's have a look at Kvaratskhelia goal as well. He joined in January, settled in very, very quickly, and scores in a Champions League final.
Oh, he's such a beautiful player. I mean, on the ball he's amazing, but he's tracking back. But again, look at Stevie makes a great point. The spaces that opened up, look at that. I mean, it's just far too easy. Beat Sommer at his near post, but the awareness and the willingness to run in behind, even so late in the game, I just saw.
They're ruthless. They pass forward, and they pass forward with spite. They never look for safe passes. They're a team that are brilliant at breaking lines with passing and running. They've got great vision. This kid can do everything. He can score with his left foot, his right foot. He can assist with his left foot, right foot. He's great in 1v1s. They've got so much variety from an attacking point of view.
Do you know what I love about them is that there's sometimes teams have possession of the ball and then they can dominate a game and they let you off the hook. This team, they've got a bunch of killers in there that want to affect the game and impact the game and have devilment in everything that they do. Like with running, with and without the ball, they're passing, and again, the cutting edge of it, finishing. They're I keep saying it, but if you're a team and you're sitting at home on your sofa watching that, I'd probably have turned off after 30 minutes and just I can't watch too much of this. It could scare me.
Every manager will be taking notes from that and going, yeah, we're going to in possession, out of possession, second balls. Every phase was a masterclass.
I love how Luis Enrique held it together as well until that point, and then he thought, I'm just going to have a little rundown. This is pretty much it, because we kind of thought perhaps it was done earlier on, but 4-0 he waited for.
Yeah, well, I think he knew at 3-0. I think you could see by his reaction he knew it was done at 3-0. But what happened was Doué got a yellow card. And I think any other manager might have been sentimental. Should we keep him on for his hat-trick? He was ruthless as a coach. get them off, because the only way Inter Milan could have maybe come back into the team whereas if they went to 10 men. So it was a real big learning curve for me as a young coach, looking at how ruthless he was getting Doué off the pitch on that yellow card.
That's a good point.
Speaking of youngsters, I mean, Maulu, 19 years of age, coming off the bench and scoring to make it 5-0 in the Champions League final.
So many cool moments in this game, but this might have been one of the best. His reaction to scoring and his teammates' reaction to him scoring is literally one of the best parts. Everybody just goes mad. He can't believe it. His teammates can't believe it.
This is the dream, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
As a young boy, Champions League final, you come on, you get your chance, your moments in front of the Paris fans, bang.
And look at that celebration. We'll show you in just a second's time, because you're right in front of the PSG fans, and that little run there that he makes. Oh my God, what a moment. And you say, like, oh, and the team.
Also, to win and bring young kids in from your academy is, I think, is the stuff of dreams for any football club. We've seen all these superstars come, but when you've got young kids that are coming in, and Paris is probably one of the best hotbeds of talent in Europe, if not the world, of players we've seen come through from that part of the world. And I think they've got a conveyor belt of them coming through now, as we've seen in the squad.
Do you think that was a signal from Enrique?
Yes.
Just like this is the new PSG.
Yep, 100%.
Look at this as well. If you can see on your screen there, 2 of the youngest 5 Champions League scorers in finals have reached in here tonight. So 2 of them have made that list. No one's beaten Patrick Kluivert, 18 years of age, 327 days. But wow, it's a sign for the future, isn't it?
Very much so. I mean, the potential in this squad is a scary thought. But the difference now with this PSG team is they're coming in under a manager that believes in them, will play them, is not frightened. He'll put them in. And there's no ego in the team. They've got the likes of Marquinhos, the goalkeeper. I mean, there's not much experience in the team, but they're helping these young players to blossom, to evolve, and to become better players. Some of them are already world class.
Mm-hmm. Will it be now controlling so they don't become egos?
Listen, I think when you're successful, I think that's a big controller of the environment as well. But you need certain people within that dressing room, and they seem. Kimpembe hasn't played any minutes, but he's a leader. Yeah. He's been there a long time. Marquinhos, obviously, the captain. Donnarumma's he's done magnificent things and wonderful things in his career, but the focal point and the main person is the manager. Yep. He's energy. He's the way he sets his mindset and sets his team up. That's the thing that is the signal and filters down to all the others, and they feed off that.
You're right. He'll be the one to keep them grounded, but not tonight. Tonight they get to enjoy everything they have just achieved. A 5-0 score.
But it's tough. It's very tough.
You were part of the team, the 7 that played against Manchester City too. It could be the final major tournament for so many of the leaders in the pitch. How hard was that to take and really try to push towards the end?
Yeah, it was very tough because we lost the previous final. Majority of the players were already in Inter. We were together. We suffered. It was very painful. And now we lost the second final. It's difficult to search for words because what happened today is tough, but Inter will always rise and shine, and this is our belief.
What has Inzaghi said to you all, and do you hope he stays with the club now to take them on to future glory?
I don't know. We didn't speak about nothing. He's our coach already for 4 years. Very good coach. Everyone has his emotions at the moment. I think we have to reflect the upcoming days. But we will. And I think everyone together, we are one team, one staff. We win and we lose together.
You're a class out for coming out and talking to us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We took too much goals. We conceded too many goals. We had not a good performance tonight. Yeah, congratulations to PSG. They made a good game, and it's tough.
How hard is it when you are having to deal with so many goals in front of you, because they seem to hoodwink your defence regularly tonight?
Yeah, you know, the toughest thing is that we couldn't bring our football to the pitch. We couldn't bring a good performance. What we know of each other, how we like to play from behind. With this, it's really tough, and of course we are disappointed because before the game we talk a lot about the things, what PSG in which things they are good, and we couldn't bring it on the pitch.
What did your manager say to you all at half time?
Yeah, we of course it misses courage, and he don't know us like this. Normally we are a team with, how I said, a lot of courage, a lot of energy on the pitch, and tonight it was difficult for us. Tough night, but it's important that I'm proud of this team. We made a good Champions League season, and of course it's tough to lose this final, but to come in this final we made a lot of things good, a lot of good games, and we have a strong team. But of course, without title in the end of a long season is tough.
You know the quality of Hakimi, what he can do on the break for a long time. So Due, a teenager, to perform like that in a final, is he going to be gunning for a Ballon d'Or even at his young age?
Sorry?
Due, his performance for a young teenager, his vision, his finishing, his contribution with the team.
Yeah, he made a good game. Of course, but not only him. How I said, they as a team, they made a really good performance against us, and we were not good tonight. That's why congratulations to PSG, and we have to take our head up now to keep on going.
It's been an outstanding season. Congratulations and commiseration.
Thank you very much.
Kvaratskhelia again. Fabian Ruiz, Vitinha. 1-0. 1-0. Oh, for fuck off! Fuck you! That's a simple fucking pass! Fuck! Offside! No, it's 1-0, it's 80! That's fucking 80! What the fuck are we doing? We're giving the ball away and we're standing! Fuck you! How easy was this, bro? How fucking easy was that? DeMarco, you fucking bum! You fucking bum! You can't defend! You fucking idiot! You're in the wrong place! Put it down behind you! Bro, fuck off. Wallah, DeMarco, you fucking idiot. It's a mistake! Play Carlos Augusto Inzaghi! Play fucking Carlos Augusto, you fucking idiot! Yeah, you can defend that. Yeah, then we're not gonna support. We're not going. Anyway, we came back against Barcelona. We can come back. Fuck off! What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? What are you doing? How is DeMarco that stupid, bro? When I said that DeMarco cannot play as a fullback.
Vitinha nello stretto sono soli, il cross dentro a Kimi, da solo gol del PSG, completamente solo.
E non esulta Kimi, tra l'altro.
Completamente solo in mezzo.
Quell'imbucata lì non può arrivare. Fuori gioco? No. Ma non può arrivare quell'imbucata a quello completamente libero.
Era due.
Sì. Vediamo. Qualcuno si stava lamentando anche già dei loro. Tanto applausi per Ashraf che non esulta. Grandissimo.
Kok bisa lewat? Aduh, kok bisa lepas? Anjir. Offside, yes. Mbak. Iya, Kimi. Fuck, menit 11. Kleng. Wih, kok bisa ini kebobolannya bukan Inter banget kebobolannya. Kok bisa loh? Paici. Kebobolan kayak gitu. Sorry Joko, Far. Sorry Joko. Ada Far. Padahal hakimnya cuma semusim di Inter. Tastoni dilepas. Gila, Doe dilepas gitu, aduh. Tumben.
Cavaradona. Cavara.
Fabian, to Vitinha. Vitinha. 2. Wow. No, Sammy.
Speechless. Fuck, man. He didn't celebrate though.
How's the heart rate? Heart rate. Check the heart rate.
Come on, man. Unbelievable. First against Barcelona. No, we didn't. Fuck. No, we didn't. Fuck.
Like, where is the defense?
Oh, they smoked you. They smoked you.
DiMarco, you.
Maratha League.
Someone's yelling Maratha League. Maratha League. Hakimi Ala Madrid, Moroccan goal. What a touch. Shamim. No,
That's
not the time, bro. Not the time.
Already assist in a Champions League final at his age.
Underrated.
What a goat.
Quel jugador. That's what you get for selling him, fuck. We're at 3,000 viewers, by the way. 3,000. 3.1K right now.
Welcome.
Millie already getting...
Guys, stick around.
Stick around for the Millie
It's
crash
not over
out.
yet. I said 6-0 before the stream.
Uh-oh. Bro.
When it rains, it pours.
Honestly, if we lose this game, sack Inzaghi. Don't even allow him out the stadium. Send him to Al Hilal right away.
Shamim, Hakimi Hala Madrid, Moroccan goat.
Shamim, you should have been here. Millie getting flashbacks right now.
2-0. DiMarco again. Fucking DiMarco again. DiMarco again. Cannot even defend it, bro. Just fucking go close him down. Close him down. Fuck you. You've been cooked all game. You've been cooked all game for 20 minutes. You've been cooked. Oh, we're gonna get cooked. You fucking cooked all game, DiMarco. Fucking bum. It's a big mistake that Inzaghi played fucking DiMarco. It's a deflected shot, but you're fucking close him down. You're still... It didn't go out. It didn't go out. And Mkhitaryan, you're asleep as well. It didn't go out, bro. Oh, for fuck's sake, that is so... Don't go. Close him down. You're turning your back. You're turning your back, you fucking bum. You're turning your back. Why is he turning his back? Fuck DiMarco, bro. Oh my God, Inzaghi, you're fucking gonna give me a heart attack. Fuck. Fuck this, bro. Fuck this, bro. You're fucking cool. Bro, fuck you, DiMarco. You're fucking turning your back on the ball, bro. You're turning your back on the ball. And we can't... Why are we just playing for the corner, bro? Okay, and this is gonna be an absolute nightmare. This is gonna be an absolute nightmare now. 2-0. They deserve it.
Copri che angolo. No, lo tiene in campo, può ripartire. Attenzione, in contropiede del PSG micidiale. Occhio, Dembele, si alza Fabian Ruiz, c'è 2 da quest'altra parte. Attenzione, Dembele, centrale. 2 in area, destro, controllo, deviato, gol, non ci credo, pure con la deviazione, non ci credo. 2-0 sì, però... in 20 minuti, deviato.
Dai, ma come si fa? Cioè la palla stava uscendo in calcio d'angolo con Barella in controllo, quell'altro lo aggira, da lì nasce un contropiede, noi rientriamo in 4 ore, sveglia ragazzi. Cioè ok, il tiro deviato per carità, ma che rientro abbiamo fatto? Cioè, sembra che stiamo giocando un amichevole, non lo so.
Hati-hati DiMarco lagi ada. Aduh, DiMarco. Anjir, bolanya belok. Aduh. Ih, habis asis dia ngegol lagi. Anjir, 2-0. Wih, keren DiMarco no. Baru menit 20 udah 2-0 nih DiMarco. Kenapa DiMarco kayak gitu? Wih, kalau ini jelas ini DiMarco. Dimarahin.
Oh, Tabarnak. Oh no. Nuno. Is it true? All these fake people around us, bro.
Embarrassing, man.
How's the heart rate?
Embarrassing.
How's the heart rate?
Embarrassing.
Wow. We got some live rage.
Clear yourselves off the pitch, man.
Oh, we made it. The Haywatch.
That's our Scudetto.
We lived that. Yes, Desiree Doué, my shout, underrated Bro, pick. Billy, we have to stop the bleeding right now.
There's gotta be...
Is it out? That's a foul! I don't know about that. It was a foul!
Like, why are... Oh, my God, so much space!
Rage bait, rage
Just
bait.
letting him play.
Crash
Come on.
out, crash out.
Crash out.
Fuck, man.
Live crash. We got it.
First crash out. DeMar
so dumb. He's garbage.
Oh, he's garbage.
He's garbage.
I thought he had the best left foot in the world.
Yeah, I think that left foot is shut up your ass.
Whose fault is that?
None. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck you. Oh, that's 3-0. Yeah, it's fucking 3-0. We fucking cooked. Okay, fuck you, bro. Like, to be honest with you, we're fucking cooked. We're done. It's over. It's over. Fucking, we're not. This is it. There's nothing even in it, bro. Okay, he just finished in the near post, bro. Fuck. We're cooked. We're done. It's over. I'm just gonna have to accept it, bro. I'm just gonna have to accept it. That they just are better than us, and we're fucking bottle jobs, and we bottled it. We're not matched to this team, and we fucking bottled it. This is it. This is it. 3-0. It's absolutely one of the worst finals. This is one of the most one-sided finals I've seen in my life, and it's played by my bottle job clubs. It is played by my bottle job clubs. Cheer up, bro. I can't cheer up. Triple, triple, triple. Inter Milan have got no triple. Out of the Coppa Italia, out of the Champions League, and handed Napoli the Scudetto. We absolutely did, Tom. I don't know what to tell you other than we're fucking bottle jobs. That's very easy, to be honest. Just as good as Arsenal this season, next season. It's actually worse than Arsenal. It's actually worse than Arsenal because we actually were top of the table and we actually just bottled it. So Nathan, we're worse than Arsenal this season. We're absolutely worse than Arsenal. We bottled the top. We bottled the Champions League. We had no shots on target, my friend.
4-2-1. Ci portano a spasso, mamma mia, Vitigna per 2-3-0.
Io non ho mai visto l'Inter così in difficoltà. Sembrano di un'altra categoria, ma in teoria quelli di un'altra categoria li abbiamo già affrontati e non li abbiamo sofferti così. Siamo imbarazzanti oggi.
3-0.
Aduh. Nah. Aduh. Anjir. Masuk lu. Window. Aduh. Kleng. Masuk final cuma mau dibantai kayak gini buat apa? Wih, kleng.
Oh, wow. So when I said, what's the difference? Oh! Sorry, 1 second. I'm an Inter fan. Do it! Do it! There's no way! There's no way! There's no way! Do it with 2 goals and 1 assist! Do it just called you a wanker, brother. Oh, fuck. Oh,
some guy went behind Millie and went. Millie,
ain't no way.
Behind you, you didn't see what was behind you.
We asked it. What does Doué need to do to win a Ballon d'Or? I guess you're getting your answer. Oh shit. You have a Juve fan yelling Forza Inter behind.
It's the biggest embarrassment in Champions League history.
Oh my god, I'm lifting this so high up. You don't understand how much I'm lifting this.
That Dembele back pass.
Is this the most embarrassing CL loss ever final?
I don't remember more than 3-0.
Up there.
I don't remember a 3-0 final. Somebody had to do it. I guess Inter said it's my turn.
My phone is upside down. I'm not picking up any phone, bro, from anybody. I'm not picking any phone from anybody, bro. Kvaratskhelia. It's 4-0. Okay, this is the worst final I've fucking seen from Inter. I think you lose a final 4-0. You deserve to be sacked. You deserve to be sacked. He absolutely deserves to be sacked. You lose a final 4-0. I don't care if you won the league last season. He deserves to be sacked. He absolutely deserves to be sacked. Tonight, you lose the final 4-0. You deserve to be sacked without a shadow of a doubt. Doesn't matter if you win the league or not. You win the league, you lose 4-0. You deserve to be sacked without a shadow of a doubt. You deserve to be sacked, bro.
Marquinhos ancora PSG.
Dai.
Dai, Denzel, su, azzeccane uno, dai. Dembélé ha giocato tutto campo. Kvaratskhelia da solo. Se ne va in area di rigore. Kvaratskhelia 4-0 PSG.
Mamma mia, imbarazzo. Sono in imbarazzo, veramente.
Umiliazione.
Dari Yonggi, pesan, wajib rombak squad tua-tua semua beli. Ini PSG yang superior to Inter yang LG ampas BGT beli. Congrats PSG. Vote, Tel Sempak.
Wih, thank you banget Yongki. Ini Inter yang lagi ampas banget nih. Ini Inter yang terlalu ampas. Enggak, aduh, terlalu ampas.
Bump free.
Nuno, wow. Dembele.
This is not normal. This is not normal. Take that shit up. Take that shit up. He's gonna beat you up. 4-0 PSG. This is a Luis Enrique masterclass. 3 buts, c'est pas assez. It's gonna be okay, bro. 2-3 buts, c'est pas assez. Shoot up, bro. Take a shoot up. Take a shoot up. Millie crash out live. Millie rage bait coming out.
Juve fan talking, by the way. Juventus fan talking, by the way.
Forza Juve.
Yeah, lift that Scudetto you guys want, huh?
Lift your Scudetto.
Lift that Scudetto you guys want, huh?
Lift your Champions League, Millie. Millie, lift your Champions League. It's all going off here at the Box to Box event. Guys, Millie will be fighting every Juve fan after the stream. Outside. Stay tuned. 5,000 viewers.
How many trophies this season? 3, 2, 1, 0.
It's 5-0. It's a 5-0. It's a 5-star performance by PSG. I don't know how we are absolutely that shit. It's 5-0 to PSG. I think this is it for us. We are the worst team in the history of the Champions League final. We have played the worst game in a Champions League final for a team ever. By the way, there is no team that has been worse than Inter in a Champions League final. Inter now are the worst team in the history of a Champions League final, and it's led by by Simone Inzaghi and my captain Lautaro Martinez. It is led. Look at us. It's not offside. It is led by Simone Inzaghi and my captain Lautaro Martinez with experienced players like Barella. I'm calling, bro. Chelsea got your back next Champions League. This final is pathetic. Always enjoy listening to your channel. Thank you, Scotty, for this. Appreciate you so much. It is definitely the manager. Inter can defend much better than this, 100%. It's definitely the manager. We can absolutely be better than this. The manager need to fucking get sacked on the spot. The manager need to submit his resignation now, after this game. He should submit his resignation after this game right away. I don't want to see Simone Inzaghi coach Inter ever again, because it's not about the tactics. he absolutely bottled preparing the team. This is embarrassment for him as a coach. I think this is just an indictment to how absolute shit he is in a management in terms of preparing a team. He's absolutely one of the worst managers I've seen. I don't know where to go from here. All I have to say is he needs to submit his resignation after this game.
5-0, vabbè ragazzi. 5-0 ragazzi. Mavulu.
Pemain Emery apa gitu loh. Bajingan. Bajingan. Gila. Ini game apa sih anjing?
Anjay. 100.000 dari Bobo Piri. Pesan, tak bisa berkiti-berkiti LG.
Offside? Was that the new guy?
Disgusting.
So what did you say about
Mayulu?
What did you say about Mayulu? There's no point in subbing on Mayulu. I'm gonna go fight Luis Enrique.
Leave everyone there. Leave every Inter player in Munich. I don't give a fuck. They're all garbage. Disgusting.
Holy shit.
Disgusting. Everyone stay there.
My 6-0 shout, bro.
Did anybody have 5-0 on the prediction board?
I guess no one's gonna win the car.
Oh. Mayulu.
Mayulu game winner. No one predicted that one. No.
Is it off?
Please don't be off. Oh my God, is that Bastoni?
It's on.
Is that Bastoni keeping him on?
Tonight, Paris Saint-Germain. Tonight, you've moved me. I've been moved by the football I've seen. I've been moved by the genius, the brilliance. As fans, a lot of us have felt like this modern day football just doesn't quite live up to the memories of the football we were raised on. And this showcase, this 5-star perfect performance from Paris Saint-Germain tonight, not gonna lie, it's made me fall in love with the game again. Tonight, all of us were blessed. All of us got to witness the highest scoring final in Champions League history. All of us got to witness one of the most perfect performances of football in our lifetime. And it's something that we need to savor. It's something that we can't forget. This is a moment we have to be present for. This is a moment that we have to relive. We have to embrace. We have to talk about. Because Paris Saint-Germain tonight, for the near misses, the promises, the heartbreak, the lofty expectations, yeah? Their fans have been through a lot. They've been the laughingstock of the Champions League. The laughingstock. But today, they have the final laugh. Today, all that pain, all that frustration, it was worth it. It was all worth it for this final performance you saw from your team, one of the greatest ever performances you will probably ever see in your entire lives. This is what we've witnessed today. This isn't hyperbole. I need to say it for what it is. I feel like in the moments like this, we don't necessarily comprehend what we're witnessing. We don't let it sink in enough. But today, we have witnessed something special that a lot of us will never forget for a very long time. And I have to say thank you, Paris Saint-Germain, for being the absolute breath of fresh air in Europe. The best team in the world. They have now set the benchmark. They are now at the top, yeah? Paris Saint-Germain, this is their world now. This is their football planet. And today, we can thank Desiree Doué. Oh, my Lord, this team. This is a future Ballon d'Or winner that we're seeing. And I had to boo a little bit that Enrique didn't allow this kid to get his hat-trick, which he probably could have got, and really just cement himself in football history. We saw great goals from Hakimi, Kvaratskhelia, and Mayulu, their youth academy grad, coming on to bag the 5th goal. This was the perfect performance, yeah? Their academy can celebrate, yeah? Their young players can celebrate. The seniors can celebrate. The guys who have been here for a long time, who have been there throughout all the heartbreak, yeah? This is a win for the entire institution, a win for everyone. And as I said, at the moment, they're probably the best football institution and have the best project in the world. And when you perform this way, yeah, how do you improve this team? Look at the age this squad is. Look how young this team is. They're only going to get better. That's the scary thing, man. That is the scariest thing. They will only get better. They will only improve. They will only step up. How many players on this planet are coming into the Paris Saint-Germain team and improving things or getting in over most of these players? Who's really doing that? What, Yamal? You're talking about this caliber of player, a Bellingham? Like, only like top 5, top 10 quality is enough to be able to get into this team right now. And even then, is it worth it? When they got intelligence at the top right now, Luis Campos, yeah, working in tandem with Luis Enrique. I can't believe the disrespect Enrique was getting about his legacy. He did phenomenal things with Barcelona. But let's not forget that incredible final against Juventus. Yeah, he produced one of the greatest front threes we've seen in modern day football. In your Neymars, Messi's and Suarez's. It's a skill to be able to platform your genius players, your best players to shine and become the team. That's a skill. Many managers have had access to top players, but they've not been able to do that. They've not been able to. It's good that he rightfully now is earmarked and celebrated to be one of the top managers of our generation, because the way he has got this Paris Saint-Germain team purring, playing, this is the type of football I dream about sometimes. I'm not going to lie. You know, in the Premier League, we just see so much of this start-stop, high-intensity, running box-to-box football where, yes, high energy, high emotion, but is the football quality always there? Yeah? Is it always there? We're seeing Marmoush getting goal of the season for a long-range shot outside the box. Once upon a time in the Premier League, this was your goal of the month nomination. This wasn't winning you goal of the season. So it kind of tells you what's happening with the football at the moment. But this is where Paris Saint-Germain, I kind of just like refreshing my football memories now, because the way Enrique's got them playing this vertical tiki-taka, to break it down very simply, yeah, when they're on the ball, it's not played sideways to sideways as the team incrementally just moves up the field. No. They play forwards and backwards. It's about baiting out the opposition to come onto the ball, yeah? Look how deep their setup is when it comes to receiving out from their goalkeeper. Look how deep their centre-backs, they receive inside their own box. That's how much faith, coaching, preparation that Enrique has drilled into this team. But to make this type of beautiful football work, you need to have the players there equally. And he can thank the Paris Saint-Germain directors and Luis Campos for being his support and his backup. It's not easy to move on from the Neymar, Messi, recently Kylian Mbappe era to then become a team outside of that. But this has been the beautiful thing about that. You look back now and you think to yourself, could Kylian Mbappe realistically, would they have been the same team if he was still here with them? Could they play the same way? Was he just too suffocating of a presence to allow Paris Saint-Germain to really go and show what they're really about? I don't think so. And I wonder what he's thinking now. After he's left them on a free, they've received no money from him. I know they have the legal issues right now in terms of like money, wages and things like this. Sorry guys, I feel like I've got a sneeze coming right now, which is really annoying because I can't stop this recording. Everything's real time, everything's fresh. The reaction has to be pure, it has to be honest after this football I've seen today. But I feel like I'm controlling things now. Thank you. But going back to Mbappe, it's a reminder, man, that team in this game trumps everything. You can have the best player in the world, the best two, the best three. Paris Saint-Germain literally were the embodiment of that, Messi, Neymar and Mbappe. And they still did nothing. Because having the best individuals doesn't make you the best team. But this is where there was unity shown across the coach, the directors, yeah? The guys, the Paris Saint-Germain owners, where they realized this is how we have to become now that we've got rid of this star talent, of these football powerhouses, yeah? We must become a team. And now they've produced the greatest team in the world right now. The fluidity, the understanding of their play. Going back to my point about the vertical tiki-taka that you see, that Enrique really just takes these methods to the next level in terms of how he encourages non-stop, super fluid, rotational football. I mean, did you see in this game today that it was Hakimi who broke the scoring today? How often are you seeing Hakimi receiving out wide, coming inside with the ball? When he does that, then Neves knows automatically to then hold the right wing position, and then you'll see Ousmane Dembele even drop into midfield. This is like next level execution and coaching. And I've always thought to myself, why isn't football allowed to be played this way, considering, you know, use the Premier League, for example. The money, the wages, everything, you know, that league brings up the best talents, but does the football necessarily really expand and show the quality of the player at its purest? I'm not too sure. And I think a lot of that can stem from how they're allowed to play. Because with Paris Saint-Germain, they constantly ask questions of their football. And you see that with the non-stop fluid rotational plays. I mean, you're seeing Dembele on the left-hand side, the right-hand side, and then playing false nine. You're seeing Kvaratskhelia doing the same things. You're seeing Desiree Doué doing the same stuff. And their midfield, it supports it in tandem with Vitinha, Neves, and Ruiz. Perfectly comfortable in every zone on that field. And it means that when Paris Saint-Germain find solutions to play through the press, to play through midfield lines, yeah, they're constantly able to find new answers to the defensive structures they have to break down, because the manager encourages them and tells them, this is how you move off the ball, this is how you move on the ball, this is how you pass the ball, this is how you play as a team. And in a sense, they're like this, like one fluid like membrane of a team, right? I'm trying to find the perfect way to encapsulate the way they play, but they're just like this fluid autonomous membrane which kind of like moves in tandem together in like complete unity. And I think this is why we saw the footballing showcase that we saw tonight with an Inter Milan team who are very much the opposite, about structure, you know, really curated attacks. The use of their wingbacks who were absolutely nullified today by Enrique, and boy did he do that, overloading the sides. I love that Paris Saint-Germain do that, yeah? They play without a striker. Makes it super hard for a team like Inter Milan to know who to pick up, who to mark, when to step out to leave their defensive shape. This is what I mean by Enrique constantly asking the opposition questions. How are you going to deal with this now? Okay, Dembele is inside. What are you saying now? Oh no, now it's Desiree Doué. Oh, now we got Hakimi. And now we got Neves doubling up on the right-hand side, and the three attackers are together now on the left-hand side. What are you saying right now? Teams can't cope against that. And this is where it's the manager showing this complete manifestation of like player expression and core ideas. And I think this is why the players from Paris Saint-Germain are completely bought into this style, because when you play this way, it's like everyone is the champion at the same time, you know? Everyone gets to win on the field. No one has to play a sacrificial role for the sake of someone else to be better. They all get to play as the best, and they take turns doing that. That is the beauty behind the coaching and the methodology that Enrique has created in this team tonight. And like I said, this is a rare type of game we might not ever see for another 10, even 20 years yet. The fact that this is the highest scoring final in the Champions League history sums it up in terms of the rarity behind what we have just witnessed today. But my friends, I can completely go on and just eulogize Paris Saint-Germain for another 20 minutes. I'm in love with this team. But I feel like to just do this review right, we have to discuss some of the performances today. I want to give the low-key performance today, and that is to Nuno Mendes. You have to understand that Paris Saint-Germain were targeting DeMarco's right-hand side, yeah? And they did that because they know Dumfries is being one of the best players in the Champions League. He's an unstoppable force when you give him time and space and momentum on the ball. He's been scoring key goals for them. He really is that good. Mendes, as he's shown throughout the Champions League, he has to have the defensive responsibilities to stay a little bit deeper. Enrique knows with his pace, when there's opportunities to make those third-man runs and overlaps and stretch the play at the right times and opportunities, he will be there. He will do that. But by having that, it really just stopped that outlet out wide for Dumfries to really take control in, and to put more pressure on DeMarco, because DeMarco still has to get up the field, but now he's getting suffocated. Now the passing options aren't there, and now he's kind of getting isolated. The game plan worked completely beautifully. On top of that, I thought Kvaratskhelia, as I was saying, he really embodied my thoughts on the game about how everyone gets to become a star, because a lot of times he was tasked, especially in that first half, with just occupying the spaces of Inter's, I think, right wing back and wide centre back, just pinning them all the time. That was his job for most of the time, because most of the great things PSG did was to overload the right hand side. And that worked perfectly with the 2 goals that Paris Saint-Germain scored in the first half, which essentially won them the final. I mean, come on. After the first goal that Hakimi scored, bombing down, making the overlap on the right hand side, coming from that great build-up down the left-hand side, which, as I stress, involved the late arrival of the Mendes, Kvaratskhelia involvement. Of course, completely attracted the attention of Paris Saint-Germain, Inter Milan's defence, which allowed that space for Hakimi to attack and get the opening goal. That rattled Inter Milan, because you think to yourself, crap, this is going to be a long night for us. This is what we were trying to avoid. And they kind of maybe were a bit hasty in trying to get back into the game a bit too soon. I think for a team like Inter, you have to respect your limitations, because they got exposed. They got exposed terribly today. I was feeling kind of sorry for them. I didn't think the Inter Milan players deserve a defeat this humbling and embarrassing. It's one of those defeats where, sadly, it will be in your nightmares forever. You're never going to forget that. You'll start questioning, like, your whole identity as a player when you lose a final on this occasion with this magnitude. Oh, I feel for these men, I'm not going to lie. But again, this allowed the breakaway for Desiree Doué, a slight deflection off DeMarco, and the game was essentially sealed. But then from that point forward, we saw great goals. Second half opened up even more. I think maybe Inzaghi, listen, you're 2-0 down. It's easy for me to say in hindsight right now. Maybe he forced things a bit too much, but you have to get back in the game. It's a one-off final. It is what it is. But sadly, this is exactly why teams have respected Paris Saint-Germain in the Champions League. When Arteta was getting criticism from Arsenal fans who just overdo it sometimes with their unrealistic expectations and false promises that they believe in, there's a reason why you have to respect the threat of Paris Saint-Germain, because this is what can happen. This is how they can destroy you. This is how they can tear you apart. And sadly, Inter Milan felt the consequences in that second half. I mean, the goals you then saw from Desiree Doué again, I mean, probably the goal of the game. One touch passing, kick started by Dembele, dropping deep, back heel into the feet of Vitinha, receives it perfectly first time, plays it first time to Desiree Doué, and Doué, I don't know if the Paris Saint-Germain players have practiced their near post efforts and shots. Maybe this is a detail they realised, because nearly every goal came from these types of shooting positions on goal. And yeah, the kids, a goal and an assist, 1 goal, 2 goals, 1 assist. Incredible performance. Dribbles, smooth turns, 19 years old. Wow. And he's just got better and better as the season's gone on. 2025, he's one of the best players in Europe at 19 years old. Yeah, there's pressure now on the French national team coach now to find a way to utilise this talent that he has in his possession now, because this is a guy that should be at the forefront of everything French football. I mean, we're witnessing the start of, I think, one of the generation's best talents. And the only disappointment, as I was saying, was that he wasn't allowed to really just make history by trying to get that hat-trick, because you never see things like that. And from that point on, man, Inter Milan were just completely destroyed. Paris Saint-Germain moved the blocks back a little bit, played on the counter-attack. Kvaratskhelia scored a great goal. And, you know, for the stuff he was doing for the team today, the work rate he put in, my lord. He was coming back, winning these balls off Dumfries, time and time and time again. He was doubling up alongside Nuno Mendes. This is what I'm saying about when you have a manager that makes everyone win, and no one feels like they're sacrificing their game to make someone else better. This is how you truly create the best possible team, yeah? This is why everything works at Paris Saint-Germain. And I think the icing on the cake too was their academy grad. Great to see an academy grad, a guy who's been getting more involvement as Paris Saint-Germain won the league a long time ago, really showcasing that Paris Saint-Germain are more than just buying great players. Yeah, they're one of the greatest, youth setups in Europe as well. And it's great that that was also highlighted and showcased in a famous evening for Paris Saint-Germain. So my friends, that's everything I have to say. It's a long review. It could be literally double the time. There's so many things I want to discuss, but honestly, just to end it again, we need to really savor what we've seen today, because you will never probably see something like this again. This was special. This was total football. This is one of the perfect performances a lot of us have ever seen. And I have to just say, incredible congratulations to Paris Saint-Germain for what they have achieved this season and what they've achieved for football. So my friends, if you guys gas up the final, hit that like button, share your thoughts and opinions, let us know your favorite moments, let us know what Paris Saint-Germain's Champions League wins now means for the rest of Europe. They've raised the bar now. The bar is you can't even see it on the screen right now. That's how high it is. Who's gonna rise to that kind of level? Yeah? So I hope you guys enjoy. Lots of love. Cool.
Hello and welcome to The Rest is Football with Alan Shearer and me, Gary Lineker, and Mike is on his travels from the Champions League final that was held, of course, we're recording this on Sunday, which was held Saturday night. And Alan, I had Harry's wedding, which went swimmingly well. He had an amazing speech and the bride looked amazing. It was a beautiful day and the sun was shining and it was great. So I watched the game, or quite a lot of it this morning. What a performance from PSG.
How's your head? Are you a bit fuzzy?
I'm a bit fuzzy and a little bit jaded, yes. As you would expect.
I reckon that's the excuse that Mike has got as well. He's not on a train, he's hungover, so he's feeling rotten somewhere.
Well, you obviously watched it live, Alan. We all thought it might be a tight final, but it was anything but, wasn't it?
Basically, from start to finish, there wasn't 1 point ever in that game where I thought Inter Milan was going to win it. I mean, PSG just went at them from the start. They got the early goal, and they just never recovered. And it was as big as a performance, as big as a doing over, I think, is the correct word, as I've seen for a long time in a final. I mean, they were just they were sensational, and if you're ever going to show any kids the perfect performance as a youngster, this is how we want it to be done. This is how we want you to play. This is the energy that we want. This is the skill set. This is the mentality. Then that is the perfect performance to show any kid growing up thinking, this is how we want to play.
When you say doing over, was that a deliberate pun, Alan? Doué? Doué scored Doué, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, Doué ran riot. Not only did he score and assist, I mean, he was brilliant, as were every single one of the PSG players. I mean, even the keeper had one impressive save to make, and he made it. Other than that, he didn't have a lot to do. So it was every player was a 10 out of 10. They had the energy, they had the drive, every single player was rotating around, and I've seen Inter a few times this season. I've seen PSG a few times this season. And obviously we all thought it was going to be a really tight game. And I actually thought Inter Milan might actually win it. But they were never, ever at the races. They weren't allowed to be at the races because PSG just dominated in every position. They couldn't handle their movement, couldn't handle their pace, couldn't handle their skill, their energy, all of those things.
Yeah, I predicted PSG. I think I went 2-0. I just forgot the final few words, which was that was to be the score at half time. I was talking about one or two of the goals and the counterattacks when winning back in their own box and then just breaking away. It was quite stunning, wasn't it? Enormous credit has to go to Luis Enrique, and it will. And wasn't it beautiful at the end when the big flag, what do they call it, Tifosi, it was put up in the crowd, obviously talking about his daughter that lost his life, and redoing that flag when she was on the pitch when he won Champions League before with Barcelona. It's a sad but a beautiful story.
Yeah, absolutely. And someone in the crowd gave him a T-shirt pretty soon after the the final whistle to put on as well. So he took his t-shirt off that he had on and put this one on. That was another goal very similar to the one on the flag that the PSG fans were holding aloft in their stand. So it was a very emotional moment, and I guess for him. But yeah, it was. He said he didn't need football to remind him of his beautiful daughter, because he has that every single day. But I think it must have been very, very special, because of that flag, because of the T-shirt he's wearing, and also because of the performance. And he can be very, very proud of everything he's done in his life. And I mean, he's won the treble now at Barcelona and at PSG, and for the first time, that was the trophy they've been chasing all since what's happened to them, the takeover and everything else. I mean, God knows how much they spent. What have they gone through? 8 or 9 managers, something, maybe more. But that's the trophy that they wanted, wasn't it?
Yeah, and he's delivered it. I mean, he's clearly an absolutely elite coach. One of the best. He was brilliant at Barcelona, and he's done it here. He's done it for PSG as well. And I mean, tactically, he's obviously incredibly switched on. He's got that team to buy into something, and it shows, doesn't it, really, that it's a reminder that football is a team game. However, you can have great individuals, and obviously, if they fit into a system, there's still work. But with PSG particularly, obviously, in recent years, they've had Neymar, they've had Messi, and most obviously Mbappe for quite a long time. And once they're all gone, perhaps you don't have to work out a way of playing to accommodate a certain player, and the whole team functions as one. So to do that, particularly the season after Mbappe left for Real Madrid, and a reminder that Mbappe has scored a lot of goals for Real Madrid this season, but they've ended up trophyless. So I think the turnaround, you talked many times this season, haven't you, Alan, about you watched PSG in those first few games in the Champions League, and they didn't. You wouldn't have tipped them. You wouldn't have tipped them in a million years at that point, would you?
No. Do you know what Luis Enrique has got back? He's, as a coach or as a manager, he's got his power back. Yeah. Because he didn't have that. He had to play those players. Whether they're playing well, whether he'd fallen out with them, whatever, he had to pick those players through no fault of his own. Even perhaps when he didn't want to, he didn't have a choice. He had to pick those players. Yeah. What happened this season is when they went to Arsenal, early, was it end of September, maybe mid-September, early in the Champions League campaign, he actually left Dembele out for disciplinary reasons. He couldn't have done that with those other players that you have mentioned. So as a manager, you have to have power. You have to have that bit of fear factor, And I think because of the age of what the players that he's now, or they recruited, because of the hunger and everything else, he's able to put his foot down and say, if you're not going to toe the line, you're out. And he couldn't have done that with those 3 players, and that's why they are now a team. And that's why they perhaps maybe started poorly in the Champions League, because I think they only had maybe 3 points, something like that, after 5 games, maybe only 3 goals as well. So they were beaten at Arsenal, I remember it, and comprehensively beaten. Where Arsenal, they just couldn't cope with Arsenal. Arsenal were much the better team. But ever since that Man City game, when they went behind against Man City, ever since that game, they sort of turned a corner, and they've been breathtakingly brilliant in some games. I mean, to beat Villa, to beat Arsenal, to beat Liverpool, and to beat Inter Milan in the way they did last night was very, very impressive. But you're absolutely right, is the key that there are now is that they are a team, and they run around together, they fight together, and it doesn't matter whether you see Hakimi in the centre forward position, even though he's a right back, because someone will fill in for him. I mean, he scored quarter-final, he scored semi-final, he scored in the final, and obviously they've got the freedom to go and play and pass and do whatever they want to do, and go into different positions, so long as someone else sort of covers for them. And I mean, they did literally run Inter Milan ragged last night.
The incredible energy. I mean, that first goal sort of summed it up, didn't it? Brilliant bit of football. And then arriving in the box like you or I would expect to do for a tap-in. It was a brilliant bit of football. Let's take a quick break, and we'll delve into it a little bit deeper when we come back. Welcome back to The Rest is Football with Alan Shearer and me, Gary Lineker, discussing the Champions League final and an amazing triumph for PSG. It is funny this season, isn't it? The teams that haven't won for ages or have never won certain competitions, PSG obviously now completing that set, not set in world football, but certainly from our perspective. Yeah. Crystal Palace, the FA Cup, Newcastle, let's give them a mention, the Caramel Cup, Tottenham as well after 17 years. And now PSG doing this one. It was great. And a little shout out actually. A French friend of mine, I'll give him a mention, Briac, who's a big lover of obviously French football. He's actually a Stade Rennes fan, which is, I think Doué was there before he went to PSG. He was saying we should mention Luis Campos, who's he won Ligue 1 at Monaco and Lille, the only titles that Paris didn't win, and now he's the director of football, I should say, with those clubs, and now he's with Paris. And I believe that he's been linked a bit with possibly Manchester United. He's the guy that's brought a lot of these players in, and so there's a shout out to him.
Do you know what it is, Gary? They haven't got a weakness. There's no weakness in that team. If you go right throughout the team, in every position, they've got their back four is as good as any, 2 fullbacks best in the world, 2 centre-halves, Marquinhos and Pacho. I mean, there's 3 in midfield, they're as good as they are in terms of what they do. The 3 up top, I mean, Dembele is transformed into this incredible player, always had the ability, and then Doué and Kvaratskhelia. You've got Barcola coming on, you've got young boy, 18 or 19-year-old who came on and scored as a substitute.
What a moment for him.
What a moment. They've got the goalkeeper, not many better than him, so there isn't a weakness in their side, you know. And I kept on hearing it in terms of how they could now go on and dominate European football over the next few years. And there's a real possibility that could happen, because a lot of their players, I think it's only Marquinhos who's maybe 30, 31. Other than that, they're all either early 20s or mid 20s, so the best is yet to come if they can keep them all together.
Yeah. Well, if the best wasn't last night, crikey, I
know.
I mean, what a performance, 5-0. Some beautiful goals in there as well. I know the second one was a deflection, but Doué's first goal, but you know the breakaways and the counters and the back heels, and I mean it was a thing of beauty. I mean, to be honest, the last time I saw probably as an impressive performance as that in a final of the Champions League, and I might miss someone out here, but was Luis Enrique's Barcelona victory. When it was Juventus 3-1, I think it was in Berlin. I remember being there and thinking, and it was just glorious the football that they played.
Yeah, I couldn't argue with that. I mean, a number of times. I mean, the way Inter Milan got to the final, in the way they beat Barcelona and hung in there and somehow found a way to get there. But yet, PSG have made a good side in Inter Milan look very, very average. In fact, look very, very poor actually. Which of course they're not. They made them look an aging side, they made them look tired. They just had too much pace for them and too much energy and everything else. They just couldn't cope with them, they really couldn't. And it was as dominant and as impressive performance as I've seen in a final for a long, long time.
Yeah, imagine being a PSG fan and sitting in the stadium, because you know what it's like. It's always, there's loads of anxiety, isn't there? Nerves and stuff. And there probably wasn't a moment in the game where they thought. I mean, fans always, you fear the worst, but I think you're sitting there watching that game, and it's like anxiety-free night. You 2-0 up at half time, you then get a third, and then you're all enjoying it, and then you 4-5. I mean, 5-0 in a final.
I was texting you boys, wasn't I? Saying if, and it was a big if, because there was no real sign of it. I was saying if Inter Milan get the next one, then it's game on, but they never ever looked like getting the next goal. And once PSG got that third one, honestly, it was a matter of how many they were going to get, and they missed a few big chances after that as well. I mean, it could have been a lot more than 5.
I love watching Kvaratskhelia.
There was a time later on in the game, after he'd scored it, maybe 5 or 10 minutes after that, Inter Milan were, I think they were 4-0 up, PSG, and he had to track back. He literally ran 60 or 70 yards at full pace, tracking their winger or fullback who was attacking. It was just incredible. He got a huge roar from the PSG fans because they were coasting at the time. They were battering Inter Milan, yet he's running 50 or 60 yards to track back. And I think that sort of epitomised everything good about PSG and who and what they are now, because that wouldn't have happened years ago. No chance.
We have to come to the inevitable question these days about the Ballon d'Or, and it's obviously hugely influenced generally about the side that wins the Champions League final. But in some ways, because of the nature of PSG's teamwork, it doesn't come down to one individual. I mean, you could give it probably quite a few of their particular players, but I suppose Dembele will be the favourite. He had a couple of really good moments. Didn't get his goal last night, but he did have some, obviously he was very involved in some of the goals, one assist and kind of, what do they call it now, pre-assists or something. There's one or two of those as well. So I think he'll probably be favourite now. I mean, Donnarumma as a goalkeeper might have a slight chance, but goalkeepers.
Yeah, I would guess that Dembele, even though he didn't get his goal, I guess that he'd be probably favourite for it, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Or even Hakimi.
There's a few in that. I was just about to say Hakimi. There's a few in that team that could be a shout for it.
The two fullbacks are absolutely fabulous, aren't they? I mean, gee whiz. I mean, you said the best fullbacks in, I suppose as a combination, you're probably in world football at the moment.
And the way that PSG play, we've got the freedom to go forward. I mean, you just look at Hakimi's record in the quarter, semi and final in scoring. I mean, that sort of tells you. Yeah, they're as good as they are in world football at what they do. And then they've got the two centre-halves who are as reliable as they come. So yeah, they are an exceptional team. I mean, whoever they recruit this summer, if they do, I mean, I would imagine they're going to get at least one or two in. I mean, in 2 weeks' time they're off playing in this Club World Cup again, aren't they? So it is remarkable. So I guess they are going to recruit and they will get in, but they are going to have to be exceptional talent, exceptional players to get into that first 11.
That's so true. I'm looking forward to this Club World Cup and see if it takes off. We'll obviously cover it on here. It gives us something in the summer to enjoy in football, because summers without football are always they tend to drag on. I think we always think, nice little break from football, but then after about 10 days, 2 weeks, you think, when they watch some football. So, and PSG will go into that tournament probably favourites.
I'm really, really interested I know they'll want to win it, Man City and Chelsea, but I'm really interested to see their approach, to see how they sort of go into it. I know they're getting a fortune, and they will get a fortune if they go on and win it. But I'm fascinated to see their approach to it, both City and Chelsea.
Yeah, because I suppose the season follows not long after that. There's not going to get much of a break, the players. Real Madrid obviously going to go strong because they've done that deal, haven't they, with Liverpool to enable them to have Trent Alexander-Arnold. It's 10 million to them so that they can have him early for that tournament. So they'll want to take that seriously. I think they will. I mean, you know what football's like. Once you get going in a tournament, you're competitive.
What about the players at internationals, though? They're going to be playing for England in the next 10 days or so, and then they're straight off to play in this Club World Cup. I mean, it is just relentless, isn't it, for the top players? It's incredible.
It was always like 10, 11 months of the year. Now it's almost 12 months of the year. So, I mean, they are getting bigger squads, aren't they?
They are getting bigger squads, and I mean, I was always the one that too much football for a player, but now you do have to take a step back and think, what on earth is going on? I get that finances, and they have to be because of the PSR rules and all of that, which obviously we don't agree with. But come on, there has to be a cut-off point where you say for players, we're actually rinsing the players here, and that's what's happening.
Yeah, I totally agree. Okay, let's call it a day there. That's it for this episode of The Rest is Football. Congratulations to PSG on your first ever Champions League triumph. Goodbye from me.
Goodbye from me.
Moi, je ne vois pas un joueur qui progresse. Donc, qu'on me dise, qu'est-ce que ce gars-là a apporté depuis qu'il est au club, à part cette touche un peu de folie, d'invention, de conférence de presse délirante,
Est-ce qu'on a déjà vu un tel retournement de situation, une telle révolution au cours d'une saison ? Avant cette année, le PSG était une équipe moquée pour ses échecs passés, handicapée par ses cicatrices toujours ouvertes, raillée pour ses millions dépensés sans réussite, et cette saison encore, bien souvent incapable de conclure une domination stérile, collectivement décevant, Paris a chuté encore et encore, et s'est même retrouvé au bord de l'élimination dès les poules.
Est-ce que toi tu crois encore en ce projet ?
Non, mais j'y ai pas cru dès le début, en fait.
Et puis, quelque chose s'est passé. Une étincelle, une révolte, contre toute attente, Paris s'est relevé, a renversé la table pour devenir l'une des équipes les plus séduisantes d'Europe, pour devenir un collectif qui jamais n'avait existé au Paris Saint-Germain version QSI. Aujourd'hui, je vais donc vous raconter l'histoire d'une saison que personne n'avait vu venir, l'histoire d'un club, d'une vie passée bordée, au bonheur éternel. C'est parti générique.
Paris Saint-Germain have won the Champions League at last.
On est à l'été 2024. Après une demi-finale européenne plus que frustrante face à Dortmund, le PSG est plongé dans l'inconnu et l'incertitude avant de commencer la deuxième saison de l'ère Luis Enrique. Car orphelin de sa machine à but, Kylian Mbappé, parti faire LV2 espagnol à Madrid, le club de la capitale a fait le pari risqué pendant l'été de ne pas remplacer son numéro 9, malgré quelques rumeurs insistantes, notamment autour de l'arrivée de Victor Osimhen.
Quand on voit partir un joueur qui met plus de 40 buts par saison, il y a deux solutions. Soit on essaye de le remplacer par un autre joueur qui met plus de 40 buts, ou soit on fait autrement et on répartit les rôles et les tâches. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui vous êtes dans l'optique de la première ou de la deuxième solution ?
Celle que je pourrais trouver. Si quelqu'un marque 40 buts, on ne lui fermera certainement pas les portes. Ce qui est logique, si je m'appuie sur mon expérience, il vaut mieux qu'il y en ait 4 qui marquent 12 buts, ça fera 48, et c'est mieux que 40, ça c'est mon expérience.
Ouais, 4 joueurs à plus de 12 buts, le plan est osé, surtout quand on connaît la maladresse chronique devant les cages du nouveau leader offensif désigné du PSG, Ousmane Dembélé. On sait aussi que Barcola est encore assez inexpérimenté, Asensio et Ramos trop souvent blessés, tandis que Colomboigny et Kanguinli, eux, sont trop peu décisifs. Bref, avant ce début de saison, il n'y a rien de très rassurant pour Paris, qui semble alors se préparer à une saison de transition post-Mbappé. D'ailleurs, les recrues estivales des Rouges et Bleus vont vraiment dans le sens de l'avenir plutôt que des performances à court terme. Gabriel Moscardo, Joao Neves, William Pacho ou encore Désiré Doué, Paris est très loin de ses standards habituels en termes de mercato bling-bling et confirme définitivement sa volonté de faire venir des diamants à polir plutôt que des stars déjà confirmées.
Je trouve que c'est plutôt intéressant, c'est des joueurs qui apportent quelque chose de plus pour moi. C'est dans la continuité de ce qui va se produire. C'est pas un effectif qui est construit pour gagner la Ligue des Champions cette saison, c'est clair. Mais c'est un effectif qui est construit pour grandir ensemble et pourquoi pas l'année prochaine être à maturité ou dans 2 ans être à maturité.
Moi je m'attendais à mieux, tant quantitativement que qualitativement. J'aimerais bien quand même savoir le nombre de matchs de Ligue des Champions joués par Safonov, Pacho, Désiré Doué et notre ami Joao Neves.
Bref, à l'aube de la saison 24-25, c'est donc un PSG en reconstruction, un PSG peu sûr de ses forces qui s'avance pour une Ligue des Champions, elle aussi en mutation. Fini la mythique phase de groupe à 4, l'UEFA adopte un nouveau format inédit où 36 équipes s'affrontent dans une poule unique avec à la clé les 24 premiers qualifiés. Et cette réforme, censée rééquilibrer la compétition, elle va finalement offrir aux Parisiens un tirage de la mort.
Je vous fais un petit récap. City à la maison, Bayern à l'extérieur, Atlético de Madrid au Parc des Princes, Arsenal à l'Emirates Stadium, le PSV Eindhoven au Parc des Princes, Salzbourg en Autriche, Girona à la maison et Stuttgart.
C'est un groupe très difficile.
Alors c'est pas un groupe, Michel.
C'est une poule très difficile. C'est ce que tu veux, mais sincèrement.
Et c'est peu dire, d'autant que malgré un début de saison canon en Ligue 1 avec 18 buts marqués en 4 rencontres, et bien en ouverture face à Girone, Paris endort un Parc des Princes privé de sa tribune d'Auteuil. Sans un Donnarumma blessé et mené par un trio Barcola, Dembélé, Asensio ultra discret, les Parisiens passent la rencontre balle au pied sans jamais vraiment se montrer dans le jeu face à la surprise espagnole, avant finalement de trouver miraculeusement la faille dans les arrêts de jeu. Ouais, face à l'adversaire le plus faible de sa phase de ligue, le PSG s'impose donc sur la plus petite des marges et ne se rassure absolument pas avant un déplacement déjà ultra périlleux à l'Emirates Stadium.
We're looking forward to it. This is the kind of nights that we want to experience, we want to have against an unbelievable opponent, and we're just ready for it.
Et si contre les vice-champions d'Angleterre, la tâche s'annonce très ardue, eh bien les Parisiens vont la rendre encore plus compliquée quelques jours seulement avant le coup d'envoi, lorsque Luis Enrique, furieux, annonce avoir mis de côté son détonateur Ousmane Dembélé pour un problème de comportement. Et en sanctionnant son leader offensif et surtout le plus gros salaire parisien, c'est assez clair. Le coach espagnol veut montrer à son groupe qu'il est le vrai patron du PSG, mais aussi que tout le monde sera traité de la même manière dans le vestiaire. Sauf que, résultat sur le terrain, complètement dépassé, perdu et sans idée face à un collectif Gunners bien mieux organisé, Paris et son Kanguini en faux neuf chutent logiquement 2-0 face aux Gunners, après 2 énormes bévues d'un Donnarumma tout juste de retour de blessure.
His delivery, Martinelli tries to get something on it. It's gone all the way through and into the back of the net. Arsenal double their lead. I'm not sure if anybody else got a touch on it.
Pour la 14e saison sous l'ère Qatari, le PSG n'aura donc eu besoin d'attendre que le 27 septembre pour enregistrer sa première défaite de la saison. Et malheureusement pour Paris, les performances décevantes vont s'enchaîner dans les semaines qui suivent sur la scène européenne. Car pendant que les autres clubs de Ligue 1 nous régalent en Ligue des Champions, puisque Brest enchaîne les succès, Lille bat le Real et Monaco le Barça, les Parisiens, eux, restent englués dans une spirale terrible d'inoffensivité, ravivant toujours plus les débats autour du projet très flou de Luis Enrique, mais aussi et surtout du non-remplacement de Mbappé à l'été.
Tu veux mettre ton projet du Barça au Paris Saint-Germain alors que t'as pas les profils de joueurs à certains postes et surtout t'as pas Iniesta, t'as pas Messi, t'as pas Xavi non plus. À un moment donné, il va falloir qu'il arrête, qu'il comprenne que le Barça c'était une certaine époque. Après ce qui s'est passé avec Dembélé, j'attendais que Luis Enrique fasse un peu preuve d'un peu plus d'humilité.
Et à nouveau pour la 3e journée, cette fois face au PSV Eindhoven, et malgré 60% de possession pour 26 tirs tentés, Paris, mené par un Dembélé ultra frustrant d'imprécision dans le dernier geste, est tenu en échec à domicile un partout. Un terrible résultat avant de recevoir dans la foulée un Atlético Madrid lui aussi en grande difficulté dans cette phase de ligue.
Pero ahora duele porque este es un resultado que no esperábamos, que no merecemos, pero así es el fútbol, tienes que aceptarlo y levantarte.
Sauf que malheureusement, se relever, c'est pas vraiment ce que va faire Paris dans les semaines qui suivent. Car si en Ligue 1 le PSG écrit tout le monde quasiment 3 buts de moyenne par match, et bien face aux Colchoneros, les Parisiens voient à nouveau retomber dans leur travers devant les cages. Car malgré une ouverture du score rapide de Zaïre Emery, un but compensé annonciateur d'un festival, Paris est malheureusement rejoint au score 4 minutes plus tard. Et malgré dans la foulée un siège par les Parisiens du but de Yann Oblak plusieurs fois décisif, le PSG, trop naïf, trop timoré offensivement malgré le retour dans le 11 d'Asensio, puis même l'entrée presque inespérée du placardisé Kolo Muani, sombre au bout du temps additionnel sur un compte que tout le monde craignait.
And still all 3 points, and that's exactly what they've done. Oh, it's absolutely extraordinary. PSG had almost 70% of the play. They had 21 shots on goal, 9 of them on target.
Tu l'as compris en ce début de saison, malheureusement pour Luis Enrique et les siens, les matchs européens se suivent et se ressemblent. Après 4 rencontres jouées sur 8, dont 3 à domicile, Paris est désormais hors des 24 premières places et devra donc enregistrer au moins 2 victoires et un nul pour espérer décrocher une place en 16e de finale. Un véritable Everest à gravir au vu du calendrier ultra compliqué qui les attend. D'autant que 20 jours après la déconvenue madrilène et malgré un coup tactique tenté par Enrique avec un milieu à 4 et seulement 2 offensifs alignés avec Barcola et Dembélé, Paris chute à nouveau, cette fois à l'Allianz Arena sur le plus petit des scores, après une nouvelle errance de son portier, cette fois Safonov, préféré à Donnarumma. Dominés comme face aux Gunners, les Parisiens n'auront jamais vraiment l'opportunité de renverser la rencontre. Et désormais, ils le savent, ils n'ont plus droit à l'erreur. Et c'est donc sous une terrible pression que l'équipe débarque mi-décembre en Autriche pour tenter de relancer son rêve européen, dans un contexte également compliqué en Ligue 1, avec 2 nuls consécutifs contre Nantes et Auxerre.
Alors Paris, le projet ne semble pas beaucoup avancé, 1 an et demi après l'arrivée de Luis Enrique, un entraîneur tout puissant. On vous racontait hier sur RMC les relations qui se tendent dans le vestiaire entre certains joueurs, cadres et l'entraîneur, qui ne comprennent ni le management ni les choix tactiques du coach espagnol.
Il y a des problèmes, pas uniquement sur le terrain, quoi. Il y a des problèmes aussi dans la construction de cette équipe. Moi, je trouve que ça manque de talent assez régulièrement dans toutes les lignes. Je trouve qu'il y a beaucoup d'erreurs qui ont été faites et qui sont mises en avant par ce classement aujourd'hui, qui est très très inquiétant quand même.
Est-ce que toi tu crois encore en ce projet ?
Non, mais j'y ai pas cru dès le début en fait. Donc désolé de casser l'ambiance.
Très bien.
Mais pourtant, face à Salzbourg, sans un Dembélé suspendu après son exclusion face au Bayern, le Paris Saint-Germain, aligné dans un 4-3-3 plus classique, avec Fabian Ruiz préféré à Zaïre Emery, va enfin voir la lumière dans un match quasiment maîtrisé de bout en bout. Grâce au premier but de la saison de Gonzalo Ramos, à 2 passes D de l'excellent Hakimi et à une superbe entrée aussi de Désiré Doué, pourtant décrié depuis septembre pour son manque d'impact, les Rouges et Bleus décrochent enfin un succès satisfaisant en Ligue des Champions et remontent alors provisoirement à la 24e et dernière place qualificative pour le tour suivant, avant de jouer un mois plus tard une nouvelle finale, une vraie cette fois-ci, face à une autre bête blessée, Manchester City.
Ce Paris Saint-Germain, Manchester City, dans la nuit parisienne, dans cette magnifique soirée qui s'augure au Parc des Princes, c'est une rencontre sous très très haute tension.
Car au soir du 22 janvier 2025, c'est des Sky Blues en quête de certitude qui débarquent au Parc des Princes. Privés de leur ballon d'or, Rodri lourdement blessé et de Nathan Ake lui aussi forfait, City a en effet connu un début de saison catastrophique en PL tout comme en Ligue des Champions et ne souhaite ce soir-là rien d'autre qu'une victoire pour confirmer son regain de forme en ce début d'année 2025 avec 6 matchs consécutifs sans défaite. De son côté, Paris compte lui aussi un absent de marque face à City en la personne d'Ousmane Dembélé, enfin létal depuis un mois avec 5 buts en 3 matchs de Ligue 1, mais malheureusement touché ce jour-là par une grippe, ce qui oblige le technicien espagnol à aligner une nouvelle fois Kanguini, accompagné de Désiré Doué et Barcola, tandis que plus bas sur le terrain sont reconduits les hommes victorieux à Salzbourg.
To remember, it's never really let us down in the past, Ali, and it just feels tonight.
Bref, c'est donc une grande soirée européenne qui s'annonce au parc, un match qui sent la poudre. Mais si Paris et son maillot ailé impriment dès le coup d'envoi un rythme impressionnant et asphyxie complètement son adversaire, City reste contre toute attente en vie en première mi-temps, sauvé d'un rien par un hors-jeu. Avant, au retour des vestiaires, de crucifier par 2 fois les Parisiens. Mené 0-2, Paris n'a alors pas un, mais bien 2 genoux à terre. Mais pourtant, sous une pluie mancunienne, le PSG se transforme en une demi-heure grâce à un trio Neves, Vitinha, Ruiz XXL, un Barcola survolté et à l'entrée fracassante aussi du TGV Dembélé qui renverse tout et met la première pierre d'une performance historique.
Goes the shot, oh, it's in the bar, the follow-up, it's in! It's Bradley Barker! Taken by Vitinha, and there's the chance that they've got it right! Gonzalo Ramos coming back from an offside position, was he? Well, he scored anyway! As the flag goes up, he says no!
Score final 4-2, le Parc vient de vivre l'un des plus grands moments de son histoire récente. L'équipe, elle, vient de faire basculer sa saison.
Je suis très content. Allez les gars. Unbelievable. The team. Very good game.
Car complètement transfigurée, la machine parisienne se présente une semaine plus tard à Stuttgart, désormais sûre de son fait, forte d'un 11 cohérent et d'un Luis Enrique plus flexible avec ses joueurs, et va baffer en 50 minutes seulement le 4e de Bundesliga.
Bradley Barker there to apply the grip at the other end. All sorts of space for Barker. It is 2-0 Paris Saint-Germain. Spells further danger like this for Stuttgart. Dembélé, brilliant. Rattles in his second goal. A third of this first half for Paris Saint-Germain. Well, with a flick, Hakimi continued his run. Dembélé does it again. It's a brilliant hat-trick from Ousmane Dembélé to put Paris out of sight, surely.
Pour la première fois sous l'ère Luis Enrique, Paris enchaîne ainsi 3 victoires de suite en Ligue des Champions et boucle surtout cette phase de Ligue au 15e rang, une place synonyme de duel franco-français en 16e de finale face à Brest. Et en souverain incontesté qu'ils sont sur le territoire français, les coéquipiers du nouveau super-héros Ousmane Dembélé ne vont pas faire dans le détail face à la surprise brestoise. 0-3 à l'aller au Roudourou, puis 7-0 au retour, grâce au premier but de la nouvelle recrue hivernale Vara. Bref, un 10-0 sur l'ensemble des 2 matchs, une humiliation historique.
Franchement, dès la première minute jusqu'à la dernière, ils ont respecté l'adversaire, ils ont respecté la Champions League. Et je vois que la confiance est vraiment là. Tu sens qu'ils ont vraiment plaisir à jouer ensemble, les garçons.
Après la remontada face à City, puis cette claque infligée à Brest, Paris n'est plus, aux yeux de tous, l'équipe de possession stérile et sans idée, mais est désormais devenu un monstre de mouvement, de pressing à la perte, un 11 de tueur face aux cages, capable en 3 passes de remonter le terrain pour vous crucifier dans le dos des défenseurs. Bref, Paris est devenu une équipe crainte par les adversaires, et pour les supporters, une équipe qu'on aime admirer.
Et tu sens vraiment qu'il y en a beaucoup aujourd'hui qui sont en train de franchir un palier.
PSG joue vraiment l'acier depuis un mois.
Exactement, ils sont en train de monter crescendo en pression. C'est pour ça que je suis impatient d'Allemagne de voir les prochains tours. Ils vont certainement tomber contre un Liverpool. Voilà. Donc on va voir jusqu'où justement ils peuvent aller.
Moment de vérité pour eux.
It's got everything really, including 2 teams with genuine hopes of winning the Champions League this season. It's a great place for a big game, an iconic stadium which provides a great atmosphere, a bowl of noise, colour and passion on nights like this one.
Et très vite dans ce duel étoilé, Paris, son pressing et son collectif parfaitement huilé vont complètement annihiler le jeu des Reds. Car surdominateur, les joueurs parisiens font plus que de neutraliser la machine d'Arne Slot. Le duo Marquinhos-Pacho est imbougeable, Salah termine dans la poche d'un Nuno Mendes étincelant, le trio Ruiz-Neves-Vitinha vraiment trop fort mêle autorité et douceur technique dans l'entrejeu, Vara et Dembélé enchaînent eux les courses offensives et défensives. Bref, Paris réalise une performance absolument dingue. Sauf que pourtant, le joueur qu'on retiendra dans cette rencontre n'est pas un Parisien.
Step past 2.
Car pendant 90 minutes, Alisson dégoûte les attaquants du PSG, repousse frappe après frappe et sauvé aussi par un hors-jeu ultra limite. Bénéficie aussi des largesses arbitrales pour éviter en face-à-face l'opposant à Barcola, avant de finalement voir sa prestation être encore plus valorisée en toute fin de match par Harvey Elliott. Contre le cours du jeu, et c'est vraiment un euphémisme de dire ça, Paris chute donc une énième fois cette saison en Coupe d'Europe, mais cette fois lors de l'une des meilleures performances de son histoire récente en C1, à tel point que loin de les abattre comme ça aurait été le cas il y a quelques années, eh bien ce match, cette défaite, vont finalement renforcer leur confiance en eux.
C'est maintenant qu'on va montrer le type d'équipe qu'on est. Maintenant, c'est à nous de montrer notre personnalité, notre force. Ça, c'est une vraie équipe, même quand on tombe. Et on va là-bas, on va faire un grand match. Et cette fois, on va marquer et on va passer, je suis sûr.
Et à Anfield, loin de laisser les démons du passé ressurgir, Paris va plutôt les chasser en moins d'un quart d'heure. 0-1, avec ce but, Paris revient au score, mais pourtant dominé avant et surtout après ce but, eh bien les Parisiens vont souffrir. Mais héroïque défensivement, le PSG s'accroche, tient bon face aux vagues des Reds, se crée même d'énormes actions et voit surtout enfin naître un héros qu'on n'attendait plus dans les cages, Donnarumma. Transformé selon ses propres mots par l'attentat suivi face à Monaco, le portier italien ultra critiqué depuis son arrivée au PSG rend une prestation immaculée où il offre aux siens le droit à une prolongation qui permet à Paris de reprendre des couleurs avant, pendant les tirs au but, de dégoûter les Reds pour offrir à Désiré Doué la possibilité de climatiser le nord de l'Angleterre. Avec cette nouvelle soirée de folie, ce succès fantastique, le locomotive parisien confirme définitivement sa place parmi les favoris au sacre final et confirme aussi et surtout que très peu de montagnes ne pourront l'arrêter.
Well done, Luis Enrique. Well done, Vitinha. Well done, João Neves. They said that we're going to go to Anfield and play our game and try to win the way we know how to play. And to do that to Liverpool, that is the best team in the Premier League. This guy, I'm sorry, Vitinha plays a different sport. It's not the same football. João Neves, Nuno Mendes, Pacho at the back, they were all outstanding. Hakimi, wow. I don't know so much Luis Enrique, but look, the way he put that team together, and we all know sometimes talent is not enough. You need to have a team that's willing to play well off and on the board. And Paris Saint-Germain, wow.
D'ailleurs, en quart aller, malgré l'absence de Marquinhos remplacé par Beraldo et l'ouverture du score aussi surprise d'Aston Villa, c'est une équipe du PSG sereine et sûre de son fait qui va revenir au score grâce à un Désiré Doué électrique. Puis prendre l'avantage sur un chef-d'œuvre de son géorgien Kvara. Tout simplement plus fort, Paris enfonce même le clou dans les arrêts de jeu et prend donc une grande option sur le dernier carré avant un retour à Birmingham qui s'annonce presque comme une formalité. D'ailleurs, une formalité, la première demi-heure retour en est une, tant le PSG est au-dessus à tous les niveaux. Sauf qu'en avance de 4 buts sur l'ensemble des 2 matchs, les Parisiens vont tomber dans la facilité. Puis finalement le doute, pour la première fois depuis le miracle Citizen, encaissant 1, 2, puis 3 buts. Pour offrir au Villa Park une raison de s'enflammer. Pendant les 25 dernières minutes, Paris va souffrir, va repenser aux remontadas passées, va retrouver les lacunes et les largesses aussi du début de saison. Mais pendant ces 25 dernières minutes, Paris, mentalement plus fort, va surtout tenir, grâce encore une fois à un Donnarumma monstrueux.
It's Paris Saint-Germain, dramatically.
Pour la 2e fois en 2 ans, les Parisiens sont donc qualifiés pour le dernier carré de la Ligue des Champions. Un miracle quand on se repasse le film de la saison, mais une suite logique pourtant pour ceux qui croyaient en Luis Enrique et en son projet. Parlons de projet, c'est un autre très beau projet de club que se mesurera celui du PSG en demi-finale, avec le déplacement suivi de la réception des Gunners de Mikel Arteta. Logiquement battu à l'Emirates quelques mois plus tôt, cette fois Paris s'avance dans une toute autre dynamique.
7 meses o 8, no sé cuántos son. Bueno, creo que hay diferencias grandes. Si uno ve el partido, yo he visto el partido del 1 de octubre y veo la evolución, nuestra evolución, creo que somos mejores, creo que lo hemos demostrado a lo largo de la competición.
Et pour cause, après des mois de tests tactiques et de critiques, Luis Enrique semble enfin avoir trouvé la clé, avoir trouvé la partition parfaite pour faire de son équipe une machine harmonieuse qui asphyxie un à un ses adversaires. Et d'ailleurs, face aux Gunners, le technicien espagnol aligne pour la première fois depuis septembre 2023 le même 11 de départ lors de 2 matchs consécutifs, tandis qu'Arsenal, de son côté, devra composer avec les absences de Gabriel Jesus, de Kai Havertz, de Jorginho, de Gabriel, de Calafiori et surtout de Thomas Partey, pierre angulaire du milieu de terrain.
Arsenal and Paris Saint-Germain are knocking at the door again.
Et devant un parquage parisien plein à craquer, le PSG n'a besoin que de 196 petites secondes pour mettre en place une phase de jeu d'école, une phase qui transperce déjà le bloc londonien.
Test here for Timber, hit by Dembele! Well, that didn't take long. Swept home.
Moi j'ai pensé à la phrase de Mike Tyson. Tout le monde a un plan jusqu'à ce qu'on te tape dessus. Et c'est ce qui s'est passé pour Arsenal parce qu'ils avaient un plan. Au premier uppercut, ils prennent le but. Parce que non seulement ils prennent le but, mais c'est la manière dont ils prennent le but. Et ça pour moi c'est très important. Ça intervient après une énorme séquence de plus d'1 minute et 27 passes.
1-0, après 3 minutes de jeu, les choses débutent plutôt bien. Et pendant tout le premier acte, la fluidité collective, technique et le pressing parisien vont étouffer des Gunners incapables de développer leur jeu. Des Gunners qui s'en remettent à David Raya pour rester en vie. Sauf que vous le savez, en Ligue des Champions, ça va très vite. Et après un premier avertissement, en fin de première période, Paris en subit un deuxième, puis un troisième, avant une deuxième mi-temps bien plus disputée, qui se terminera finalement sur la plus petite démarche en faveur du PSG, devant un Javier Pastore extatique.
C'est une demi-finale de Ligue des Champions. Arsenal était invaincu à l'Emirates. Grande performance du PSG.
Une seule défaite en Ligue des Champions, Arsenal, c'était contre l'Inter là-bas.
Ça faut le valoriser. Deuxième meilleure défense de Ligue des Champions.
C'est très dur ce qu'on a fait ici aujourd'hui, les gars. C'est très dur, hein. On y va.
Et c'est donc avec un pied en finale de Champions League que Vitinha et les siens, déjà couronnés champions de France, préparent le 7 mai un terrible accueil sur la pelouse du Parc des Princes à des Gunners en quête de rachat après la défaite à l'aller, une défaite qui était suivie par un nouveau résultat négatif en championnat face à Bournemouth. Et fort du retour de Partey et de Timber dans le 11, les hommes de Mikel Arteta débutent la rencontre sur les chapeaux de roue, bousculent clairement un PSG sans Dembélé trop juste physiquement et obligent Donnarumma à plusieurs parades XXL. Mais si Paris est collectivement dominé, eh bien l'équipe s'en remet finalement à ses individualités pour sortir la tête de l'eau. D'abord par Kvara malheureux. Puis à la 27e minute de jeu, via son milieu de terrain espagnol trop souvent critiqué, Fabian Ruiz.
You cannot strike a ball sweeter than that. Fabian Ruiz's first ever Champions League goal. It's an absolute beauty.
Clairement malmené depuis le coup d'envoi, le PSG consolide pourtant grâce à ce but son matelas, et si la deuxième période débute sur la même dynamique que la première avec une domination des Gunners, eh bien encore une fois c'est Paris qui va marquer, non pas sur un penalty généreux finalement raté, mais bien sur une offrande de l'entrant Dembélé pour un Hakimi qui libère le Parc des Princes.
Here's Hakimi! Paris Saint-Germain are heading to the Champions League final.
Avec ce deuxième but, Paris compose quasiment définitivement son billet pour Munich, et ni une réduction du score de Saka, ni même plusieurs opportunités pour Arsenal ne feront finalement pencher la balance de l'autre côté. Pour la deuxième fois de son histoire, le PSG est en finale de la Ligue des Champions, et cette fois sans star, mais bien avec un magnifique collectif de jeunes joueurs au talent et à l'envie démesurée. Désormais, Paris n'est plus une équipe de bling-bling, car Luis Enrique en a fait une machine à jouer, une machine à presser, une machine à combiner. Face à nous se trouve un PSG d'idées et non de noms. Un PSG qui donne enfin aux supporters parisiens la fierté et l'envie d'aimer leur équipe. Et à Munich, c'est une véritable opposition de style qu'attend les Parisiens, plus jeune équipe de l'histoire à atteindre ce stade de la compétition, face au jeu vertical et cynique de l'Inter, effectif quant à lui le plus vieux de l'édition 24-25. Mais pour Paris, cette finale, bien plus qu'un choc, c'est surtout la possibilité, enfin, d'effacer des années de douleur, de faire taire les doutes et les critiques, et de prouver aussi au monde que Paris est bel et bien devenu un grand d'Europe. Et ce soir-là, justement, mieux que de lutter face à leur destin, eh bien les hommes de Luis Enrique vont l'écrire, et de quelle manière.
Look at the kick-off. What's that all about? Play in the opposition's half. This is something fed in beautifully to Doué, and it's Hakimi! And it's just beautiful! Oh, hang it in the Louvre! It is a majestic goal. John Evans has made a run into the box. This is Desiree Doué, and it's deflected in. And Paris Saint-Germain are in dreamland. They're 2 up after 20 minutes.
Collectivement, à des années-lumière de son adversaire du soir, l'équipe parisienne atteint ce soir-là l'apothéose tactique programmée par Luis Enrique. Pendant 90 minutes, le 11 parisien danse en harmonie sur la pelouse de l'Allianz Arena, asphyxie littéralement l'Inter par son pressing à toute épreuve, illustré notamment par un Dembélé mort de faim, et tue aussi et très vite tout suspense dans une finale qui vire à la correction.
There is a new name at the top table of European football. Paris Saint-Germain have won the Champions League at last.
Ouais, c'est un mélange de joie, de toutes ces émotions qu'on a passées ensemble. Moi, j'ai souffert avec cette équipe, j'ai grandi aussi avec cette équipe. Et je pense à tous les joueurs qui ont passé, qui ont pas réussi. Aujourd'hui, on arrive, on la ramène à la maison et je pense aussi à eux, je pense à tous les supporters qui ont été avec nous.
I'm Gabby, Jules, Blue Sky, sort of over West London. Jules, we have our Continental champions, a 5-0 beatdown in the final, completely one-sided. Your thoughts on Cruz Azul winning the CONCACAF Champions Cup? Because that's what I'm talking about.
Yes,
No,
yes,
I'm kidding.
exactly.
We will get to Cruz Azul later. Do not worry, CONCACAF Champions. We're talking about the other 5-0 beatdown, the one we were both at.
Yeah, incredible, man. I don't think I've recovered yet of that night, that final. To see my team play that way with my children and half of the family in the stands was just exceptional. In my wildest dreams, in all the PSG fans' wildest dreams, the players, Luis Enrique's, you couldn't have written a script like this, and they did. It was a masterclass, almost a perfect performance, and just a game for the ages, really.
You say almost the perfect performance, and I would suggest that what kept it from being the perfect performance is at one point, Bastoni nutmegs, I think it was, it might have been Due, actually.
Yeah, it was Due, yeah.
And also, some of Donnarumma's kicking was not super spot on. I cannot see anything else that Paris Saint-Germain stops it from being perfect.
Perfect performances don't exist. So.
But this is pretty darn close. And what I found remarkable about this is we all saw pathways for Paris Saint-Germain winning, right? But what struck me, what we did not include, and we thought they might win with pressing, possession, speed, technical ability, all this stuff. But we never thought that they would also look so much more accomplished, so much better at decision making, so much more mature. If you couldn't see the players' faces, you might have thought that, oh, Paris Saint-Germain must be the veteran, experienced side because they're doing everything right, they're completely unfazed, they're not rattled.
Yeah. Although we've seen this kind of performance before against Liverpool at home, for example, in the last 16 first leg, and yet they didn't take their chances that night, unlike what they did in the final on Saturday. But this level of performance and this sort of domination, this sort of we have the ball, you can't come near us, we can do everything we want, verticality, play in transition, keep the ball, move the ball around, the fluidity within the structure that we talked a lot on the show, which is what this team is so special about, is the mobility of all the players. If Doué comes inside, then Dembele goes on the right. Hakimi was so impressive as a left winger. There was somebody at right back when Hakimi comes in. So all of that is brilliant, but we've seen it before this season. But what the surprise came from the fact that they could do it in the final of the Champions League to start with, and also the fact that Inter didn't seem to think they'd be able to do it because they had no plan against it.
I think Inter's plan was to, having watched the previous games, was to, and Paris Saint-Germain starting so quickly, was to sit back, absorb the pressure for the first 20 minutes and grow into the game, keep the ball in midfield and so on. The problem is when you concede twice in the first 20 minutes, then that plan goes out the window. It's like Mike Tyson, everybody's a plan until they get punched in the face. That was getting punched in the face, very much so. That said, I think Inter kind of made everything worse from there on out, including Simone Inzaghi. I don't know if you agree with that, but for me, there was one potential turning point. The Marcus Thuram header, minute 37, where you thought, all right, go back before halftime, Paris Saint-Germain nerves, but he put his header wide and nothing changed. I mean, this is the only thing maybe you can slightly hang on to.
Yeah, there's one for Acerbi 10 minutes earlier.
That was innocuous, though.
Well, in the same corner, Acerbi just slightly mistiming his jump, but then he's on his own. It's a free header and he goes over the bar, and then Marcus, at least there's a defender in front of him. I mean, not even a defender, it's Kvaratskhelia, but that can maybe just disturb him a little bit. But yeah, and set pieces was always going to be the key. But I think what's even more telling is that there's that, Gavin, you're right. If they score there, it's 2-1, and then you just don't know, although Dembele has a big chance after that too. But then at the start of the second half, where Inter have to go for it, really, they have two wide set piece to Çalhanoğlu, and both deliveries are pretty bad. One goes way at the fourth or fifth post, and the other one is too short. And these also were big moments that Çalhanoğlu didn't deliver.
Yeah, and I think it was definitely on Inter's big players when you look for them to try to get the lift. They didn't do it. Although I feel on a night like this, I don't even blame the individual players. I think they could not do it because Paris Saint-Germain would not let them do it. Jules, afterwards, people talk man of the match. I mean, I didn't get a vote in it this time, or any of the other 20 Champions League finals I've been to. Yeah. However, if I'd had a vote, I would have really, really struggled.
Yeah.
Because I might have just ended up giving it to Donnarumma, even though he had the least to do with the victory, simply because he's Italian. No, but seriously, like it was hard to pick somebody out. It went to Désiré Doué, and maybe it's inevitable. The goals, you know, he was on a hat trick, he had the assist. Although if you really want to get sort of persnickety about it, one of them was deflected and stuff. I know, but also more, it's not even being persnickety. There's so many other great performances from Dembele to Vitinha as well. I also thought it's going to go under the radar, except for people who notice that he was responsible for the second goal by keeping the ball in play. But Pacho as well. I've not been a big Pacho guy. I don't think he put a foot wrong. Whereas Marquinhos might have had a couple moments, very few. Oh, and Hakimi, of course. And by the way, Ashraf, big shout out. You only spent 1 year at Inter. You scored a Champions League final. You do not celebrate. Some people don't like that. I think it speaks to the kind of person he is, to the time he had in his 1 year at Inter.
Yeah, and by the way, he scored in the final, semi-final, quarter-final of the Champions League. That's your right back.
And he's a full-back, like you said. Yeah. But in the end, it was Désiré Doué and many people. And the hype machine inevitably starts up to the
which
point
was there already a bit before, but that takes it to another level.
And Mark Ogden, who I was sitting next to, he got so excited.
Yeah.
And so he's got a piece up asking whether, Doué Yamal, stand back, Messi and Cristiano. Now, I got a sense of deja vu because I wrote a piece 3 years ago about, look, Haaland versus Mbappe. Are they ready to kind of be the next Messi versus Cristiano? Now we've just skipped over Haaland and Mbappe, you know, because
and the others,
Mbappe only scored 40-odd goals this season,
44.
And Haaland 30-odd, and he was injured, but whatever. Like those guys are yesterday's news. It's all about Doué Yamal. I'm not going to say this. This is way premature. It's way premature for Yamal. It's not fair to put this kind of pressure. Yamal is still not even 18 years old yet, right?
Yeah.
I think it's even more premature for Doué because, and this is not a knock on him, but this is a guy who was not a fixture in the Paris Saint-Germain team really until Christmas.
Yeah.
It's his first season at a big club. Maybe we pump the brakes a little bit before we start mentioning him in the same breath, not just as Messi and Cristiano, but even Haaland and Yamal. Haaland and
Mbappe.
And Mbappe.
No, I agree with you, Gab. It's a fair point. What I would say, though, outside of the incredible talent that they clearly both have and very gifted, no puns intended with Désiré Doué's name, of course, but proper gift that they have. That is something that they're very special players, different profile, but special player. What I am, and I don't know Lamine Yamal at all, but I'm starting to know Désiré Doué and his family and his dad and all of that. The pressure has just no impact on them. And that's what I'm amazed the most by. You can look at the talent and think, okay, yeah, they are super talented. They've been talented for a very long time. Désiré Doué started in Ligue 1 at 16. He scored his first goal in Ligue 1 at 16. So this is nothing new that he's that good. It's just that the pressure has no impact on them. They just doesn't faze them. They're not scared. They are so confident, so sure of their own ability. They can take on anybody. They feel they are, that they are the best all the time, always. And they're not. I don't think they're arrogant in that sense. They just are that kind of personalities, and that's what I find the most impressive, really, at that age.
Putting my football nerd hat on, another guy that I think we have to talk about is Ousmane Dembélé. Again, we're talking about somebody who was super gifted, super hyped at a very young age, when he was playing almost exclusively as a winger at Borussia Dortmund. And he was excited because great movement, great athleticism, but also two-footed, like pretty obviously two-footed.
Yeah.
I don't even think if he has a preference. I'm sure he must have a preference, but like
no, I don't think so. I really don't.
So you could hit free kicks with either.
He says like really. I mean, there's that famous video that obviously from a few years ago, but still now he says like no.
So then he moves to Barcelona, and it's a very stop-start time
At 20,
Barcelona.
he was very young.
He moves very young. I mean, very young. I mean,
20.
It's older than what Bellingham was when he moved to Real Madrid,
not
right?
much, but
Different
yeah,
players
still.
develop in different ways. And he spends 6 years there, something like that.
Yeah.
And he has his moments, but I think it's pretty obvious that there was a sense that, all right, you did not harness your gifts. Comes to Paris Saint-Germain, plays as a winger, people making jokes, oh, look, he's dominating Farmers League, ha, ha, ha. And then it's asked to move to center forward. Not only does he play center forward, he reinterprets the position in its own way, really along the lines of what Luis Enrique asks him to do. You know, we often talk about players not wanting to run, not being willing runners, or working off the ball. He becomes a pressing machine worthy of Kai Havertz, who's always my pressing machine example, to go with the goals and the assists and everything. And I think also with his young team, obviously Marquinhos, Fabian Ruiz are the leaders. You need somebody. He's not as old as Marquinhos, but he's got much more big club experience, I think, than anybody other than Marquinhos, maybe. That's remarkable.
Yeah, I think the transformation of Ousmane Dembele is incredible. I think it's something that soon you can show young players and to see. He's not the first winger to move into a centre forward position. I mean, obviously Thierry Henry is the other massive, from a French point of view, the other massive example that we have. So it's not something rare or that's never been done before. But despite him at Rennes when he was really young, and again he started at Rennes when he was 16, a bit like Désiré Doué, and his coach at the time, Roland Courbis, played him in that position a little bit, had clearly seen there was something there more even than a winger, but then after that he was always on the wings. The way he pressed Sommer, which was on Saturday night, which was a big part of Luis Enrique's game plan and tactic, was incredible. The way he plays his leadership, the way he took that leadership after Mbappe left, the way he stepped up, 45 goals involvement in 49 games in all competitions this season, just incredible numbers. And he's the best player in the best team in Europe. So for me, Ballon d'Or talk or everything you want, he deserves it. But it's more that what he has become in the last 5-6 months that I find incredible. And there's this famous bet that we talked about before with his mate, that if he first reached 30 goals, he would get 2 very expensive watches, a Rolex and a Patek Philippe. And then he played double and quit and said, actually, forget about that. What's the bet if I win the Champions League with this team? And they said, okay, if you win the Champions League with this team, you're going to get this incredible Rolex Arabic dial, which is a very rare, super expensive, $500,000 watch. And guess what they gave him yesterday at the stadium when there was the big celebrations? The Arabic dial.
Who's his mate, Nasser?
No, they're also very wealthy mates that do a lot of things. But yeah, it's exceptional watch.
We've seen so many talented players hit upon hard time and lose their confidence, lose their self-belief. I mean, the fact that he clearly lost that when he was at Barcelona, between his injuries, between the criticism and everything. And then he comes back, and it's not seamless. There's bumps. There was obviously the game when Luis Enrique dropped him entirely and whatnot. To come back in this position, I cannot say enough about this guy's character, frankly. Yeah. Now, from the Inter perspective, there's two. Inzaghi spoke after the game, and look, he was very clear. He says, the only reason I'm here talking is because I respect the work that you and the media do, and I respect our fans in case they want to hear from me. But right now, I'm so upset. I just want to, go crawl in a hole, or I'm paraphrasing here. But he emphasized the fact, look, we had an incredible season. They fell at every hurdle at the end, because obviously they lost the title to Napoli on the last day of the season. They were stopped in the Coppa Italia semi-final by Milan, and then obviously they lost the Super Cup. But I think it's worth remembering that they're also doing this with a team that's still under tremendous financial restrictions. People look, they have all these old players. They are the oldest teams out of the 96 in Europe's Big Five leagues by weighted minutes. But that's also because when you sign free agents and stuff, they tend to be older. I think it's a tremendous achievement, what he's done. And I think he's 100%.
Yeah.
And I think they should be really, really proud. Or do we go and put this on one game where you wipe the floor?
No.
Like if he had lost this game 2-1 and it'd been much closer, would it be a different conversation?
No, you're right. But it feels, because they were humiliated on Saturday, if it fails like that, I mean, I thought the Gazzetta was so, and maybe rightly so critical and so negative about everything. And after a game like that, yeah, maybe we don't have to go back to Giannis Antetokounmpo and the failure quotes. Is it a failure season really when you reached almost a final in your league, semi-final of your cup, final of your Super Cup? No, it's not. However, they will always be remembered as the team that lost 2 Champions League final in 3 years, a Europa League final, 2 Serie A titles on the last day, and that's not nice. And they will remember more for what they lost than for what they won, despite being a great team with a great coach.
I think the legacy of this, I mean, somebody's obviously tracked Inter for many, many decades. I think this is maybe the second worst day in Inter's history after May 5th. And I don't want to get into what May 5th was, but you can go and look it up if you want. That said, I mean, you're right. He got to the hurdle. And, in the end, losing the Serie A title at least, I don't want to pick on individual players, but if Jan Bissek doesn't jump, he doesn't give away that penalty against Lazio, and Inter are champions. If Marko Arnautovic sorts himself out a little bit better, Inter are champions.
Yeah.
And then we have a totally different conversation. So for me, I think you got to step back and you have to analyze the whole thing. In this game, he was completely unprepared. Probably would have lost anyway. Maybe not. What I do find remarkable, and we touched upon this before, is we were all presenting this final as if it was experience versus athleticism and freshness and youth, blah, blah, blah. And yet, it was experience and decision-making that let Inter down for those first 2 goals directly.
Yeah.
Not that praise Vitinha for his pass to Doué that set up Hakimi's first goal. But that is a complete misreading of the defense, especially from Fede Di Marco.
Yeah.
And then on the second one, again, I'm not going to criticize Barella as a warrior, blah, blah, blah. He has to make a decision based on experience. Do I let this ball run, do I just shepherd the ball out of play?
Yeah.
Or do I think William Pacho can get to it? And he made his experience that is to let the ball run out of play for a point. And Pacho gets it. And then they go up the other way, and then there's the deflected goal.
Sure. And there's the 2, there's Acerbi and Chanilli against Dembele, and they let him cross the ball, pass the ball crossway to Doué for the shot. And Di Marco changed again, and Di Marco should not turn his back onto that shot and deflects it. So you're right, big mistakes that experienced players shouldn't be making, and they make them. So how come they made them? Was it because they were not prepared, tired? Is it because they felt under pressure because PSG started the game so well? Because usually they don't make those mistakes.
Is it because sometimes we overrate experience,
Maybe.
especially vis-a-vis maybe a younger player who's very well trained, who maybe hasn't seen all these situations and he can't process it himself, but he's received very clear, obvious instructions?
Yeah.
I don't know, all these things come into it.
We said, we discussed it together, I mean, before the final and on the show on Thursday, but PSG had been the team that ran the most in the Champions League this season. Before the final, 118 kilometers per game in average, right? It's massive. Inter the least, but Inter then ran
92.
more. 92, but then Inter ran more in the final than PSG, and PSG only 105 Ks in that final.
And Inter, I think, we're 111, something like that.
Because PSG didn't need to run more because they ran well. They pressed well when they had to do Dembele, especially as we said, to force bad passes. The 2 wide players as well. But I think he says a lot about how good PSG were and the performance in the final, to the fact that they didn't even have to run as much as they usually do in average.
Yeah, I would say they probably also ran faster than he did. But you're right. No, I think that's a very evident and accurate way of reading this. I want to talk a little bit about the fans, because those who've been privileged to go to Champions League finals like we have these big Tifo banners before the game. Inter didn't have one.
No.
And they didn't have one and it was in protest at the club or more broadly actually at football, saying ultras are taken for granted. Right? What we bring in terms of color and whatever. So they didn't do anything. And I don't know if this is the case, but I've seen Paris Saint-Germain's tifos as well, their pregame ones in the past. What they did was fine, but I've seen far more impressive ones. I wonder if that is a sentiment to some degree shared a little bit by the Paris Saint-Germain ultras as well.
No, not for us, no.
So there is no level of repression, of isolation. They're very happy with the way.
Yeah. I mean, I've never heard anything like that, and they've done tifos.
So why was this one relative to the other ones a little more muted?
Well, no, because in your stadium you've got your the area when you can create them, build them. There's help from for example, I believe you can't hang up anything up from the top of
you
the
can't.
stadium.
They don't allow you to do that.
Yeah. So at the Parc des Princes, you can pretty much, the club allows you to do anything you want. So you can have, like we saw in the semi-final against Arsenal, this incredible tifo that the PSG Ultras did all around the stadium. You could not do that there. So they stayed with the most Paris Saint-Germain. I was going to say basic. It's not basic because it was still beautiful, but just a bit of a normal one because they could not do much more than that. And they managed to bring the flares in, and we had the lady on the mic during the game saying, "You're not allowed to do the flares." So they're going to get obviously fined quite a lot of money, I suspect, by UEFA, but I don't think they care right now.
I think they'll get 3 fines after this, and you're right. I mean, they don't care. One for the pyro, one for the pitch invasion at the end, which
was always going to happen. I tell you that.
It was funny, and I want to praise the police and the policing on this one. So I don't know how much of this went out on television, but basically what happened is you have the medal presentation, you have the very original thing where they stand in front of the champions thing and they all celebrate. And then you have Paris Saint-Germain moving over towards the PSG end to thank the ultras for, not just the ultras, but all the fans that were over there for supporting them. And they're given instructions, do not go straight to the edge. And you had this big line of police officers in riot gear.
Yeah.
Marquinhos takes a cup and leads the players right through the barrier of police. And that was a moment where I thought, okay, the police could have said, no, Marquinhos, you're not coming through here, right? Safety, blah, blah, blah. They made a decision. I thought it was the right decision. I thought it was a rational decision. Some people will look at it and say, oh, wait, but by allowing Marquinhos and the PSG team to go down there, you had what happened afterwards, where they were right at, essentially at the very edge. I mean, the people in the first row could have come out and touched it.
Yeah.
Where eventually you had all the fans streaming forward and coming onto the pitch. When that happened again, they were on the pitch. I don't know if you were after it, but they were out there for a good 10 minutes.
Yeah, more than that.
Even more than that, but before everything was cleared away. And again, the way they got them to leave was the police officers just stood there, held their ground. They weren't violent, they didn't throw no baton, no threats. And eventually, the PSG fans says, all right, the players are gone.
They dug quite a lot. They dug a lot of the grass out as well to bring home.
And I thought they might have just taken the first one as well.
Yeah, the net for sure. The net is gone. But yeah, and then the guys had to go back into the dressing room. I don't think they wanted to wait for the ultras to go back into the stands before coming back out and see all their family members that were in the stadium. So yeah.
Final point on this really touching moment at the end, the banner of Luis Enrique embracing his daughter, Shauna. To tell us a story about it, because not everybody's gonna know.
Yeah, if you don't know the story, Luis Enrique has 3 children, so the 2 eldest, and then the youngest one, Sana, who passed away in 2019 at the age of 9. So she was 5 when Luis Enrique won his first until Saturday last Champions League final with Barcelona. They trebled. And on that night against Juventus, she was on the pitch after the game and she planted in the pitch the Catalonia flag and the Barcelona kind of flag together in one with her dad. And Sana passed away in 2019, and we started the foundation for her. We talked a lot about her in a sad way, but in a very happy way too, in the sense of we can't be sad the fact that she's not here anymore, because we are too happy that she was with us for 9 years. Basically, that's the message that he's sending. And he didn't know, the club knew, he didn't know that the PSG Ultras had prepared this banner where you see Luis Enrique himself now planting the PSG flag in a pitch with San. Now looking at him, and it was a very emotional moment. He had tears in his eyes and like red eyes, but I liked what he said after, and which is fair. He obviously thanked the fans and said how emotional he was, but also that he doesn't have to win the Champions League to think about her, and that it's actually more when he loses or when his team loses that he thinks about her the most. But it was an amazing moment to just cap what was an incredible night.
There's a documentary outside of supremely moving.
More Champions League related stuff. Yes. Gigi Donnarumma says he's not sure he's sticking around in Paris. He's the highest paid keeper in the world. He has 1 year left in his contract. And there is no sign of the club, or his camp says, wanting to discuss a new deal with him.
Yeah, no, the negotiations and the talks have restarted. I think for a moment they stalled a bit back in that January, February. And the numbers are in contact for it. They would like him to stay. I think he stated already, he said publicly in interviews that he wanted to stay as well. And I think he will stay.
Yeah, I think he has to say, I don't know, because until he signs. But it's funny because that is a ton of, this goes back to the original sin of the contract that Milan, no, I think it goes even further, the contract he got with Milan, which just set the baseline so high.
True.
Again, he makes around 10 million euros a year net, which for those who like thinking in weekly pounds per week is something close to 380,000 pounds a week. That is an absurd.
Yeah.
That is it's not absurd. I mean, he's arguably one of the top 3 or 4 goalkeepers in the world, but he's one of the top 7 or 8 highest paid players in the world. In fact, maybe even top 5 if you exclude like Messi and Cristiano in these special cases. And he's probably not one of the top 5 players in the world.
And guess who's also not sure if he's staying, Gabi? Simone Inzaghi.
Yeah. So. We touched upon it before. He was asked afterwards, so like, how do you pick yourself up for going forward? And he says, like, I don't know. Well, will you at least be going to the Club World Cup? And he said, I don't know. The club have made it very clear that, dude, you have a contract, you're staying. I don't know where this comes from, if he really is emotional and upset and worn out. There's a meeting on Tuesday where I think they're also going to discuss kind of plans going forward. I think this is what's in play. I really don't want to think that it's this massive offer that he supposedly has from Saudi Arabia, because that would make me very sad.
I know, it would. I know.
UEFA's technical observers, who are a bunch of coaches and ex-players, released their team of the season. Jules, I detect a little bit of recency bias, but I have no problem with it. There's 7 Paris Saint-Germain players, and no country has more players on the list than Italy, who, of course, decided not to play in the last 2 World Cups. I can be proud of that. What jumps out for you?
I think 7 is fair because it's a very attacking team, as you would expect, really. Donnarumma in goal, we said, best goalkeeper in the Champions League this season, no problem. Hakimi and Nuno Mendes, the best fullbacks in the Champions League too this season, and probably Hakimi for sure the best right back in the world. Nuno Mendes not far from being probably the best left back in the world. Bastoni and Marquinhos are centre back. I like Pacho more than Marquinhos this season.
I think we know that it's like the Ballon d'Or. Some people get in on reputation. Marquinhos is a club captain and whatever.
Yeah.
And I am a huge Marquinhos fan. I always had him near the top all those years. I thought he was even better than Thiago Silva for many years.
Yeah.
That said, this season Pacho, he's not been on the same level, and I would have had Pacho ahead of him.
Definitely. Then Vitinha, Declan Rice, yes, definitely no problem. And then the 4 forwards are Lamine Yamal, Ousmane Dembele and Rafinha. Until then, no problem. Really, they're the 3 outstanding players in the Champions League this season. Desiré Doué managed to find his way into this team of the season when, as you said earlier, Gabi, he really is starting playing. He played every game, so he played 17 games this season in the Champions League, which is the same as PSG. There's no problem. But to have him there purely just on what he did in the final and a bit before, to be fair, against Aston Villa and Liverpool, but still.
I think we have to accept this is based on the final. It's not supposed to be, but a lot of it is inevitably based and influenced by the final. If Arsenal get through, I'm pretty sure Declan Rice is not the only Arsenal player on here. If Inter had won, I'm sure Bastoni wouldn't have been the only guy on here. You can make the same case for almost any other club.
Francesco Acerbi has refused his Italy call-up, citing a lack of respect. Gab, you were counting on him, I'm sure, to stop Erling Haaland in his massive game on Friday in the qualifiers.
I think somebody else was, but no, look, I mean, Acerbi's annoyed because Spalletti didn't call him up, I think, in March after he called him up in November. Again, I think you should be happy. Like, dude, you're old, you're competing on free throws, you can give it a miss in March. This could have all been avoided if Spalletti had rung him and say, hey, I'm gonna call you, are you good to come back? And or Acerbi had rung him and says, hey, just in case you're calling me, I want to take a break. I think he's being a little bit of a baby here. I don't think Spalletti is a big fan, but equally, you can't say, oh, this means so much to me, and then say, no, I'm not going at this stage.
Yeah.
Jules, we're not done. We have more quick hits.
Let's go, guys.
Real Madrid have paid some 10 million euros to Liverpool so that Trent Alexander-Arnold can join them a month early and play in the Club World Cup. Your thoughts?
I'm flabbergasted. I won't lie. I was told first that they were negotiating and it was going to be a small fee. And I think I said on the FC show one night, I said, okay, a small fee for Real Madrid is not much. It's okay. I don't think then it was necessary because Trent could have joined on July 1st. And July 1st, you should be, if you're Real Madrid, still in the competition.
Well, this was completely unexpected. We did not even have Penumbra on, and the game crashed.
He could have trained on his own before that, and then be okay to join in.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and log back in. And once we do that, we're going to head over back to base and leave the Occult Crescent because it seems there is a problem with the connection. And we have less than an hour to go on this one here. So we've already gotten a few of the preliminary stuff done. But we are going to get some other stuff taken care of. We're going to go ahead and we're probably going to go ahead and call out the stream early because we did not expect that this game was going to be crashing. So we're going to go ahead and fire this thing up again and see if we can wrap this up properly. But as you can see, we've already gotten the first few quests out of the way. And while we were on our way to a critical engagement, the game crashed. So we're going to go ahead and have this thing resolved shortly.
July 1st is, I think, straight after the last 16. Don't tell me Real Madrid can't make it to the last 16 of the Club World Cup without Trent Alexander-Arnold. They don't need him.
But I think the argument is if you drop in a right back into the team, especially a right back who's not known for his defensive prowess and sense of positioning, and you're working on movements and whatever else defensively, and your coach is Xabi Alonso, who's into his tactics, maybe?
I disagree.
I don't know.
But on Thursday, you were skeptical, Gabi, but now Max Allegri has been confirmed as the new AC Milan boss, the return. Are you skeptical?
3 years out of the game, didn't cover himself in glory in his last gig. I think most of all, what this says to me is that this is a massive change in direction, right? Based on what we know of what Allegri's
in terms
done
of
before.
style of football?
Not so much style of football. I think Allegri's much more flexible. I mean, he's a football guy. He knows his tactics, right? More so, Allegri, when he talks about categories of players, he's not necessarily a lover of young players unless it's like Paul Pogba or somebody when he was young and good. This to me says we're going in a different direction. Allegri is here to win now. He's not here to build for some future. I mean, so clearly at the top, they've decided to move away from that model, which you can call sort of Red Bullish, Germanish, whatever, with the younger players and growing together, and to something else. I hope it doesn't also harbor a change in style, because I think the football that we saw from Allegri at Juve is not a good fit for this Milan team. Kevin Kelleher is reportedly on the verge of joining Brentford for £18 million, with Mark Flecken on his way to Bayer Leverkusen for around half that. Jules, does this make sense?
I think you overpay a bit if you're Brentford for a player coming from another Premier League club. I mean, it's 12 million rising to 18 with bonuses, so it might not be 18. And to be fair, even 18, I think is a fair price for Kelleher. I think he's a great goalkeeper. He's still young. He's got a lot of experience, played in finals, has been in this squad for quite a long time. So I'm not surprised. And for Mark Flecken, and for Brentford and Mark Flecken, for Flecken to go the other way to Bayer Leverkusen, Brentford to get decent money for him, and he's a good goalkeeper on his line especially. I think that, makes a lot of sense together.
I think I think they're overpaying substantially, not because Keller isn't great, but simply because of his contractual situation. He has a year left.
Yeah,
I think
12 million 1 year. I don't think they're overpaying.
I think what this says to me is that Keller says, I really like the fit at Brentford, because when he projects forward to his career a year from now, I mean, he could force a loan. He had a lot of leverage over Liverpool. So this says to me, A, he really respects Liverpool, and because he could have made life quite difficult here, and then gone anywhere in a free and really picked his spot.
He wanted to leave this summer and play.
No, I know he did. But what I'm saying is he could have done that. And that might have been better for his career. And I would imagine that he really felt the vibe. He felt the fit with Brentford. Because like I said, a year from now, he could have gone anywhere.
Antonio Conte, meanwhile, is sticking around to defend his title at Napoli. He's been promised a big budget, and things are looking good for Jonathan David and Kevin De Bruyne to join him.
Yeah, in the press, they're even saying 150 million euros. I'm like, there's no way they're spending 150 million euros. Certainly not net. Or maybe this includes the wages for free agents like Jonathan David and Kevin De Bruyne. Kevin De Bruyne looks very, very close at this stage. You get those two guys in. You need to get, I think, a top central defender. Buongiorno's very good, but injured again. Rahmani played every minute of every game. Ain't going to happen again. Conte wants his options at the back. Fine. But yeah, with Jonathan David and Kevin De Bruyne, if they manage to land them, he's in a pretty good spot all of a sudden. Those Saudi sirens won't go away, Jules. El Hilal really want Bruno Fernandes, apparently.
Yeah, they're there. They're very much there. The big contract is on the table with a lot of money, a lot of zeros on that paycheck. I don't know. I don't know if it's down to him, to United, to decide what to do. Does he want to go? I don't know. But I think it's hard to say no to a contract like that at his age.
Especially when you figure the first sort of, like most superstars of his magnitude start earning a lot of money from the early 20s. Bruno Fernandes did not, certainly not in Novara and Sampdoria and Udinese, places like that. Even at Sporting Lisbon, he wasn't making a lot of money when he was Player of the Year. That said, Bruno, think about it. Listen to your heart. Let the football talk. Stay where you are.
It's official. Damien Comolli joins Juventus as general director and Giorgio Chiellini becomes football officer. That's a great name for him. Yeah. And Nico Tudor seems to be sticking around, at least for now.
Yeah, at least in the Club World Cup, even though he said, I think whoever coaches Juve in the Club World Cup
that's what
should
he
get the
says,
job for next season. Well, whatever. I think what this speaks to is Cristiano Giuntoli is leaving the club. And I think it's right. He's the guy who picked Thiago Motta, which was disastrous.
Yeah.
He's had a really difficult time. I think he's to blame for a lot of the transfer moves, from Lloyd Kelly to Renato Vega to other stuff, to Coop Miners as well. Maybe Coop Miners will be good. There's a ton of money to spend. The mishandling of the Vlahovic situation. So for me, let's see what Damien Comolli can do. Obviously, like we said last time, it's a bit of an odd one. Because you have a guy who's not really operated at this level in a long time, and you have Giorgio Chiellini, a guy who's operated at this level never.
Yeah.
Manchester City hope to push on in their pursuit of Tijani Reinders from Milan and Ryan Cherki from Lyon. Good fit, Jules?
I like them both a lot. We disagreed with Frank Leboeuf.
Just a little bit.
Sunday, he said that Cherki was not fit for Pep Guardiola's style of football system, which I think is nonsense completely. I don't understand why Frank said that, because I think Ryan Cherki can play in very different ways, in very different systems. We saw that with Fonseca, which is a more positional play than under Pierre Sage, which was more vertical, and Cherki was great in both. So I've got no worries if City signs Cherki and Guardiola signs Cherki, that Ryan would be great for them. And we both love Tijani Reinders anyway, and I think they need that drive and verticality and a player like him to their team, because that's what they're lacking in an aging, quite slow midfield. I'm sorry.
Also, when we talk about Manchester City, we have to remember this team's changing. De Bruyne is on. Gundogan has a year left. I don't know if he's sticking around. I wouldn't be surprised if Bernardo Silva moves on too.
Yeah.
You certainly can go vertical. You've got the legs to do that in Haaland and Doku and Marmouche and Savinho, if that's how you want to play. So, yeah, I don't see the issue there.
Big week for Chelsea, Gabby. They've reportedly agreed personal terms for Liam Delap and will make a decision on Jadon Sancho.
I think Delap makes a lot of sense. I've been going on since I've been blue in the face about Nico Jackson, needing an alternative. I've had people tell me, but Marc Guiu is really good. No, I don't think Marc Guiu fits whatever Enzo Maresca I don't know how much input he had or whatever, but that makes sense. Jadon Sancho, if you could negotiate,
remind people what the situation is, because it's either £5 million.
So they took him on loan with an obligation to make it permanent, or they have to pay $5 million in compensation, which is essentially is a loan fee for 1 year. This only makes sense if you can agree terms to a reasonable contract with Jadon Sancho. Most of Chelsea's players are not very highly paid, even though they have very long contracts. And if you can get him to fit into that, I think it's worth keeping him around.
Yeah.
Pep Lijnders is joining Manchester City to become the other Pep's assistant. I did not see this heel turn coming, Jules.
Me neither. I mean, Pep Lijnders, Pep Lijnders, if you don't know or if you can't remember, was Jurgen Klopp's assistant. I mean, he had 2 stints there, very faithful one, and now he goes to
Judas, give us a wave. No, come on, we kid because we love Pep.
Gianpiero Gasperini is officially leaving Atalanta after 9 seasons. Gab, what's next?
He was all in my look. First of all, we need to what Atalanta and Gasperini did. And I said, I don't.
We've said it
because I like the guy, but it is absolutely amazing. All those top 4 finishes, winning the Europa League and whatnot. It's a credit also to Atalanta because he is not an easy man to deal with.
And nine seasons is a long time.
They work together very, very well. Not a long time, especially in Italian football. He's heavily linked to Roma. I don't know. Do you think that's the right environment for somebody like Gasperini?
Not sure. Because as we saw, Gisolfi, the sporting director, has been under pressure quite a lot until Ranieri arrives. Ranieri will also be there at the upstairs.
To what degree? We don't know.
Exactly. So that could be fun.
Yeah. I don't know. I think a lot will also depend on how involved the Friedkins are with the club or appear to be involved. In Rome, they freak out. They don't like it when owners interfere too much, but they also don't like it when they think owners are absent.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gasperini taking another crack at a big club after, of course, having such a rough time at Inter a few years ago. Rafael Leao has been linked with a move to Bayern. Jules, I guess they have money. They have all that money that they were going to spend on Florian Wirtz, so they can spend it on him.
Yeah, if you're Milan, you're like, yes, 150 million you wanted to spend on Wirtz, then here you go. Well, we'll take 100, don't worry. But we leave you 50 million. I mean, I would not go there, but if they want to, then be my guest.
Look, I think if Leao harnesses his talent, it's a bit like we were saying earlier about Dembele.
Is it not too late? Can he really? It's not the same personality.
I don't know. Well, first of all, he's had
a few coaches that tried.
There's been a few coaches that tried. It takes a special one. I would not take this gamble now. In fact, if I were Milan, when Max comes, I says, Max, this is Rafael Leao. What is your plan for him?
Yeah.
Right? And it has to be a better plan than what we got from the previous managers. But yeah, Leao, this would be a stupid move if they said, all right, we have all this money that we had budgeted and Leroy Sané's contract that we thought, we got him to stick around. Okay, fine now, Leroy, you want to leave, Florian, don't come. And let's give the money to Leao. That would be a knee-jerk thing. That would be like, we need to deliver a big-name signing to our fans. That would be stupid. Unless you're 1,000% concerned. The company's like, I can be the Leao whisperer. But I think, look, if you do that...
if you make that work,
If you make that work, you have a top 10 player in the world, hands down.
Absolutely.
The problem is, it's been tough.
Yeah. Cruz Azul have won the CONCACAF Champions Cup, it's called, beating Vancouver 5-0. Gab?
This game was so one-sided.
Yes.
They were like 4-0 up at halftime. So many mistakes, passing, movement. It also didn't help that, the final was played in Mexico, which is very far away from Canada. As you know, but yeah, this was an absolute beatdown. I'm not going to say it was as much of a beatdown as the Inter game because I have to confess, I only watched extended highlights. I did not catch 90 minutes of this.
Me too.
But yeah, well done, Cruz Azul. And now in a couple years, you can play in the Club World Cup.
Well, 4 years.
Yeah, it'll be a bit of a wait.
Yeah, but still.
And in that vein, we have our 32nd and final Club World Cup participants. We'll get to see our pal, the very handsome Olivier Giroud.
We will, that's right.
Now, for those who weren't paying attention, Club Leon had qualified for the Club World Cup based on the rules, except the rules also say no multi-club ownership. They're also owned by the same people in Monterrey. I think it's actually
Pachuca.
Sorry, Pachuca.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pachuca. I think it's actually called Grupo Pachuca that owns them.
Yeah.
Way to hide that. FIFA actually applied their own rules and said, you can't go. Alajuelense, who are from Costa Rica, they made the argument. In the end, somehow, CAS ruled that
we'll have a playoff final.
We'll have a playoff final. And hey, look, let's choose the most popular team in Mexico and the team from LA. Okay.
You're right. And Club America faced LAFC, and Club America took the lead. And you thought, okay, 15 minutes to go, I think it was. And that was going to be it. And
it was 1-0 up.
Yeah, 1-0 up. And to be fair, not much that LAFC had done that far in the game. And to be fair, they turned it around in style, scoring 2 goals. The second one quite late. And
one was at the end, the equalizer, the header.
Yeah.
But it was funny, George,
big win.
My flight back to London from Munich was at 7:20 in the morning, and so I'm in the lounge at 6 o'clock in the morning, and there's this guy who is a pretty well-known television executive in North America, with a company that has a serious investment in the Club World Cup, and he's like, "Oh, it would be so good for us if Club America," and like, I can understand from a business side why Club America hit. And then his heart sinks as the other goes going.
Denis Bouanga, I mean, Ligue 1 cult hero if you want, but what he's doing there is incredible. So well done to him. And well done to LAFC, Hugo Lloris and Olivier Giroud, as mentioned, our friends. Mauricio Sarri is on his way back to Lazio just 1 year after he resigned from the job, from that same club. Gav, are you surprised?
Yes, I am. I'm surprised that Baroni left. I know they called off at the end of the season.
He did a good job.
I thought he did a great job. Great job with a lot of players who, let's face it, are on the surface not at the same level as the people that they replaced. And Sarri does things his own way. He's a genius.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to do a few fates just to wrap it up. But I am not coming here to the Occult Crescent. I'm literally crashing. My first Occult Crescent experience has been ruined by the game crashing. I wasn't even using Penumbra. GGSE, you muppets! I'm not coming back here for a while. That seals the deal. After once we get close to 5 hours, this stream's done. Man! Hang your head in shame, Naoki Yoshida. Get this hotfix going. This sucks.
We're not going to repeat on here because we are serious sure about who could come as an assistant, some big names as well. Maybe. And for Johnny Heitinga, the good news, if you're an Ajax fan, is that not the fact that he was a former player and that you think that he would probably fit your model and your style and this philosophy more than Francesco Farioli, for example. But it's more that he's got no hair, Johnny Heitinga. I think from his own decision, because I think he shaves it, which means, as we know, the last 5 titles in the Eredivisie have all been won by bold managers. So this is a pretty good omen from an Ajax point of view, I think, and from Johnny Heitinga himself.
You have to go and troll.
This is great analysis.
Ajax all along.
Great analysis.
Okay, so first of all, Johnny Heitinga is more handsome than all the
True,
other
but he still has no hair.
Dutch managers.
Yeah.
The only thing with him is obviously he doesn't have any skills for number one, except for the period he had at Ajax. Stein, who was there. So he took over that season. He was great. This smacks to me as the probably the most difficulty. Because George Henderson very helpfully told us, and the world. Fans aren't going to turn against him. It's a bit like Roma appointing Daniele De Rossi, if you want. And that's what why that is for Liverpool, I kind of get the sense that Slot had it in, not because they worked together. But Slot had it in because obviously he's been in Liverpool on the blue side, and he was a good defender. He was a good player for Ajax, about better traps as well, and he contributed something that was kind of good in the league for Slot. I don't think this means that he's lost.
No. And Postecoglou is in Greece right now, but he did speak up about his future.
Yeah, I would analyze Pope a little bit. He says, I didn't want us to enjoy the moment. Like, okay. No, but just what you
haven't won for like 100 years. You're like,
but he always wins in the second season. He says, I wanted us to think about what's next. Don't settle for this. We got a pacer now. Southern pacer. Let's make sure we're back here. I guess in the end, when you knew the story, and exactly what I was doing, I knew that my future was out. I don't know if the chess meeting is on hold. It's going to be more and more.
I'm disputing to me the team will be made, the team is not. I was told that he's not going to be kept at the club, whether you agree or not, or whether you think like me that he should at least win and try and mask all the bastions from the league and all the issues that he could have had around the season. I know this is a great moment for the club and for the fans, and sure, and he's the one that led that team and those players to this title and those fans and that club. I just don't think, as we said before, that we don't have to repeat it. We don't make a decision over a guy that we
There were huge celebrations following the Paris Saint-Germain championship win. During our summer, by hundreds of us, 200 George, I feel like this isn't a football show. I feel like a lot of it stuff that happens when you have hundreds of thousands of people out on the streets, maybe millions. And when that happens, and it's the middle of the night, you're going to get public order. And France, of course, going back to the liaison and stuff like that. There's a history of things getting out of control. For sure, you're right.
Yeah, every new league, you've got problems. You just change years. And then you feel the need to go and burn cars or loot shops and break windows and things like that. I just don't understand what people are doing. That stupidity. Yesterday, there was incredible celebrations at the Parc des Princes. Really wonderful stuff. And outside, they were throwing iron fences onto the Périphérique, which is the big ring road in Paris, from above, from the bridge next to the Parc des Princes, throwing the fences onto the cars who were driving underneath. It's just like sheer stupidity. I just don't understand what anyone would do things like that. So it's a shame. There was 2 deaths, as you said. One was run over by a car in Grenoble, I think. And the other one, there was a fight, one of the screenings of the final on Saturday night in the South of France somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, and this is not a football show. It goes with the broader thing. It happens to coincide. And I'm just imagining deciding, do we have a celebration and do we go up against the world? People really have nothing to do with the football will marred by behavior.
Yeah, and the thing is, they went down the Champs-Élysées on the bus for the parade, which was great, but they were only allowed 110,000 fans there. They would have been if there was no capital. But obviously, it's the biggest avenue in the world, like one of the biggest, huge spaces, and only half of them were filled with people. So it didn't look as great as it would have been, but that was all down to the stupid guys, individuals that would then cause trouble. And I think it's a real shame for everyone, the players, the real fans, even our pleasure to watch celebrations on television or be there and enjoy that moment where it's limited to a certain amount of people, because otherwise there'll be too much risk of trouble. Gab, you have a piece coming up on the website in which you said that the Champions League win puts Paris on the football map. I know you're not trying to troll me, but what are you trying to say exactly?
So what I'm trying to say is that I think people who maybe are newer to the game or don't quite know as much about the history here of French football more broadly, please feel free to correct me if I get things wrong.
Yeah, I think this is wrong already. I won't lie to you. I don't agree with it completely.
Okay, so my argument is the reason Paris is not a for most
I think after I get the Stemi Adma, I get the first scepter as a weapon, I'm gonna call off stream.
The production line of players.
We'll see what happens here. We have about 35 or so minutes to try to get the Stemi Atma so that we'll be able to formally wrap up this one here.
But it's
what? Yeah, it's from
it's a suburb.
Yeah.
Other than him, there's nobody else. Now, of course, Papa, Bondu, and so on. So that is before Paris as a city, had won 3 French titles. One in the 1930s with Racing Club, and then the I think what's happening but it goes way beyond the money, because it's not like the Qataris buy the club in 2011 and then all those young players that we see in Paris are so phenomenal decide, oh look, the Qataris are here, let me become a better footballer, right? That's not what happened.
I think we've seen a massive sea change, and I view this as an outsider, in Paris, where there has been an obvious shift, where now it is a legitimate, if you say you need silverware to have that. I mean, Paris Saint-Germain already European power, and now we've also had the silverware. And I think it's just kind of a change. It's not where we were before. Paris is where Manchester, where Milan, legit, both in titles and football. That is my theory. Tell me what I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, no. I'll take the piece. But like, position power, I don't understand about position power at the end, right? I tell you, Axel Saab, he played in the Champions League, he played in the league, it's left for all of the season. They're not staying because there's trophies. But they can go from Paris.
As the 12 most cap.
But that's what I mean. It doesn't matter. Half of the team World Cup before were from Paris. The squad. Half of the squad in the French football team was crazy.
But when we played France in the World Cup before in 2022.
They in 2018.
It's 2018.
Yeah. Even 2014, I think there were 7 out of 23.
Right, but this is all something that's happened. This is the evolution of the concept. It's happened in the past 20 years. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it hasn't always been like that.
I don't know. I need to go back to the 80s and see how many are from Paris. But like, I don't know.
Go back and look, and you will find that of the historical, historically, Paris has punched below its weight within the context of France.
Yeah, maybe, but it doesn't mean that they were not on the football map in France because they didn't win as many titles as Lyon did, or Marseille did, or Saint-Etienne did in the eras where they were
I'm talking
dominating.
on the Super Club map. I'm talking on the Super Club map.
But Super Club map, nobody watches French football. They've never watched French football. There's no French teams that will be on the football map.
In the 90s, Marseille were
a
Super Club,
they had 3-4 years where they were clearly 2 finals in 3 years, where they were great. But like, I mean, no, but maybe, yeah. I mean, I'm not really sure exactly what you're getting at.
Read the piece. Get back to me. Sure. I'm happy to be educated on it.
No, it's not that. There's no education to me. I'm not really sure. I don't really see the interest of the piece anyway. So like, I don't know. I'm not sure what we're getting at in here. That's the only thing.
Now, I'm getting the fact that in the 1990s, Paris,
they had 2 Champions League final, two Champions League semi-final in a row. What does that mean? That means nothing. I don't understand. Marseille never had 2 Champions League final, two Champions League semi-final in a row. PSG did in the 90s, and then you're saying they were not on the football map. 2 Champions League semi-final in a row. I don't understand. They won the 1996 Cup, so they did semi-final of the Champions League, semi-final of the Champions League, final of the Cup Winners' Cup that they win, final of the Cup Winners' Cup that they lost against Ronaldo Barcelona, and you say to me they're not on the football map. I don't understand.
That is the one European trophy that they've won, apart from the Intertoto Cup.
These 4 seasons in the 90s, they're one of the best European clubs. But it's fine, Gabby. I didn't know this was coming. I didn't see that question when I prepared for the show. But it's cool, man.
You haven't had a chance to read the piece.
Yeah. So I'll read it. I'll happily read it, man. I'll happily read it.
The other point I make in the piece is that when we think about why Qatar bought the club in 2011, right? Everybody said it's a combination of preparation for the 2022 World Cup, soft power, sort of projecting Qatar's image in the world. And they spent an enormous amount of money, some of it through, I think, if I'm allowed to say, dubious sponsorship. They breached financial fair play, they reached settlements, like Manchester City did. I'm wondering now, they're at a point now where their losses last season were 56 million. That's down from more than 400 million 3 years before that. And the pandemic had something to do with it too, right? If they can get this model right, they're moving towards break even. I mean, this year they may actually potentially possibly make a profit. I think Mbappe might have something to do with whether they make a profit or not.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering, does this set up the fact where the Qatari owners might say, and I don't want to ask how you feel about it as a fan of someone from Paris, where they say, you know what, we have built this thing, surely lost money on it overall, but now we have built, as a global brand, I think Paris Saint-Germain right now, just anecdotally traveling, you're if they're in the same category as Real Madrid, Barcelona, Manchester United, and so on. Just purely as a brand, just purely in the shirts, the Jordan collaboration, all the stuff. I think they're at the point where they say, you know what? Maybe it's time to get out. Maybe it's time to hand this over to somebody else because we have built this. Our job here is done. How would you feel about that? And
yeah, like that's not what they're saying now. Again, on Saturday,
they just won the title.
Well, they're about to build a brand new stadium that would take them 10 years probably. So they would not invest.
Which would add value to the club as well, of course.
So yeah, I don't know. I mean, as long as they sell it to the right person, it's always the same. I think there's a lot of fans who don't really mind so much who owns them, as long as things are working out and teams and the club is doing well overall. But when they arrived in 2011, the revenue of the club was 66 million euros. They now it's 800 million or something like that, with some contract with other companies that the Qatari also own. So it's a bit different, but they've done an incredible job. And yeah, I've got no issue. I know some people we're not happy as fans. I know a lot of people say this is sports washing and you should not support a club that is owned by a state like Qatar. I'm very happy with Qatar and Nasser Al Khalifi and the Emir being my owners, and I'm a European champion. So there's nothing really that can be taken that away from me.
It's time! It's time! It's Texter time! Our heroes Botafogo beat Neymar Santos 1-0. Jules, I guess it's all about the red card for which Neymar apologized.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the defeat is bad, to be fair, because Santos stay towards the bottom of the table and fighting against relegation, which is not really the idea. And Neymar got sent off for a second yellow for scoring with his hands, which, to be fair, for all the Neymar that we've seen through the years and everything, and all the great and the not so great, I think this is the last thing that I thought he could be doing. I won't lie. I really did.
And to be clear, for those who haven't seen it, this is not like, you're like, well, Neymar scored with his hand in a Champions League final. Yeah, this is not like that at all. He tried to get away with it. He didn't. He later apologized.
But he should not have done it in the first place. The full stop.
And in the age of VAR, and they do have
everything.
VAR in Brazil.
It's mad. It's really mad. Lionel Messi scores 2 goals and notches 2 assists as Inter Miami destroyed the Columbus Crew 5-1. Sorry, Gabby. Crisis over just in time for the Club World Cup?
2 wins and 1 draw in their last 3 games. I think 5 goals overall for Messi himself. He looked good now. The Columbus Crew goalkeeper, who I was not familiar with, really had a very, very rough time. Didn't help things. But yeah, no, he's gearing up nicely. And we talked about Mascherano, crisis, blah, 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 when the results are saying that, and obviously getting knocked out of the Champions Cup in the semi-final. But no, it looks like they're turning it around, and he's looking sharp.
Yeah.
Jules, this brings us to an end. But we're not done.
No, of course not.
Just because we have continental champions in North America and Europe too. We got to come back on Thursday because it's Nations League time.
Yes.
The transfer window's heating up and plenty other stuff. So until then, love the game, love your neighbor, love yourself.
On l'a fait, les gars. On l'a fait. On a remporté cette Ligue des Champions. Une saison qui a été incroyable. Des émotions exceptionnelles. On fait un quadruplé hors norme et on remporte cette Ligue des Champions. Qui nous fuit depuis tant d'années, qui nous fuit depuis tant de temps. Et aujourd'hui, elle est là. Elle est là et on est fiers. Fiers de cette équipe, fiers des joueurs, fiers du coach, fiers de Nasser. On est fiers de tout le monde, le staff. Mais vraiment, ça fait du bien. On a vécu une soirée extraordinaire hier. Au-delà de la victoire, la fêter au Parc des Princes, la fêter avec vous, tout ça, ça a été magique. Ça a été magique et on est fiers. Fiers de ce qu'on a vécu, fiers de ce qu'on vit, fiers de ce qu'on ressent actuellement, même si j'arrive toujours pas à réaliser. Là, ça va être une vidéo pour revenir un peu sur le match face à l'Inter, un peu plus à froid. Hier, c'était vraiment les émotions. Il n'y avait pas réellement d'analyse dans la vidéo. Mais aujourd'hui, on va revenir un peu sur ce match. On va reparler un peu de ce qui s'est passé. Mais d'abord, j'ai envie de dire, les gars, que je suis vraiment touché par tous vos messages. Tous vos messages où beaucoup de personnes disent qu'ils sont très contents pour moi. Même des personnes qui ne supportent pas le PSG et qui me disent qu'ils sont contents pour moi. Et
You know what? Heck with this. I'm not even seeing any fates here. I've decided we're just gonna go ahead and head over to the moon. Enough of this. In fact, the hell with this. We're abandoning this thing. I'm not even finding any fates to farm to get this Demi-Atma. So heck with it. I'm gonna go ahead and call it off. Gonna go ahead and head over to the moon and finally do some gathering and finally wrap this one up.
Parce qu'on le mérite. Ça a été dur, ça a été pas facile. Ouais, c'est dur. C'est dur. Bon, je suis vraiment content pour vous. Parce que vraiment, ça a été très compliqué d'aller la chercher. On a vécu des périodes très dures. Ça a été humiliant, compliqué. Mais là, vraiment, je suis content pour vous. Content pour tous les supporters parisiens. Parce que ça a été vraiment une situation qui a été dure à vivre. Et je suis vraiment content déjà pour les supporters, pour le peuple parisien, parce que vraiment on mérite de vivre ça. On mérite ce bonheur. On le mérite, tout simplement, on le mérite. Ça a été pas facile, bien sûr, mais moi je suis vraiment content pour vous, pour les supporters dans un premier temps. Je vous remercie aussi parce que grâce à vous, j'ai commenté ce match en direct du Parc des Princes. On a vécu cette finale de Ligue des Champions au parc et ça a été un moment qui est incroyable parce que j'étais avec ma femme, j'étais avec mon frère, j'étais avec moi. Mais mon frère, grâce à qui je supporte le PSG, qui vient pour la première fois de sa vie au Parc des Princes et il vit cette finale de Ligue des Champions au Parc des Princes. Et on la gagne, il fallait juste que mon frère vienne au Parc des Princes pour qu'on la gagne finalement. Mais voilà, c'est vraiment une soirée qui a été extraordinaire et tout ça c'est grâce à vous, donc je voulais vous remercier déjà, parce que vivre ce que j'ai vécu hier, et on l'a vécu ensemble quoi qu'il arrive, mais vivre ce que j'ai vécu hier, bah c'est juste incroyable. Et ça restera gravé à jamais parce que forcément, la première Ligue des Champions de l'histoire du PSG, un moment inoubliable. Je suis très fier de l'avoir vécu avec vous. Bon, il y a eu des petits problèmes techniques, hein, bien sûr, ça a été compliqué, tout n'a pas été parfait sur le live. Et je suis désolé, je m'excuse pour ça, mais forcément, quand tu streames pas depuis chez toi, c'est plus compliqué. Mais en tout cas, je suis vraiment fier. Fier de cette équipe, fier de ce qu'on a fait, de toutes les émotions qu'on a vécues ensemble depuis qu'on est sur YouTube. Et on gagne cette Ligue des Champions. On a tellement souffert depuis tout ce temps. Et là, ça fait du bien. J'ai pas pleuré, hein. J'ai pas pleuré après le match. J'ai eu des petites larmes, mais là, je crois que ça relâche. Hein. Je crois que ça relâche, mais vraiment, je suis vraiment fier parce qu'on la mérite. Et vous la méritez, mais vraiment merci parce que voilà, vous m'avez offert cette opportunité où le PSG m'invite à le commenter depuis le Parc des Princes. C'était juste extraordinaire et c'est des souvenirs qui resteront gravés à jamais. Et voilà, donc merci à vous. Et ce match, ça a été un match qui en plus Paris a surdominé. Cette équipe est montée en puissance, on l'a dit, on l'a répété, on le répète encore une fois, on le répète encore et encore et encore. C'est une équipe qui est montée en puissance, une équipe qui a été vraiment bien drivée par Luis Enrique. Des joueurs qui ont tout donné, qui ont respecté cette équipe. C'est une équipe du PSG qui est là pour des joueurs qui sont là pour faire briller le Paris Saint-Germain. Et ils ne sont pas là pour briller au Paris Saint-Germain, comme je l'avais dit sur la chaîne du PSG justement. C'est vraiment incroyable parce que j'ai vécu une journée où je passe sur la chaîne de mon club, où je suis invité au Parc des Princes, où je vis le match avec vous, où j'ai croisé beaucoup d'entre vous et ça m'a fait plaisir de voir beaucoup d'entre vous. Ça a été exceptionnel, on a partagé vraiment ces émotions-là ensemble, ces saisons ensemble, ces souffrances ensemble, mais on partage cette joie ensemble et on la mérite. On la mérite. Et ce match, ça a été un match où je suis fier de l'équipe parce que sur cette finale, tu viens passer 5 pions à l'Inter, tu leur mets 5 buts à 0. 5 buts à 0 sur un match qui a été vraiment très bien géré. Il y en a beaucoup qui disent que l'Inter a été nul à chier, que l'Inter a été faible, mais il faut remettre l'église au milieu du village, les gars, c'est le PSG qui a été trop fort. Là les gars, ça j'accepterai pas qu'on me dise que l'Inter a été faible, que l'Inter a été mauvais, que l'Inter est à chier. Non, l'Inter n'avait été mené que 16 minutes. 16 minutes en 14 matchs. L'Inter avait pris un seul but en phase de poule. L'Inter avait une seule défaite en Ligue des Champions. Ils n'ont pas perdu aller-retour contre le Bayern, ils n'ont pas perdu aller-retour contre le Barça. C'est juste juste que ce PSG-là était trop fort. Vous avez pas voulu le dire contre Liverpool, vous avez pas voulu le dire contre Aston Villa, contre Arsenal, vous voulez pas le dire encore une fois. Vous avez pas voulu le dire sur nos parcours. Quand on méritait de gagner et qu'on gagnait pas, là par contre vous étiez là pour dire bien fait, vous êtes nuls alors qu'on jouait bien. Et là vous voulez pas assumer que ce PSG mérite cette Ligue des Champions. Le PSG la mérite, le PSG l'a gagné et le PSG la mérite. Le football a gagné hier soir. Le football a gagné et ça c'est une réalité. Parce que l'entame de match que tu fais contre l'Inter, tu les étouffes toute la première mi-temps. L'Inter n'arrive pas à sortir, il y a eu une occasion pour l'Inter, c'est cette tête de Thuram. Le Paris Saint-Germain a mis un pressing extraordinaire pendant tout le match. Pendant tout le match, on a vu des morts de faim, on a vu des affamés et on a vu Luis Enrique mettre une tactique qui a totalement rendu inoffensif l'Inter. Le plan de jeu de l'Inter est simple, c'est de dégager en long ballon pour retrouver Lautaro ou Marcus en déviation qui resserre un milieu. Le milieu écarte sur les latéraux et les latéraux font des différences et essayent de partir dans le dos. Mais là, tu les as bloqués. Tu les as bloqués, tu les as empêchés de jouer sur leurs latéraux parce que Mendes a été solide, parce que le milieu de terrain s'attendait à ça, parce que le plan de Lucho a été parfait, parce que les joueurs ont tout donné. Et même s'il y en a certains qui doutaient par rapport à la jeunesse de l'équipe, la jeunesse, l'âge, ça veut plus rien dire dans le football. Ça ne veut strictement plus rien dire dans le football. Aujourd'hui, c'est un match où le PSG a mis un pressing constant. Tu l'as vu avec un Ousmane Dembélé qui arrêtait pas. Quand il y avait Yann Sommer qui était prêt à faire un 6 mètres, Ousmane Dembélé était prêt à lui bondir dessus. Il était prêt à lui bondir dessus, vraiment. Et ça fait du bien de voir ça. Luis Enrique a bâti vraiment un collectif. Il a bâti une équipe et c'est une famille. Une famille qui joue ensemble, une famille qui se régale, qui aime jouer ensemble, des joueurs qui s'apprécient. Et ça fait du bien. Ça fait du bien parce que tout ça, c'est le fruit du travail de Luis Enrique. C'est le fruit du travail des joueurs. Ça a été vraiment tout ça qui a fait toute la différence. Ça a fait toute la différence, ce travail exceptionnel qui a été fait, le travail de Luis Campos, le travail de Nasser, du staff, des dirigeants et le travail des supporters. Parce que ça aussi, il faut le dire, les supporters qui ont donné de la voix au Parc des Princes, les supporters qui ont donné de la voix à l'extérieur, t'as éteint totalement tous les stades dans lesquels tu es allé encore hier soir. Tu as éteint les supporters de l'Inter. Les supporters parisiens sont magiques, les supporters parisiens sont les meilleurs supporters au monde. Et ça, je veux rien savoir. Je veux rien savoir, tu les as éteints. Et vraiment ça fait du bien de voir que ce PSG là est respecté, que ce PSG retrouve le respect, que ce PSG là est encensé dans les médias, que les médias anglais, espagnols encensent ce Paris Saint-Germain là, et que c'est le Paris Saint-Germain qui brille. C'est le PSG qui brille. Et sur ce match, pour y revenir, je suis un peu, bon, j'avais dit débrief à froid, mais finalement je suis peut-être toujours pas totalement à froid. En tout cas, j'ai l'impression. Je suis toujours dans les émotions. Après, bon, je pense que là aussi, il y a le fait qu'on réalise qu'on a remporté cette Ligue des Champions, vu qu'on a vu aussi forcément cette cérémonie au Parc des Princes qui a été incroyable. Les larmes de Marquinhos, tout ça, la joie des joueurs, ça me fait du bien, ça me fait tellement plaisir pour Marquinhos. Après toutes les galères qu'il a vécues lui aussi au sein du club, il remporte cette Ligue des Champions et ça fait du bien, ça fait plaisir pour lui parce qu'il la mérite. Il méritait pas de quitter le PSG sans une Ligue des Champions et il l'a ramené. Il y aura cru jusqu'au bout et il l'aura fait, il aura remporté cette satanée Ligue des Champions. Elle est là, elle est au PSG, on a enfin cette étoile. Je suis fier pour tout le monde, je suis fier pour Luis Enrique, je suis fier pour Nasser, pour les joueurs, pour ces jeunes joueurs. Kvara est arrivé il y a 6 mois au Paris Saint-Germain, il est déjà champion d'Europe. Moi j'ai attendu 30 ans et lui il a attendu 6 mois. Mais c'est beau et vraiment sur ce match, bon on va poser la coupe les gars, on va poser la coupe et on va parler du match un peu plus tranquillement. Mais vraiment, ce match-là contre l'Inter, c'est un PSG qui a totalement géré. Ce match-là, c'est une masterclass du Paris Saint-Germain. Je sais pas s'il y a un match qui a été aussi bien géré dans la saison, mais tu as totalement rendu inoffensif cette équipe interiste parce que ton plan de jeu était parfait. Parce que Luis Enrique savait comment gérer. Parce que Luis Enrique savait quoi faire et parce que tes joueurs avaient des tâches bien précises. Tu le vois, mais les gars, pour moi, il n'y a pas de flop. Il n'y a personne qui a été mauvais sur le match. Tout le monde a été extraordinaire. Donnarumma qui n'a pas eu grand-chose à faire parce qu'il y a eu la tête de Marcus Thuram et la frappe de Marcus Thuram aussi à rater qui a été arrêtée par Donnarumma. Mais ça, c'est à 4-0. Je crois que la première frappe cadrée de l'Inter, elle arrive quand il y a 4-0. 4-0 pour le PSG. Elle arrive à ce moment-là. Et Donnarumma te répond présent. Il répond présent, il te sort cette parade. Et c'est comme un symbole, Donnarumma qui aura été décisif sur le match retour contre Liverpool. Décisif contre Aston Villa. Décisif contre Arsenal aller-retour. Et là, il te fait cette parade aussi qui est un symbole pour moi. Même si tu n'as pas eu besoin de Donnarumma aujourd'hui, il te faut un grand gardien pour aller au bout de cette compétition. Et tu l'as vu, tu l'as fait, tu l'as eu. Donnarumma a été incroyable. Il a été incroyable, cette défense parisienne a été monstrueuse aussi, même si l'Inter n'a pas réussi à énormément passer, c'est aussi grâce à eux, parce qu'ils ont très bien géré le jeu sur Lautaro Martinez, sur Marcus Thuram, que ce soit Pacho ou Marquinhos, ils ont été incroyables. Pacho qui a empêché un corner, et c'est ce qui a ramené le deuxième but, ou le premier, je me rappelle plus, du Paris Saint-Germain, je crois que c'est le deuxième. C'est Pacho qui empêche un corner, qui relance sur Kvara, qui lance Dembélé qui sert doué. Mais vraiment là, ça a été incroyable. Ça a été incroyable, c'est juste un match qui a été extraordinaire, totalement maîtrisé par le Paris Saint-Germain. C'est une leçon tactique, une leçon de pressing, une leçon d'envie, une leçon de réalisme, de collectif. T'as donné une leçon à l'Inter. Tu leur as mis une manita en finale de Champions League. Je sais pas si on se rend compte, les gars, je sais pas si on se rend compte, mais on leur met une manita en finale de Champions League et vraiment ça fait du bien. Ça fait du bien, et je pense que c'est peut-être aussi pour ça qu'on a eu du mal à réaliser. Parce que t'as pas eu le temps de stresser. Ce PSG t'as même pas laissé le temps d'avoir peur, ils t'ont même pas laissé le temps de douter. Et ça aussi c'est important, et ça aussi ça fait du bien. Parce que tu mets 1-0 à la 10e, 2-0 à la 20e, et l'Inter est pas dangereux, et 3, 4, 5, t'as même pas eu le temps de douter. T'étais champion d'Europe bien avant le coup de sifflet final, et c'est ça qui fait du bien, c'est que tu revoyais Kvaratskhelia revenir défendre pour reprendre le ballon à Denzel Dumfries. T'étais vraiment parfaitement placé, t'étais sur tous les deuxièmes ballons, tu forçais l'Inter à dégager, tu récupérais le ballon, t'étais bien placé, tu pressais bien. Vitinha fait une top performance pour porter la balle, pour jouer vers l'avant, il met cette passe décisive à Doué. Dembélé a été hors norme, les gars, je suis désolé, mais là les mecs, le match de Ousmane Dembélé, encore une fois, Dembélé décisif. Dembélé qui a été décisif en 16e de finale, en 8e de finale, en quart de finale, en demi-finale et maintenant en finale. Dembélé a été décisif sur 100% des matchs à élimination directe dans cette Ligue des Champions. 100% des matchs, 100%. Et vous savez que moi je voulais pas parler du Ballon d'Or avant cette Ligue des Champions, je voulais pas en parler. Maintenant je sais qu'il y en a qui vont dire oui mais Dembélé c'est pas celui qui ressort du Paris Saint-Germain. C'est normal, c'est parce que la force du Paris Saint-Germain c'est le Paris Saint-Germain. Il n'y a pas un joueur qui ressort ou autre, même si Dembélé est vraiment ce joueur, on va dire peut-être clé, ou en tout cas peut-être le chef. C'est le chef. Le chef, il prend vraiment ce rôle-là, j'ai plus le terme les gars, mais vous voyez ce que je veux dire, il prend vraiment ce rôle-là, et il le gère parfaitement. Dembélé te met 2 passes décisives, dans le jeu il a été exceptionnel, il est au départ du but de Désiré Doué pour son doublé, la talonnade qu'il met au milieu de terrain pour retrouver Vitinha qui resserre Doué dans la surface, passe décisive pour Désiré Doué, passe décisive pour Kvaratskhelia, et au-delà de ça il y a sa manière de la gestion, il y a sa gestion de la profondeur, sur des ballons qui sont donnés, il sait qu'il peut pas aller en 1 contre 1, il sait qu'il peut plus faire de différence tout seul, même si tu es en 4 contre 3, tu sais que tu peux pas faire de diff, donc t'accélères, tu fixes, tu crochettes et tu repars de l'autre côté parce que tu vois Doué. Dembélé est ce playmaker, Dembélé est ce joueur qui est là pour décrocher et faire jouer les autres. Il n'est pas là pour être la star de l'équipe, il n'est pas là pour être le buteur et pour avoir fin de but. Il n'était pas là à crever derrière son but, il n'était pas là à être le joueur à se dire bon, aujourd'hui je marque, faites-moi marquer. Non, il était là pour le bien du PSG. Et tu le vois quand il décroche et qu'il lance ses coéquipiers, les passes qu'il a mis, les efforts qu'il a fait, ça a été le premier à presser. Et quand tu es le chef de ton équipe, forcément il faut que tu montres l'exemple. Tu montres l'exemple et tu l'as montré aujourd'hui, tu l'as montré sur cette finale de Ligue des Champions et tu le montres depuis très longtemps maintenant, Ousmane. Et moi ça me fait plaisir pour lui. Et maintenant je pense qu'il est temps d'enclencher bien sûr cette propagande pour Ousmane Ballon d'Or. Je voulais pas en parler avant la LDC parce que forcément faut mettre les choses dans l'ordre et il faut quand même connaître aussi le sens des priorités. C'était la Ligue des Champions, maintenant on peut tranquillement propagander tous ensemble le bon vieux Dembélé Ballon d'Or, il faudra pas s'arrêter. Maintenant bien sûr il y aura la Coupe du Monde des clubs, il y aura la National League et pour le Paris Saint-Germain il y aura aussi cette super coupe d'Europe qu'il faudra aller gagner contre Tottenham. Mais là moi j'ai vu des battants, j'ai vu une équipe du PSG qui a été juste irrésistible. C'est le match de ma vie, c'est le match de ma vie, c'est le jour de ma vie. Et je suis juste heureux de vivre ça, de l'avoir vécu avec vous. Après toutes les souffrances qu'on a vécues ensemble, il est l'heure du bonheur et vraiment ça fait du bien. Ça fait du bien d'avoir vécu ce bonheur et tout le monde a été incroyable. Achraf Hakimi qui a été hors norme encore une fois, Hakimi qui a été buteur, Hakimi qui se retrouve dans la surface de réparation dans l'axe. Si tu suis pas le PSG, tu dis mais qu'est-ce qu'Hakimi fait là? Mais c'est parfaitement géré. C'est parfaitement géré parce que les joueurs bougent dans tous les sens, gauche-droite, Hakimi qui monte, lui qui redescend, ça va dans tous les sens. Et c'est bon et ça joue bien parce que tu presses bien, tu contre-presses bien. Ton équipe n'est pas déréglée pour autant, défensivement tu n'es pas déréglé pour autant. Et ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que le Paris Saint-Germain, on est connu pour notre point faible, les coups de pied arrêtés. Et pourtant, tu as affronté Liverpool, tu n'as pas pris de coups de pied arrêtés. Tu as affronté Arsenal, deuxième meilleure équipe d'Europe sur coups de pied arrêtés, et ils ont forcé sur ça, tu n'as pas pris de coups de pied arrêtés. Et tu as affronté l'Inter Milan, meilleure équipe d'Europe sur coups de pied arrêtés. Tu n'as pas pris de coups de pied arrêtés. Chapeau. Chapeau parce que tu as réussi à gommer tous tes défauts. Tu as gommé tous tes défauts et tu as bonifié tes qualités. Tu avais des qualités, tu avais des certitudes sur ton jeu. Il y a des moments où dans la saison, au début de saison notamment, tu avais des petits relâchements défensifs, des petites largesses de temps en temps, un bloc qui était peut-être un peu mal placé. Et tu as gommé tous tes défauts. Tous tes défauts, tu les as gommés. Et tu es parti bonifier dans le même temps toutes tes qualités. Ton jeu en transition, il était bon, maintenant il est excellent. Ta finition était bonne, maintenant elle est excellente. Et c'est ça qui fait du bien. C'est ça qui fait du bien. Dembélé pour une masterclass, Gvara pour une masterclass. Gvara a été incroyable encore une fois, lui, pour ses efforts défensifs. Les gars, je suis désolé, mais les efforts défensifs, les retours défensifs que fait Gvara, ça mérite des buts, ça vaut des buts, les gars, je suis désolé, mais ça vaut des buts ce que fait Gvara. Son travail de l'ombre, son travail pour venir aider Mendes. Mendes, s'il est aussi à l'aise, s'il remporte aussi autant de duels, c'est parce qu'il sait qu'il est aidé par ses coéquipiers. Tu laisses pas ton latéral tout seul prendre la flotte, non. Ce PSG là, c'est une équipe et on se bat. On laisse pas tomber son coéquipier, tout le monde se bat ensemble. T'es là pour faire briller Paris. T'es pas là pour briller individuellement, t'es là pour faire briller Paris. Et Désiré Doué a été lui aussi hors norme. Quel match de Doué, 2 buts, une passe décisive. Que veux-tu que je te dise à part va chercher ton Golden Boy, gamin. Va le chercher. Techniquement incroyable, finition incroyable, les contrôles, les dribbles, les gestes qu'il a fait. Lui aussi les efforts défensifs. Il n'y a rien à dire, La passe décisive, le premier but, les gars, mais c'est une passe de Vitinha qui est magnifique dans le dos de la défense de l'Inter entre deux joueurs qui a laissé un peu des espaces. L'appel de Désiré Doué est exceptionnel parce qu'il va se placer dans le trou qui est laissé par les deux défenseurs. Son contrôle est magnifique et combien aurait tiré à ce moment-là, mais c'est pas le cas. C'est pas le cas de Désiré Doué. Désiré Doué va te mettre cette passe magnifique pour Achraf Hakimi entre encore 2 autres défenseurs. Cette passe pour Hakimi et ça fait but. Encore une fois, parce que t'es pas là pour être la star de l'événement. Il l'aura été finalement Désiré Doué. Mais ça fait du bien. Ça fait du bien de voir ça. Et ce qui est dingue, c'est que tu remportes cette Ligue des Champions sur le moment où tu pensais même pas la gagner. Tu pensais même pas la gagner. C'est là, tu y as cru à chaque année sous QSI. Mais cette année, tu te disais, bon là, c'est un projet à moyen, long terme. Tu as vécu une première partie de saison en Ligue des Champions qui a été très très compliquée. Tu étais à 2 doigts de te faire éliminer et tu as fait preuve d'un caractère qui a été hors norme. Et je l'ai déjà dit les gars, mais pour moi c'est tout le monde qui a été important. Je le répète avec Bradley Barcola qui a été exceptionnel contre Manchester City. Un but, une passe décisive quand on était mené 2-0 pour le 2-1, 2-2. Il aura été buteur-passeur contre Stuttgart également. Il y aura eu les buts de Gonzalo Ramos également contre Salzbourg après 6 mois sans qu'un attaquant marque pour le PSG. Ce but de Ramos qui aura délivré un peu cette malédiction des attaquants. Mendes, son but contre Girona, ses buts contre Aston Villa et j'en passe. Hakimi, décisif tout le temps en Ligue des Champions. Pacho, le sauvetage sur la ligne. Désiré Doué, son but contre Aston Villa, sa masterclass en finale. Même s'il y a des matchs où ça peut être un peu plus compliqué, des matchs où il a commencé sur le banc aussi en Ligue des Champions, tout le monde a mis sa pierre à l'édifice. Et c'est ça qui fait du bien et c'est là que tu vois que tu as un vrai groupe. Tu as un groupe soudé sur lequel Luis Enrique peut compter. Quand tu fais rentrer tes joueurs, ces joueurs-là se battent parce qu'ils savent que Lucho implique tout le monde. Et c'est ça la différence. Lucho, c'est très simple, il va te donner des consignes pour le bien de l'équipe, pour faire rayonner l'équipe. Et si tu suis ces consignes, tout va bien se passer et tu vas être incroyable. Mais si tu ne les suis pas, quelqu'un fera les efforts à ta place. C'est aussi simple que ça. Mais réussir à impliquer tout le groupe comme il a réussi à l'impliquer, c'est exceptionnel. Mais vraiment, sur ce match-là du PSG, c'était juste une masterclass. Passer 5 pions en finale de Ligue des Champions, j'arrive toujours pas à réaliser 5-0, les gars. 5-0 en finale de Ligue des Champions et tu remportes la première Ligue des Champions de ton histoire. L'Inter a été vraiment inoffensif, mais je le répète et j'insiste. C'est pas l'Inter qui a été nul, c'est le PSG qui a été trop fort. Reconnaissez-le. Tu as fait déjouer l'Inter, tu les as empêchés de jouer et tu les as éteints. Tout simplement. Tu les as éteints. Luis Enrique a parfaitement étudié la stratégie de l'Inter et tu les as éteints. Je l'ai répété les stats que j'avais dit tout à l'heure, mais ils ont pris qu'ils étaient menés que 16 minutes dans cette Ligue des Champions. Ils avaient qu'une défaite et là tu leur fais ça en finale alors qu'ils avaient joué la finale il y a 2 ans. City avait galéré alors que City était grandement favori. Là, tu les étris l'Inter Milan, tu leur laisses même pas un espoir. Tu leur laisses même pas un espoir. Et encore une fois, les gars, vraiment, je suis très content pour vous. Je suis très content pour nous, très content pour les supporters. Vraiment, peu importe où que vous soyez, les gars, peu importe le pays, que vous les regardez à la télé, au parc, à Munich, l'essentiel c'est qu'on était tous ensemble dans la joie et la bonne humeur après ce match, après cette finale. Je suis content pour Enrique, parce qu'Enrique a été beaucoup critiqué aussi, mais Enrique a fait un travail qui a été monumental. Le travail qu'il a fait auprès de ses joueurs pour transformer cette équipe, ça fait du bien. Il a fait demi-finale sur sa première saison après avoir tout remporté sur le plan national. Et là, il remporte tout sur le plan national et il remporte en plus cette Ligue des Champions quadruplé historique. On est la seule équipe française à avoir 2 Coupes d'Europe et ça fait du bien. Ça fait du bien parce que ça nous enlève un poids. Ce poids qui était dur à porter, ce poids qui nous valait des vannes et qui nous valait des comparaisons qui nous saoulaient avec Marseille notamment. Maintenant, tout ça, c'est terminé. Cette coupe d'Europe, elle est là, elle est dans l'armoire, elle est au Parc des Princes. Elle est avec les joueurs et ça me fait vraiment du bien, ça me fait plaisir pour Luis Enrique, ça me fait plaisir pour Lucho parce qu'il le mérite. Il y a eu un tifo qui a été fait également pour sa fille et tout ça c'est beau, c'est des beaux moments, c'est des moments qu'on retiendra et tout le monde est dans la légende. Tout le monde est dans la légende. C'est clair et net. C'est clair et net et même sur le 5e but, le but de Seny Mayulu, l'entrée de Warren Zahir Emery. Et ce qui est beau, c'est que les 3 remplaçants, les 3 joueurs qui sont rentrés, Warren, Mayulu, Barcola, les 3 les gars. Warren est au départ, il resserre Mayulu, 1-2 avec Bradley Barcola et Mayulu marque. Mayulu Chichi parisien, lui aussi qui aura fait une entrée incroyable. Barcola entrée incroyable, il aurait pu marquer mais il a raté. Mais on est content pour Bradley, on est content pour Warren. Tout le monde aura mis sa pierre à l'édifice. Je le répète encore une fois, faut pas oublier le but de Warren également contre l'Atlético Madrid. Tout le monde aura été important. Vitinha, top performance. Fabian Ruiz qui s'est métamorphosé au meilleur des moments. Au meilleur des moments, Fabian Ruiz aura sorti une masterclass encore, le milieu parisien aura été incroyable. Le match de Joyeux Neves, encore une fois notre pitbull, notre chien de garde qui fait ouf ouf partout, il aura été exceptionnel. Il aura été incroyable et j'ai également une pensée pour le bon vieux Kimpembe qui mérite aussi de remporter ce trophée, notre Chichi parisien. Et il faut le dire les gars, Kimpembe a été important aussi parce qu'on parle beaucoup du football mais il faut aussi parler du mental. Et Kimpembe, je pense qu'il a fait énormément de bien aux joueurs du Paris Saint-Germain. Je pense qu'il a peut-être aussi aidé à fédérer un groupe. Il a fait du bien pour ses coéquipiers. Tu le voyais même à l'entraînement, parfois donner beaucoup plus de consignes que Luis Enrique. Luis Enrique l'a dit aussi, même s'il ne joue pas, il est important pour nous. Et c'est important de le dire, c'est important de le rappeler. Ça me fait vraiment plaisir pour Presco parce qu'il le mérite lui aussi ce trophée. Lui qui est le tremplin parfait pour les Chichi. Lui qui est là pour faire monter les Chichi, pour les protéger, pour les prendre sous son aile. Presco est incroyable, mais pas que. Hakimi est incroyable. Hakimi va aller récupérer le ballon d'or africain et Hakimi peut rentrer aussi dans une propagande pour le BO. Bon, je pense que ça va être compliqué clairement, mais pour moi, Hakimi, c'est du top 5 ballon d'or. Nuno Mendes a été exceptionnel. Nuno Mendes est le meilleur latéral gauche au monde. Il aura été incroyable. Il aura mangé tout le monde en Ligue des Champions. On aura tapé tout le monde en Ligue des Champions. Et depuis son match qui a été très dur contre Sancho la saison dernière, Mendes te sort des performances pareilles. Mendes ne se blesse pas. Il n'y a pas d'histoire de blessure. On a vécu une saison, les gars, qui a été juste euphorique. On n'a pas de blessure. On a Ousmane Dembélé qui fait la meilleure saison de sa carrière, la saison de sa vie. Lucho qui arrive à mettre en place ce qu'il voulait mettre en place. Des joueurs qui sont adaptés à vitesse grand V, comme Neves, comme Kvara, comme Pacho qui n'avait jamais joué la Ligue des Champions. C'est important ça aussi. Il n'avait jamais joué la Ligue des Champions. C'est la première fois de sa vie qu'il jouait la Ligue des Champions, c'est avec Paris. Et pour la première fois qu'il joue la LDC, il remporte la Ligue des Champions. Je suis content pour Pacho, content pour Marquinhos, parce que comme je vous l'ai dit, il la mérite. Content pour Nasser, Campos, Luis Enrique, le staff, pour les supporters. Mais tout le monde la mérite. Tout le monde la mérite. Désiré Doué qui a été incroyable, Bradley Barcola, Warren. Ça fait du bien. Ça fait du bien, tout le monde aura mis sa pierre à l'édifice comme je vous l'ai dit. Et ouais, là en faisant cette vidéo, je me rends compte que je suis quand même pas à froid. Je suis pas à froid les gars, vraiment je suis pas à froid. Je suis toujours en fait sous le coup des émotions. Et je pense qu'il fallait que je me retrouve tout seul, peut-être vraiment un peu au calme pour le ressentir. Mais voilà, en tout cas, je vous remercie encore une fois. On l'a fait les gars. On l'a fait, on est champion d'Europe et vraiment ça fait du bien. Et on le mérite parce qu'on a été exceptionnel. On est champion d'Europe. Profitons les gars, profitons. Maintenant, on va se remettre la tête à l'endroit très vite, mais pour l'instant, c'est vraiment juste la joie, l'euphorie de remporter cette compétition qui nous fuyait depuis tant d'années. Voir la joie des joueurs, la joie des supporters, ça fait du bien. La fête qui a été folle, la fête qui a été dingue, le Parc des Princes était en feu. C'est incroyable. C'est incroyable. Mais bon, voilà, c'est fait. Le PSG est champion d'Europe. Le PSG met cette Ligue des Champions dans son armoire, est vraiment, vraiment très fier de tout le monde, très fier des joueurs et très fier de la prestation, parce que pour moi, c'est un 10 sur 10. C'est un 10 sur 10, c'est vraiment tous les signaux, les gars, finalement, ont eu raison. Parce qu'aucune équipe qui a battu le PSV a remporté la Ligue des Champions. On n'a pas battu le PSV, on la remporte. Munich a vu à chaque fois qu'ils ont accueilli une finale un nouveau champion. On l'a fait. Marseille a affronté l'AC Milan, nous, c'était le PSG contre l'Inter, les deux rivaux qui s'affrontaient, Marseille avait gagné, nous aussi. Quand l'AC Milan affrontait l'OM, l'AC Milan jouait pour sa 4e LDC, l'OM sa première, l'Inter jouait pour sa 4e, le PSG pour sa première. Et ben voilà un autre signe. Il y a eu beaucoup de signes et finalement tous les signaux étaient au vert. Tous les signaux étaient au vert et on n'oublie pas ce parcours qui aura été incroyable. On est la seule équipe française à avoir 2 Coupes d'Europe maintenant. Et les débats sont clos, je pense, maintenant avec les Marseillais. Je suis vraiment très content de cette coupe, très content de ce qu'on a fait. Et voilà, merci à vous les frérots, merci à vous encore une fois de votre soutien. Parce que on a vécu ce match ensemble et vous m'avez fait vivre un kiff absolu au Parc des Princes. Et je vous en remercie, je m'arrête là parce que je vais me remettre à pleurer. Donc merci à vous, je vous aime tous. Profitons tous ensemble, on a enfin cette joie qu'on attendait tous. Prenez soin de vous. Je vous aime. Bye bye.
And that was Miguel Parisian with his speech of PSG winning the Champions League. And we went over 5 hours, but that concludes this live stream. This is your host, Bongo Boy Pongtor, the gift that keeps on giving. Our first Occult Crescent run, unfortunately, was a disaster. The game crashed. But we did get some hunting done. We did complete some early quests. But we're probably going to be holding off on Occult Crescent for now, because later this week, Zenless Zone Zero will be celebrating its first anniversary. Patch 2.0 is next. It's going to be a spoiler stream, a designated mega live stream. We got some news story coming in over in the Waifei Peninsula, where we work with Yi Xuan, Ju Fubu, and Pan Yin Hu. If you like what you see on this broadcast, hit the follow button on your Twitch player, subscribe button on YouTube under my channel ID, BongoBoy151. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. It's bye for now. Good night.